What if, while you slept tonight, your mind began building the life you have always wanted? What if every hour of rest was not wasted in random dreams, but used as construction time, engraving wealth, confidence, freedom, and opportunity into your very subconscious? Imagine falling asleep with debt on your shoulders and waking with ideas that lead to prosperity. Imagine closing your eyes in despair and rising with a fire that says, "Today I cannot lose." That is the power of this meditation. For 5 hours, while your conscious mind rests, your subconscious will be fed with abundance. Riches will be planted as seed. Confidence will be carved as law. Faith will be drilled so deep that it becomes your reflex, your instinct, your identity. By morning, the man who opens his eyes will not be the same man who closed them. Think what this means for your life. No more mornings where you drag yourself to work with heaviness in your chest. No more looking at bills and whispering, "I cannot." Instead, you begin to walk with a new certainty. Your speech carries weight. Your actions carry force. Money begins to feel natural, inevitable, as though the world itself is conspiring to help you. The fear of poverty loosens its grip. The hesitation that has chained you breaks. You begin to attract allies, opportunities, and ideas that were blind to you before. But let me also give you the warning. If you continue to fall asleep replaying your failures, replaying your fears, replaying your debts, you are programming your subconscious for defeat. You are engraving loss into your future before you even wake. 5 hours of doubt each night is enough to waste a lifetime. That is why so many live year after year with the same problems. They never realize their own mind is rehearsing failure while they sleep. Tonight can be different. Tonight, instead of programming weakness, you can engrave wealth. Instead of falling asleep with fear, you can rise with faith. Instead of drifting in dreams that lead nowhere, you can fall asleep to a voice that builds you, strengthens you, directs you. For 5 hours, your mind will drink abundance until it cannot help but overflow into your daily life. This is not chance. This is law. The subconscious obeys whatever it hears most often, especially in the quiet of the night. If you give it failure, it multiplies failure. If you give it riches, it multiplies riches. The choice is yours. Tonight you can waste 5 hours, or you can invest them, and that investment will repay you in confidence, in peace, in opportunity, in wealth itself. Close your eyes and let these words carry you. Sleep while they work. Wake to the life you were meant to live. Night is not idleness, it is creation. While the body rests, the mind continues its labor. The conscious mind releases its grip, but the subconscious remains awake, listening, absorbing, recording. The hours of sleep are the most fertile for engraving new thoughts, for in that quiet state, there is no argument, no criticism, no resistance, only obedience. The majority waste these sacred hours. They drift into bed with fear in their hearts, with worry on their tongues, with images of debt and failure running across their minds. Their subconscious accepts these as orders and spends the night constructing prisons of defeat. By morning, they awake chained, and the pattern repeats until failure becomes their destiny. But the man who goes to rest with definiteness of purpose, who fills his last thoughts with wealth, with confidence, with burning desire, sets an entirely different force in motion. His subconscious labors as a faithful servant, building plans, opening channels, connecting unseen opportunities. By dawn, he awakens freer, stronger, and surer of himself, because the workshop of night has not been wasted. I tell you, it is not mere sleep that restores a man, but the use of sleep. 2 men may rest equal hours. One rises exhausted, the other refreshed. Why? One rehearsed doubt, the other rehearsed faith. One engraved chains, the other engraved wings. The subconscious does not judge. It multiplies whatever it receives most often. Thus, every night you write tomorrow's script. Consider Edison, who often trusted sleep more than waking labor. He would nap with a problem in his mind, confident that his subconscious would deliver the solution. Many of his inventions were born not of long study, but of brief slumber, where infinite intelligence whispered to him the answer. He rose from sleep, not guessing, but knowing. That is the power of night. Imagine this truth. As you close your eyes, you hand the pen to your subconscious, and for hours it writes upon the tablet of your future. If you feed it fear, it writes failure. If you feed it faith, it writes riches. The morning merely reveals what the night has already created. This is why drifting in dreams leads to drifting in life. I give you a challenge. Tonight, instead of closing your eyes with worry, close them with wealth. Instead of replaying the day's mistakes, replay the future's victories. Instead of whispering, I cannot, whisper, I will. Each word is seed. Each thought is command. Plant abundance, and abundance grows. Plant weakness, and weakness multiplies. The law never fails. Repeat with me as you drift to sleep. As I sleep, I grow richer. My mind engraves wealth while I rest. Each morning, I awake stronger, more confident, more abundant. Let this refrain become the lullaby of your destiny. The longer you sing it into your subconscious, the louder it will echo back to you in opportunity, ideas, and power when you awake. Schools never teach this, for they busy themselves with facts and examinations. Yet life rewards not memory, but mastery of thought. You may study for years, but if you spend your nights rehearsing failure, you will live in failure. You may have little knowledge, but if you spend your nights engraving faith, riches will obey you, for the subconscious never sleeps. Think of two merchants. One lies awake, counting debts, cursing his misfortunes, trembling at tomorrow. He rises weak, and his fears manifest in lost customers and shrinking trade. The other lies down envisioning growth, imagining full shelves, repeating that fortune is his ally. He rises strong, and his faith manifests in opportunity and loyal clients. Both use the night. The difference was choice. I say to you, make your nights your allies. Do not let them become hours of drifting. Direct them, command them. Close your eyes with definiteness. Speak your desire aloud and let meditation carry it into the depths of your mind. There, unseen plans will be born. Courage will be forged. Riches will be attracted. The night is your workshop of wealth. Desire is the seed from which all riches grow. Without desire, no man ever rose from poverty, no empire was ever built, no invention was ever born. Knowledge alone cannot create wealth. Action without desire fades, but burning desire, mixed with faith and persistence, transforms even the humblest life into one of abundance. Night is the field where this seed is planted deepest. The subconscious is the soil of your destiny. Each night you drop into it seeds of thought. If you drop weeds, weeds will grow. If you drop golden seed, golden harvest will follow. Burning desire is that golden seed. It cannot be weak. It cannot be vague. It must be definite, specific, alive. For the subconscious accepts not wishes, but commands backed by fire. Andrew Carnegie was a poor boy without education. Yet he carried within him a burning desire to rise. That desire was so strong that even as he worked in a factory, it lifted his eyes beyond his station. His subconscious, filled with that one purpose, drew to him opportunities, allies, and ideas until he became master of steel. His fortune began not with knowledge, but with desire. Henry Ford, ridiculed for his lack of schooling, possessed one clear desire: to build a car for the common man. That desire, burning day and night, engraved itself upon his subconscious. Though experts declared it impossible, his mind refused defeat. His subconscious found the way because his desire left no alternative. Fortune obeyed his burning want, though others with more knowledge failed. What of the man who lies down at night with no desire? His subconscious, receiving no command, wanders aimlessly. It drifts just as his days drift. He awakes with no plan, no fire, no progress. He spends his life serving those whose desires are definite. Desire is the master, and he who plants none becomes the servant of those who do. Before sleep, state aloud your definite chief aim. Speak it with emotion. See it in your mind as already fulfilled. The subconscious does not respond to weak murmurs, but to burning belief. Each night you repeat it, the impression grows deeper. Soon your subconscious begins to move all of life's forces in harmony with that desire. This is law, not chance. Say with me, my desire is definite. My goal is certain. I engrave it deep tonight, and it grows as I rest. Speak these words until your body is calm, until your heart believes, until your subconscious accepts. Then let sleep carry them inward, like a farmer burying seed in fertile soil. Rest will do the work, for desire will grow even while you slumber. Darby's story of 3 feet from gold proves this law. He lost a fortune because his desire faltered too soon. But when he later vowed never again to quit, his new desire engraved persistence into his subconscious. In insurance sales, he built a fortune because his burning desire was permanent. Desire without persistence dies. Desire mixed with persistence becomes unstoppable. Desire must be visualized as though complete. When you lie down tonight, do not picture poverty. Do not replay failures. Imagine instead a harvest already reaped, a fortune already secured, a life already abundant. The subconscious accepts vivid images as facts. By sleeping with a vision of wealth, you awaken with strength, certainty, and ideas that align with it. Desire must be felt, not just spoken. Feel the joy of wealth as you drift. Feel the peace of abundance as though you already own it. Feel the satisfaction of achievement. These emotions make the seed of desire fertile. Without feeling, words are empty. With feeling, words become commands. The subconscious obeys emotion far more than reason. Men of little schooling often rise higher than scholars because their desire burns fiercer. They have no degrees to lean upon, no safety nets to comfort them. Their hunger is stronger, their need more urgent. They lie down at night with burning want, and their subconscious drives them to seize opportunity. Scholars, satisfied with credentials, often sleep without fire, and so they remain servants. I tell you plainly, riches come to those who desire them with obsession. If you are lukewarm, you will fail. If you wish lightly, you will drift. But if you hunger so deeply that your desire becomes your very identity, your subconscious cannot resist. Life itself must bend to fulfill your want, for it is engraved upon your nature. Repeat again before sleep. My desire is definite. My goal is certain. I engrave it deep tonight, and it grows as I rest. With these words, you plant not a passing thought, but an eternal seed. Each night you repeat them, the roots grow deeper. Soon no storm of failure, no ridicule of critics, no delay of time can destroy it. Edison often said he never failed. He simply found thousands of ways that did not work. What allowed him to persist through so many trials? Burning desire. He could not quit, for his subconscious, filled with fire, refused defeat. Every morning he awoke with the same desire renewed because he had engraved it nightly. That is why he gave light to the world. Do not underestimate this ritual. To speak your desire each night may seem small, but repetition engraves. What you impress repeatedly becomes habit, and habit becomes destiny. Desire rehearsed nightly becomes part of your identity. It ceases to be something you want. It becomes who you are. And life always gives to men who act in harmony with who they are. Therefore, I command you, do not go to bed with vagueness. Do not sleep with scattered thoughts. Do not waste the night on idle dreaming. Each night, plant burning desire into your subconscious. Treat your pillow as an altar where vows are spoken. Treat your sleep as a workshop where riches are forged. Treat your subconscious as a faithful servant who never rests. Remember Carnegie, Ford, Edison, Darby? None began with wealth. None began with education. All began with burning desire. That desire engraved itself deeper than fear, deeper than failure, deeper than doubt. By night they rehearsed it. By day they acted on it, and fortune obeyed them. Their stories are proof eternal that desire is the true beginning of riches. Tonight do as they did. Speak your desire, feel it, believe it, fall asleep with it. Let your subconscious work upon it for hours. Then awaken, not as you were, but as you must become. For burning desire planted nightly will grow into riches, as surely as seed grows into harvest. Faith is the bridge between desire and its realization. Desire is the seed, but without faith, the seed lies dormant. Faith is the sun that warms it, the rain that nourishes it, the soil that protects it. Without faith, even burning desire shrivels. With faith, even the smallest desire grows into abundance. At night, faith must stand guard as the watchman of your riches. The hours of slumber are when doubts creep in most silently. When the conscious mind grows tired, it releases its vigilance, and the subconscious absorbs impressions without question. If you allow worry to fill that vacuum, worry becomes law. If you allow faith to fill it, faith becomes law. Faith must therefore be installed before sleep, like a sentinel to guard your dream. Abraham Lincoln, though poorly schooled, was rich in faith. He had faith in the principle of liberty, faith in his mission, faith in the guidance of a higher power. This faith carried him through ridicule, failure, and civil war. When critics mocked him, when enemies slandered him, faith kept him steady. It was his watchman. His destiny was secured by what he believed, not what he studied. George Eastman, founder of Kodak, was another man of faith. He had little schooling, yet he believed with unshakable certainty that photography could be made simple enough for every man, woman, and child. His faith sustained him through years of doubt from experts. When others said it could not be done, his faith kept repeating, "It shall be done." His belief became reality. Contrast them with the scholar who doubts himself. He may possess learning, but if his mind is filled with uncertainty, his subconscious multiplies it until he becomes paralyzed. He rehearses his fears at night, and by morning they dominate him. He knows more than others, yet accomplishes less because he has placed doubt instead of faith at the gate of his subconscious. This is why I command you, before you close your eyes, fill your mind with affirmations of faith. Say aloud, "I believe in my riches. I believe in my destiny. My faith protects my dream through the night." Speak it until you feel it. Speak it until doubt flees. Then allow sleep to carry this faith into the depths of your subconscious, where it will work as guardian. Faith is not merely hope. Hope is weak and timid, but faith is bold and commanding. Hope wishes. Faith knows. Hope waits. Faith acts. Hope leans on chance. Faith leans on law. At night, when the subconscious is most open, hope will not suffice. You must implant faith, for only faith can command the creative forces of infinite intelligence. Charles M. Schwab impressed Andrew Carnegie, not by his schooling, but by his faith. Carnegie said Schwab's belief in himself and in the enterprise was worth more than a room full of timid clerks. Faith made Schwab decisive, energetic, magnetic. That faith, rehearsed and lived daily, attracted opportunity. Without it, he would have remained a common worker. With it, he became an industrial giant. I urge you to envision faith as a mighty wall surrounding your desire as you rest. Doubts will come knocking at the gates during the night. Let faith stand guard, refusing them entry. Imagine this wall growing higher each night. You affirm your belief. Soon no fear, no criticism, no setback will be able to penetrate. Faith becomes not just a shield, but a fortress. Faith is built by repetition. Each affirmation is a brick. Each visualization is mortar. Each nightly practice strengthens the wall. Men who fail often think faith must appear all at once. In truth, it is constructed night by night, word by word, belief by belief. You must build it deliberately until it becomes automatic, until you cannot doubt even if you tried. Say again with me, I believe in my riches. I believe in my destiny. My faith protects my dream through the night. Speak it as a soldier swears an oath. Speak it as though your very life depends upon it. For in truth, your success does depend upon it. If faith guards your dream at night, the day will serve you with opportunity. Consider the farmer. He plants his seed and covers it with soil. Yet he cannot see the growth beneath. If he doubts and digs it up each night, the seed dies. If he has faith and lets it rest, the seed grows. So it is with desire. You cannot see it working in the subconscious, but you must trust that it is. Faith protects the seed until it breaks forth. Many men abandon their dreams because they dig up their seeds each morning to see if they have sprouted. They doubt their progress, question their plan, listen to criticism. Their subconscious receives this doubt as command, and their desire withers. The wise man filled with faith says only, "It is certain," and lets the law of growth operate. His harvest is guaranteed. Faith is contagious. Speak it, and others believe in you. Doubt is contagious as well. Speak it, and others withdraw. Men who have faith inspire investors, attract allies, lead workers, and even silence enemies. Men who lack it repel opportunity. Thus, each night, you are not only protecting your own dream, you are preparing the magnetism that will draw others to your cause. Schools do not teach faith, they teach facts, but faith cannot be memorized. It must be practiced. You must speak it until you feel it. Act upon it until it becomes nature. At night, when your conscious mind is quiet, you have the greatest chance to engrave it. Lose this opportunity, and your days will lack the strength that only faith provides. Faith and fear cannot coexist. One drives the other out. If you lie down with fear, you rise in fear. If you lie down with faith, you rise in faith. This is why the hours before sleep are critical. Guard them. Do not pollute them with doubt. Do not rehearse defeat. Fill them with belief, and your subconscious will multiply that belief until it manifests in reality. Affirm daily, "I believe in my riches. I believe in my destiny. My faith protects my dream through the night." Let this refrain become so familiar that even in your dreams you hear it. When faith becomes reflex, when it is your automatic response, you have reached the point of mastery. At that stage, nothing external can defeat you, for faith has become your identity. Remember Lincoln, Eastman, Schwab. Remember every man who rose higher than his schooling. It was not knowledge alone, but faith that lifted them. They planted it nightly, guarded it daily, and lived it continually. Their names endure, while the names of countless doubters are forgotten. Choose their path. Choose faith. Plant it tonight. Guard it tonight. Awaken tomorrow in power. Autosuggestion is the channel through which the conscious mind delivers its orders to the subconscious. It is the golden key, the secret mechanism by which thought becomes habit, and habit becomes destiny. Men who fail have allowed their autosuggestion to feed fear and doubt. Men who succeed have mastered it, and each night they command their subconscious with words of power. At night, when the conscious mind grows weary and resistance is low, autosuggestion takes deepest root. The subconscious stands open, absorbing impressions as a sponge drinks water. It does not argue, it does not reason, it obeys. If you whisper weakness, it engraves weakness. If you whisper abundance, it engraves abundance. Thus, the words you speak before sleep shape the life you awaken to. R.U. Darby proved this truth. After losing a fortune because he quit digging 3 feet from gold, he reprogrammed his mind with a new vow, never to quit again. Each day, he repeated it until his subconscious accepted it. In the insurance business, that new autosuggestion bore fruit. He sold millions because he had engraved persistence so deeply it became reflex. You must use the same law deliberately. Say to yourself before sleep, "I command my subconscious to build wealth. I command it to open doors. I command it to reveal plans. Speak with conviction. Do not beg, command." The subconscious obeys definiteness. It does not respond to timid requests. It answers to strong orders, spoken with belief and repeated until fixed as law. Think of a sculptor striking a chisel against stone. One strike leaves little mark, but repeated blows create form. So it is with autosuggestion. One statement may not sink deep, but repeated nightly, with emotion, it engraves lines into the subconscious until your identity itself is reshaped. What you repeat becomes what you are. This law has no exceptions. Edison often fell asleep with a problem in his mind, trusting autosuggestion to impress his subconscious. By morning, answers appeared. He did not wait for chance. He commanded his mind to work as he slept. And it did. Many inventions you know today were born in that space between conscious thought and subconscious obedience, delivered through autosuggestion. The scholar often neglects this law. He fills his mind with facts but does not direct them. He hopes knowledge will automatically convert into riches. It never does. Knowledge is only potential power. Autosuggestion turns it into active power by directing the subconscious to use it. Without command, knowledge lies idle. With command, knowledge becomes fortune. Imagine a general giving orders to an army. If he issues no commands, the soldiers stand idle. If his commands are vague, they scatter in confusion. But if his orders are clear and repeated, the army moves with power. Your subconscious is that army. Autosuggestion is your command. Clarity, repetition, and faith turn it into an invincible force. This is why affirmations must be spoken aloud with feeling. Words without emotion are weak. They fall flat upon the subconscious. But words charged with desire, repeated with faith, strike like thunderbolts. They awaken dormant forces. They stir infinite intelligence. They bring ideas, allies, and opportunities into alignment with your purpose. Speak with fire, and fire will return. Say with me now, I command my subconscious to build wealth. I command it to open doors. I command it to reveal plans. My thoughts are definite. My words are law. My destiny is certain. Speak this as though you were engraving it into stone. For indeed you are engraving it into the stone of your subconscious, where no critic and no failure can erase it. Autosuggestion works also through imagery. As you lie down, picture yourself already in possession of your goal. See the house, the freedom, the abundance. Feel the satisfaction. Hear the words of praise. Taste the victory. These vivid pictures, combined with repeated affirmations, form a command stronger than any textbook lesson. The subconscious takes these as reality and builds accordingly. Men often fail because they allow negative autosuggestion to rule them. They say, I cannot afford it. I am not ready. I will never succeed. These words, repeated often, become orders. The subconscious accepts them and creates failure. No man can rise while commanding his mind to sink. Watch your words. Guard your affirmations. Speak only that which you wish to see. Schools may not teach this law, but life enforces it. The successful man speaks in terms of victory, even before he wins. The defeated man speaks in terms of failure, even before he loses. Each is merely rehearsing his outcome through autosuggestion. Each is programming his subconscious. Each receives exactly what he is commanded. There is no accident in results. Darby did not succeed in insurance because of training. He succeeded because he had engraved the autosuggestion, I will never quit again. That command was so deep it ruled his every action. When prospects said no, his subconscious replied, persist. When obstacles appeared, it replied, continue. When doubt rose, it replied, faith. His subconscious had been retrained by deliberate autosuggestion. You can retrain your own subconscious the same way. Begin tonight. Choose one definite desire. Write it on paper. Read it aloud before bed. Speak it with emotion. Visualize it. Fall asleep holding it in mind. Repeat this nightly until you no longer try to believe it, until you know it. That is when autosuggestion has done its work. That is when riches begin to appear. Remember always, the subconscious does not argue. If you tell it you are weak, it accepts it. If you tell it you are strong, it accepts it. If you tell it you are rich, it accepts it. If you tell it you are doomed, it accepts it. Your destiny is not shaped by truth or falsehood, but by repetition. The subconscious makes real whatever you tell it most often. Therefore, I command you to stop rehearsing failure, stop repeating weakness, stop programming doubt. Begin tonight to rehearse wealth, to repeat faith, to command victory. Nightly repetition is the drill that engraves abundance into your being. In time, it will feel natural. In time, it will be impossible to think otherwise. Then, by law, riches must come. Repeat with me one final vow. I command my subconscious to build wealth. I command it to open doors. I command it to reveal plans. These words are my law. My subconscious obeys. My destiny is riches, and nothing can prevent it. Speak this nightly, live it daily, and soon your life will reflect the commands you engraved in the quiet hours of sleep. Great fortunes have never been the work of solitary minds. The greatest enterprises, the largest inventions, the boldest movements in history have been born of harmony between many minds working together for a definite purpose. This is the mastermind principle, and its power does not end when the day does. It extends into the hours of sleep if you direct it. Henry Ford surrounded himself with men of superior knowledge. He lacked schooling, but he was wise enough to form alliances with engineers, financiers, and organizers. Together, their minds blended into a single mastermind. While Ford slept, that harmony continued its work. Each man's faith supported the others. Infinite intelligence spoke not to one, but through all, magnifying their vision. You, too, may form such an alliance, not only with living men, but in the theater of your imagination. Each night before sleep, invite into your mental council the great figures you admire. Place them around your table. Speak your definite chief aim aloud, and imagine them advising you. Their wisdom, drawn through your subconscious, will speak as though they were truly present. Andrew Carnegie admitted openly that his fortune came through his mastermind alliance. He said he had 12 men to whom he owed his success. Each brought special knowledge, but together they created a mind greater than any one of them. He slept peacefully because he trusted the harmony of his alliance, knowing that even in his absence, the force continued to work. John D. Rockefeller mastered this principle by creating a network of capable allies in refining, transport, and finance. He was not alone. He wove a web of minds, each strong in its field, and harmonized them into one system. Even as he slept, that system moved like a living organism, generating wealth without pause. The mastermind worked day and night. At night, you may practice the same. Call forth in imagination men like Edison, Lincoln, Ford, Carnegie. Ask them questions before sleep. Hear their voices in your mind. Let your subconscious carry on the conversation while you rest. Infinite intelligence, through the medium of your subconscious, will provide answers in dreams, in flashes of inspiration, in sudden certainty upon waking. This practice is no fantasy. It is law. The subconscious does not distinguish between imagined and real counsel. It accepts both and works with both. When you vividly picture wise allies guiding you, your subconscious draws upon infinite intelligence to deliver wisdom equal to theirs. You awake with ideas that seem to come from beyond you. In truth, they came through you. Affirm this before sleep. I am never alone. I am allied with infinite intelligence and guided by the wisdom of the ages. My mastermind counsel works with me as I rest. Together we are irresistible. Speak this until you feel the presence of allies around you, until you believe that even as you sleep, you are in conference with the greatest minds of history. Charles M. Schwab rose because he allied himself with Carnegie's vision. His faith, energy, and decisiveness blended with Carnegie's genius, and together they achieved what neither could have alone. It was not schooling that lifted Schwab, it was alliance. In your own life, imagine aligning your burning desire with the courage of Lincoln, the vision of Edison, the boldness of Ford. The mastermind multiplies strength. One man's courage strengthens another's faith. One man's vision inspires another's action. Alone, each may falter. Together, they persist. Extend this harmony into your sleep, and your subconscious will blend these forces within you. You will awake not as one man, but as the embodiment of many, stronger than you ever dreamed possible. Consider also how faith multiplies in groups. A single man's belief may waver, but in alliance the faith of others sustains him. This is why men of little schooling who form strong alliances often surpass scholars. The scholar works alone, guarding his pride. The untrained man seeks allies, and through harmony multiplies his power. The law favors cooperation over isolation. Each night before rest, imagine yourself reporting progress to your counsel. See Carnegie nodding in approval, Edison offering insight, Ford urging persistence, Lincoln reminding you of moral courage. This nightly rehearsal engraves their virtues into your subconscious. You awaken with their qualities strengthened in you because the subconscious has accepted their presence as part of your identity. Schools teach competition, not alliance. They reward secrecy, not sharing. Yet the world rewards harmony. The man who unites minds creates power greater than any degree. Extend this truth into your night meditation. Instead of drifting alone in dreams, enter sleep with your counsel. Let harmony work while you rest. This practice will engrave cooperation into your subconscious until it becomes instinct. I recall a man who practiced this faithfully. Each night he called upon a mental council of great men. At first he felt foolish, but soon he began to receive ideas, guidance, and courage beyond his former self. His business grew. His confidence soared. He confessed that it felt as though he had truly been guided by his counsel. In truth, he had. Infinite intelligence flows most freely through harmony. A group in harmony becomes more than the sum of its parts. Your subconscious, in harmony with imagined allies, taps into that same higher intelligence. What seems impossible to you alone becomes simple when multiplied by this law. That is why men with no schooling, but strong alliances, conquer industries and nations. Say with me once more, I am never alone. I am allied with infinite intelligence and guided by the wisdom of the ages. My mastermind counsel works with me as I rest. Together, we are irresistible. With this vow, you carry harmony into your sleep. You engrave it upon your subconscious. You awaken with the power of a multitude within you. Remember Ford, Rockefeller, Carnegie, Edison. Their greatness was not solitary. Each formed a mastermind alliance. Each multiplied his strength by the harmony of others. Each trusted that force so fully he could rest while it continued its work. You can do the same. Extend the mastermind into your night, and wealth will become not only your desire, but your destiny. Wealth begins not with coins, nor with paper, nor with the treasures of vaults. Wealth begins with the acceptance of abundance as a natural state of mind. Poverty, too, is a state of mind. The difference between rich and poor is not always found in circumstances, but in belief. Men who believe themselves rich act accordingly. Men who believe themselves poor act accordingly. During the quiet of night, this belief may be engraved most deeply. For while the conscious mind rests, the subconscious listens and obeys. If you retire believing wealth belongs to you, wealth grows nearer. If you retire believing you are doomed to scarcity, scarcity engraves itself deeper. The world outside only reflects the world inside. Belief is the seed. Life is the harvest. Wrigley, the gum magnate, did not rise by chance. He believed his product would reach millions, and his belief became his identity. Experts doubted, but his inner certainty compelled him to act boldly, to advertise, to persist. Wealth flowed because his subconscious accepted abundance as natural. His fortune was the shadow of his belief. The same law is ready to serve you. At night, when drifting into sleep, whisper to yourself, I attract money naturally. Wealth belongs to me. Abundance flows to me without effort because it is law. These words, spoken with conviction, become reality. They engrave themselves into your subconscious until you no longer try to believe. You know. And once you know, infinite intelligence opens channels unseen before. Consider the farmer again. He plants his seed and expects harvest. He does not doubt whether crops will grow. He knows. So it must be with wealth. Plant thoughts of abundance nightly and expect results. Doubt is poison. Faith is fertilizer. Your subconscious, like soil, produces exactly what you plant. Abundance must be accepted as certain if it is to appear. The man of poverty thinks constantly of lack. He speaks of debts, of shortages, of impossibility. His subconscious accepts these thoughts as orders, and life fulfills them. The man of wealth thinks constantly of riches. He speaks of opportunities, of increase, of certainty. His subconscious accepts these, and life fulfills them. Each man creates his own conditions by what he rehearses within. Schools teach that wealth comes through knowledge alone. Yet history proves otherwise. Many scholars remain poor, while men of little schooling grow rich. The difference is not information, but belief. Knowledge is only potential power. Belief converts it into usable power. At night, engrave belief deeper than fact. Facts may change, but belief directs facts into fortune. Say aloud before sleep, I attract money naturally. Wealth belongs to me. Abundance flows to me without effort, because it is law. Feel as though you are already rich. Picture wealth surrounding you as air surrounds your body, abundant, invisible, everywhere. Inhale it with every breath. Fall asleep believing that riches flow to you as naturally as air. By morning, you will feel it. Rockefeller practiced discipline in finance, but beneath it was belief. He believed every dollar saved and reinvested would multiply. That belief became habit. Habit became empire. His wealth was not luck. It was the result of expectation. Each night, remind yourself as he did, wealth grows naturally when I act in harmony with law. This belief will engrave wealth into your identity. Infinite intelligence does not favor the timid. It favors those who expect. Expectation is faith expressed. When you believe wealth belongs to you, you expect it daily. You walk differently. You speak differently. You act differently. Opportunities sense this confidence and flow toward you. The man of poverty repels wealth by expecting lack. The man of faith attracts it by expecting plenty. Do not confuse belief with arrogance. Arrogance demands without obedience to law. Belief aligns with law and trusts it. You cannot demand wealth while expecting failure. You cannot invite abundance while entertaining doubt. You must align your nightly affirmations with your daily actions. Speak riches, believe riches, act in harmony with riches, and the law cannot fail you. Many of you live as though wealth is reserved for others. You say they were fortunate, they were lucky, they had advantages. You forget that luck is only faith plus action. You forget that advantages are created by belief. Accept now that wealth is natural to you. Say, I was born to abundance. I was not created for poverty. Riches flow to me because I accept them. The subconscious does not resist truth when repeated often. Even if you doubt at first, continue affirmations nightly. In time, belief will sink so deep that doubt is impossible. When this stage is reached, wealth flows automatically. You will not wonder if opportunities exist. You will see them everywhere. You will not ask how. You will act, and the way will appear. Lincoln, though poor, believed in his mission. He accepted his calling as natural. Though mocked, though defeated, he never doubted that destiny was his. His belief made him unshakable, and opportunity bent itself to him. Wealth of influence was his before wealth of office. He proved once more that belief precedes achievement and that abundance first appears in the mind. Edison believed in light long before he produced it. Experts declared it impossible. Scholars doubted, but Edison accepted it as natural. His subconscious, saturated with this belief, drove him to persist through thousands of failures. His success was not sudden. It was the inevitable fruit of belief engraved nightly until the idea became part of his very nature. Each night, treat belief as law. Repeat until your subconscious yields. I attract money naturally. Wealth belongs to me. Abundance flows to me without effort because it is law. Then rest. Let sleep carry this truth into the deepest chambers of your being. Each repetition strengthens the pattern. Each night builds momentum. Soon, abundance will feel more natural than scarcity. The timid man asks, "But what if I fail?" The bold man says, "It is certain." The timid man rehearses obstacles. The bold man rehearses outcomes. The timid man attracts defeat. The bold man attracts victory. Which will you be? The answer is determined not by chance, but by the belief you plant nightly in your subconscious mind. Therefore, I command you, cease rehearsing lack. Stop speaking of what you cannot do. Stop filling your nights with thoughts of poverty. Replace them with abundance. Replace them with wealth. Replace them with certainty. Fall asleep with riches on your lips, faith in your heart, and images of plenty in your mind. This habit will engrave abundance into your nature. Remember Wrigley, Rockefeller, Edison, Lincoln. Their fortunes began not with schooling, but with belief. Each night they rehearsed certainty, and each day they acted in harmony with it. Do the same, and wealth will cease to be your wish. It will become your nature. You will not hope for abundance. You will embody it. The law must then obey, for it never fails. Fear is the great thief of wealth. It robs men of courage. It drains them of decision. It paralyzes action. You may possess knowledge, talent, and even desire, but if fear rules you, you will fail. Fear is more destructive than ignorance, for ignorance can be cured with learning, but fear must be cast out by faith. Night is when fear creeps strongest, and night is when you must defeat it. The 6 ghosts of fear are poverty, criticism, ill health, loss of love, old age, and death. These 6 are the invisible enemies of man. They haunt his sleep, whisper in his dreams, and tighten their grip upon his subconscious unless he drives them out deliberately. If you fall asleep rehearsing these fears, you engrave them into your tomorrow. If you replace them with faith, you engrave riches. The fear of poverty is the most common. It whispers, "You will lose all. You cannot risk. You cannot rise." It keeps men chained to small wages, afraid to act boldly. Yet those who have risen from poverty prove that fortune yields only to courage. Andrew Carnegie began poor, yet he ignored the fear of poverty and acted with bold desire. By conquering the ghost, he built steel empires. The fear of criticism paralyzes even the learned. It whispers, "What will they say? What if you fail? What if you are mocked?" Schools train this fear by punishing mistakes, rewarding conformity. Henry Ford faced mockery when he declared he would build a car for the common man, yet he ignored the critics, and his faith silenced their laughter. Those who feared remained forgotten. The fear of ill health saps energy from men who are otherwise strong. They live in constant dread, imagining weakness, anticipating disease. But many who achieved greatness lived with frail bodies, yet their minds burned with faith. It is not the body, but the spirit that commands fortune. Fear of sickness kills faster than disease itself. Faith in purpose sustains health. The fear of loss of love weakens many. They cling to relationships at the cost of their dreams. They trade ambition for comfort, afraid of rejection. Yet true love is never lost by courage. It is strengthened by it. A man who acts boldly inspires loyalty. A man who cowers in fear of abandonment drives love away. Faith builds bonds, fear breaks them. The fear of old age drives men into bitterness. They believe their years are their chains. Yet many of history's greatest achievements came after 40, even after 50. Edison invented for decades. Carnegie expanded his empire late in life. Age is no barrier to the man of faith. Fear of years ages a man early. Faith in purpose keeps him vigorous. The fear of death is the last ghost and the most powerful. It whispers that all striving is useless, for the grave awaits. Yet those who conquered this fear lived boldly, achieving in a few years what others never accomplished in a lifetime. Death cannot be avoided, but it can be defied by courage. The man who fears death never truly lives. At night, when the body is still and the mind quiet, these ghosts march forward. They whisper of debts, of sickness, of ridicule, of loneliness, of years wasted, of life ending. Unless you drive them out, they take root. You must therefore fill your night with affirmations of courage, of faith, of destiny. Say aloud, I do not fear criticism. I do not fear poverty. I fear nothing, for faith is my shield and courage my companion. Carnegie ignored those who mocked his lack of schooling. Ford was called ignorant, yet his courage silenced his critics. Edison was ridiculed for countless failed experiments, but he continued until he triumphed. Each faced criticism and overcame it. Each proved that faith is stronger than fear. If they had surrendered to these ghosts, you would never have known their names. Schools often fail here, for they reward fear. They punish mistakes. They teach caution. They train dependence. Men emerge more afraid than when they entered. They know facts, but they fear action. They know lessons, but they fear criticism. They are bound not by ignorance, but by fear. The uneducated man who has no safety net often learns to act boldly and thus escapes. Night is your chance to retrain your mind. Replace fear with faith deliberately. Imagine fear as shadows leaving the room, chased out by light. See yourself surrounded by courage, shielded by faith, guarded by infinite intelligence. Each night you rehearse this, fear weakens. Each night faith grows stronger. Soon fear loses its grip, and you awaken bold. Fear cannot withstand repetition of faith. Speak courage nightly. Say again, I do not fear criticism. I do not fear poverty. I fear nothing, for faith is my shield, and courage my companion. Let these words be your sword in the night battle. Each time you repeat them, a ghost vanishes. Each morning you awake freer, until the six are gone and only faith remains. Remember that faith and fear cannot dwell together. One must destroy the other. If you plant fear at night, it multiplies by morning. If you plant faith, it multiplies by morning. The choice is always yours. No man can escape the law. Choose wisely what you engrave into your subconscious each night, for your subconscious will obey and make it your destiny. The successful man is not without fear. He simply drives it out with faith until it can no longer command him. The unsuccessful man allows fear to rule his nights and thus his days. He rehearses defeat until defeat becomes his nature. Do not follow him. Stand with the bold. Stand with the men who made fear their servant and destiny their master. Therefore, I command you tonight, expose the six ghosts. Name them, face them, defy them. Replace them with affirmations of faith. Drive them out with courage. Sleep as a conqueror, not as a captive. Each night you practice this, the chains grow weaker. Each morning you awaken freer. Soon the ghosts vanish, and in their place stands the spirit of abundance. Say it once more. I do not fear criticism. I do not fear poverty. I fear nothing, for faith is my shield and courage my companion. Speak it as a king declaring dominion. Speak it as a soldier swearing loyalty. Speak it until your subconscious accepts it, until the six ghosts no longer dare approach you. Then riches will come, for the fears that block them will be gone. Success is never sudden. It is the fruit of repeated acts, performed daily until they become habit. Failure, too, is never sudden. It is the result of drifting, postponing, and excusing repeated daily until weakness becomes nature. The difference between the rich and the poor, the powerful and the forgotten, lies in their habits. Nightly meditation engraves those habits. Action must be daily if it is to create destiny. One great effort, one bold move, one burst of energy will not suffice. It is the habit of persistence that conquers life. Edison acted not once but thousands of times. Each experiment, each attempt, each failure followed by another effort became habit. His subconscious compelled him to act until the light appeared. You may believe your habits are small, but every repeated act engraves itself into the subconscious. Rise late each day, and drifting becomes habit. Delay decisions, and weakness becomes habit. Refuse to finish what you start, and quitting becomes habit. Conversely, rise early, decide promptly, persist daily, and strength becomes habit. The law is impartial. What you repeat, you become. At night, you have the power to rehearse action. As you drift to sleep, visualize yourself waking with energy, acting boldly, persisting against obstacles. See yourself completing tasks, deciding quickly, advancing daily. This rehearsal engraves persistence into your subconscious, which compels you in the morning to act. Nightly rehearsal creates daily action. It removes drifting by planting discipline. Say aloud, I rise each day ready to act. My actions are bold, my steps are firm, my persistence is unbreakable. Speak this until your subconscious accepts it. Then when dawn comes, action will feel natural. Hesitation will feel unnatural. You will no longer need to force effort. Effort will flow. The habit of action rehearsed at night will govern your days. Darby proved this law after his failure in mining. His mistake, quitting 3 feet from gold, haunted him. But when he vowed nightly never again to quit, his subconscious engraved persistence as habit. In insurance, he faced endless rejections, but he acted daily, sustained by his vow. That habit made him wealthy, because persistence compelled him where drifting once destroyed him. Schools often train drifting. Students wait for instruction, wait for approval, wait for examinations. They learn to act only when told. This habit of waiting follows them into life. They drift at their desks, drift in their jobs, drift in their destiny. Only the man who breaks this pattern, who chooses action without waiting, escapes. Night meditation is the key to breaking it. Picture yourself each night already in motion. See yourself walking with confidence, speaking with decisiveness, acting with boldness. Hear yourself declaring, I will. Feel the satisfaction of completion. This nightly rehearsal imprints action into your subconscious, so that in waking hours you act as rehearsed. You cannot drift because your mind commands movement. You become driven by automatic persistence. Life rewards the man who acts, not the man who waits. Opportunities do not arrive with perfect timing. They come disguised as difficulties, as risks, as challenges. The drifter avoids them. The man of action seizes them. He does not ask, is this the perfect chance? He asks, how can I use this? And moves. His habit of action makes fortune his ally. Edison never waited for perfect knowledge. He acted, and knowledge followed. Ford never waited for expert approval. He acted, and approval followed. Rockefeller never waited for opportunity to knock politely. He created it by action. Each of these men cultivated action as habit. Their greatness was not talent alone. It was persistence engraved into their subconscious until it became destiny. At night, you can engrave this same persistence. Do not sleep with drifting thoughts. Do not replay indecision. Instead, rehearse bold action. Affirm, I act daily. I persist until victory. I refuse to drift another hour. Let these words echo as you drift into slumber. By morning, your subconscious, instructed by repetition, will compel you to live them. That is the law of habit. Drifting weakens ambition. Each day wasted makes tomorrow harder. Each delay multiplies hesitation. Soon the drifter cannot act at all, for his will is enslaved to timidity. Action strengthens ambition. Each day acted upon fuels tomorrow's fire. Each decision multiplies courage. Soon the man of action cannot stop, for his will is enslaved to persistence. Habit decides, not chance. Carnegie declared his secret was prompt action. He decided and acted, and his habit of speed made him unstoppable. Critics hesitated, rivals doubted, but Carnegie's action carried him forward. The habit of promptness, rehearsed daily, built his empire. You must cultivate the same. Begin where you are, act with what you have, persist daily, and fortune will follow. Affirm once more, I rise each day ready to act. My actions are bold, my steps are firm, my persistence is unbreakable. Speak it nightly until it governs you. Action will then flow without effort. It will become your nature. You will not think of drifting, for drifting will feel unnatural. You will awaken driven, because you engraved persistence into your subconscious. The devil thrives on drifting, but he fears the man of action. He cannot bind him, for each act breaks chains. Each decision shatters hesitation. Each step forward destroys fear. The drifter is the devil's slave. The man of action is free. Nightly rehearsal of action is your weapon. Use it, and you will never drift again. Therefore, I command you tonight, before sleep, review your day. Ask, did I act boldly or did I drift? If you drifted, vow never to repeat it. If you acted, affirm it until it becomes stronger. Then rehearse tomorrow's action. See it, feel it, declare it. Sleep with persistence engraved, and you will rise with it in your veins. This is the law of nightly rehearsal. Remember Edison, Ford, Carnegie, Darby. They did not drift. They acted daily, persisted endlessly, moved boldly. Their fortunes prove that drifting is death, but action is life. Nightly meditation sustains this habit. Practice it, and you will never waste another day. Practice it, and wealth will pursue you. Practice it, and destiny will obey you. There is a law in the universe that no man can escape. I have called it the law of cosmic habit force. It declares that whatever you repeat becomes fixed. Every thought, every word, every act, once repeated long enough, becomes habit. Habit shapes character. Character fixes destiny. By this law, success becomes automatic for the persistent, and failure becomes automatic for the drifting. Night meditation is the most powerful means of engraving habit. In the quiet of slumber, repetition sinks deepest. Each affirmation spoken before sleep is not lost. It is multiplied. Each image rehearsed becomes clearer. Each vow repeated becomes stronger. The subconscious, by law, records and obeys. In time, your nightly repetitions cease to be effort. They become instinct. Then destiny is fixed. John D. Rockefeller practiced this law without calling it by name. From youth, he saved a portion of every dollar. He reinvested faithfully. He planned daily. These repeated acts became habit. Habit became empire. By the law, he could not help but grow rich. His fortune was not luck. It was the inevitable harvest of disciplined habits, fixed by constant repetition. Contrast this with the drifter who repeats delay, complaint, and fear. Each night he rehearses weakness. Each morning he acts timidly. These habits engrave themselves until drifting is second nature. He cannot act boldly, even when opportunity demands it, for his subconscious has been trained to retreat. His failure is not chance. It is the certain fruit of the law. Lincoln's greatness, too, was habit. His persistence through defeat, his nightly study by firelight, his constant practice of debate, all became habits that defined him. When crisis struck, he acted from nature, not effort. His subconscious, trained by repetition, supplied strength automatically. Greatness was not a sudden gift. It was the destiny fixed by habits engraved over years. The law is impartial. It rewards good and evil alike, depending on habit. Repeat courage, and courage becomes your nature. Repeat fear, and fear becomes your nature. Repeat wealth, and wealth becomes your nature. Repeat poverty, and poverty becomes your nature. The law asks only, what do you repeat? The answer decides your destiny. None can escape it. This is why nightly meditation must be practiced faithfully. Each night you affirm abundance. Each night you visualize riches. Each night you rehearse courage. You engrave these habits deeper. In time, you no longer think of wealth as possibility. You think of it as identity. You do not try to act bold. You are bold. You do not attempt persistence. You are persistence. Say with me, I am wealth. I am abundance. I am persistence. My habits are riches. My destiny is certain. Do not speak this lightly. Speak it as a vow. Speak it until your subconscious accepts it without resistance. When your habits match your desire, destiny is no longer in question. Success is automatic, for the law cannot fail. Imagine chiseling a monument of stone. Each night you strike the hammer. At first the blow seems small. The stone resists. But repeated day after day, the figure emerges. So it is with habit. Each affirmation, each rehearsal, each repetition chisels another line into your subconscious. In time, the monument of your destiny stands complete. All began with nightly strikes. Schools may give knowledge, but they rarely engrave habit. They train memory, not persistence. They reward conformity, not decisiveness. Thus, men leave with facts, but without fixed habits of success. The man of little schooling, who nightly repeats affirmations, who daily practices action, engraves habits stronger than any degree. The law crowns him, for it rewards habit, not facts. Edison struck at invention thousands of times. Each failure was not weakness, but habit strengthened. His persistence became nature. He could not quit even if he tried. The law bound him to success because his subconscious had been trained. This is the destiny of all who engrave persistence. Fortune must yield to them, for habit is stronger than circumstance. The timid man hopes for luck. The wise man engraves habit. Luck fades. Habits remain. Destiny belongs not to those who wait, but to those who repeat. Repeat boldness. Repeat faith. Repeat action. Repeat definiteness. And wealth becomes inevitable. You need not chase it. It will pursue you, for your habits will draw it as surely as rivers flow to the sea. At night, review your habits. Ask, what did I rehearse today? Did I drift or did I act? Did I fear or did I believe? Did I speak of poverty or did I speak of wealth? Then vow to engrave only that which serves your destiny. Sleep only with affirmations that fix courage, persistence, and abundance. By morning, the law will have written them deeper. Say once more, I am wealth, I am abundance, I am persistence. My habits are riches, my destiny is certain. Let this be your final thought before rest. Let it echo through your dreams. Let it engrave itself so deeply that no criticism, no failure, no fear can erase it. When habit becomes identity, no external force can stop you. Remember Rockefeller, Lincoln, Edison, Carnegie. Each obeyed this law. Each repeated until destiny was fixed. Each proved that habit is stronger than talent, stronger than knowledge, stronger than circumstance. What they repeated, they became. What they became, they achieved. The same law is ready to serve you. Begin tonight, and wealth must follow. Therefore, I command you, engrave your destiny by habit. Do not hope for fortune. Repeat the acts that create it. Do not wish for abundance. Rehearse it nightly until it is your nature. Do not drift. Act daily until persistence is automatic. The law of cosmic habit force will then bind you to riches as surely as gravity binds stone to earth. Let this be your eternal affirmation. I am the master of my fate. I demand riches of life with definite purpose. I engrave habits of courage and faith. By daily action and nightly rehearsal, I fix my destiny. I believe, I act, I persist, I succeed. Repeat it until it becomes your soul. Live it until it becomes your nature. By law, it will become your destiny. Listen to me. Listen with everything in you. Not later, not halfway, not distracted. If you are going to do what the world calls impossible, you must begin by doing what most men never do. You must listen with full attention. You cannot drift through this and expect power to follow. The impossible will never yield to the passive. You're about to be handed a method, one that has been used by men who turned the world upside down. But if you treat these words as entertainment, they will pass through you like smoke, and nothing will change. You will return to the world unchanged. And that is not why you are here. You are here because something in you refuses to accept limitation. This is not motivation. This is not flattery. This is instruction, divine instruction. And I will give it to you only if you listen, not casually, but with decision. For if you drift through this message the way you drift through your days, you will leave here no better, no wiser, no stronger, and the world will say they were right. You failed. But if you listen, if you truly listen, you will never again be the same man. You will walk different, speak different, decide different, and act with a boldness the timid cannot comprehend. For the words I speak come from the same laws that built empires and shattered limits. They are the same truths that men like Edison, Carnegie, Lincoln, and Ford used to silence the world's doubt. You must understand, every great thing ever built was once considered madness. Every advance, every empire, every invention, every revolution was once called impossible. And it was achieved not by ordinary men, but by men who listened, believed, and obeyed. They did not seek approval. They did not ask for permission. They did not drift, and neither will you. So I say again, listen, do not skip, do not wander, do not check the time. This is not something to play in the background. This is the blueprint to do what others say cannot be done. And you will not grasp it unless you listen with stillness, with fire, and with purpose. If you leave now, you will not be changed. You will return to the world, and the world will swallow you whole. But if you stay, if you give me your full attention, I will show you how to rise above their limits, silence their doubts, and achieve what they said no man could do. This is the moment. Listen now. Listen with urgency. For the impossible does not yield to the man who is casual. It yields only to the man who is committed. That man is you, if you listen. If you are going to do the impossible, you cannot think like the average man. You must not drift. You must not delay. You must not doubt. You must not wait for conditions to be perfect. You must begin with an iron will, and you must march forward through every obstacle with decision, with definiteness, and with faith that does not bow. Impossible is not a fact. It is a judgment. It is a label placed by small minds on great visions. It is the word used by those who never dared, to warn those who might. But I say this to you. There is no such thing as impossible to the man who knows what he wants and is willing to pay the price to get it. The world will always laugh at what it does not understand. It laughed at the Wright brothers. It mocked Edison. It questioned Ford. But those men did not yield. They did not argue. They did not drift. They kept moving toward their purpose until the laughter turned to applause, and the ridicule became reverence. Edison was told it could not be done, artificial light, a stable electric lamp. He failed over 10,000 times, but he refused to listen. He refused to drift. He knew in his mind that it was possible, and so it became real. He held the picture. He held the belief. He held the course. And in time, reality conformed to his vision. Carnegie dreamed of an empire forged from steel when others saw only coal, sweat, and labor. They said he was a fool. They said it was too big, too bold, too unlikely. But he knew his purpose. He visualized his aim. He backed it with belief. And he surrounded himself with men who believed with him. And what began as impossible became a billion-dollar truth. You are not here to repeat what has been done. You are not here to chase shadows or imitate others. You are here to extend the frontier of what is possible. You are here to prove to the world and to yourself that the limits placed upon you are lies. You are here to build something that the world must reckon with. To do that, you must begin with a burning desire, not a wish, not a hope, not a passing interest, but a desire so strong it becomes obsession, a desire that takes hold of your heart and demands to be fed with thought, with faith, with action, with sacrifice. For it is written, "Desire backed by faith knows no such word as impossible." That is not poetry. That is law. When desire becomes the dominant force in your consciousness, it drives all things before it. It bends conditions. It repels failure. It attracts ideas, people, circumstances, and strength from places you have not yet seen. But do not think this will come easily. Do not believe you can achieve the impossible while thinking like the ordinary. Impossible goals demand higher levels of concentration, purpose, emotional control, and spiritual resolve. You must become a new man. You must burn away the old habits and build in yourself a new identity, one forged in thought, belief, and iron persistence. And you must listen, not for amusement, but for transformation. You must listen as if your entire future depends on these words, because it does. One missed sentence can cost you years. One overlooked truth can delay your breakthrough. If you are serious about doing what they said could not be done, you must listen with the intent to obey. So I say this to you now. Begin this journey by refusing to entertain any idea of defeat, no matter what they say, no matter what your fear whispers, no matter what your past tells you. You are not your history. You are not their opinions. You are not your environment. You are what you decide to become from this moment forward. You are the one who has been chosen to show the world that the impossible is not a boundary, it is a starting point. You are the one who will take the ridicule, the silence, the rejection, and convert it into power, into proof, into results. Not because they believe in you, but because you believe in you. Say this aloud. What they call impossible, I call my duty. What they reject, I claim. What they fear, I pursue. I am chosen to do what others dare not. Let that be your creed. Let that be the drum that marches you forward. Let that sentence become a spiritual sword that cuts down every doubt. You are not here to participate in mediocrity. You are here to create what has never been done. If you aim to do what has never been done, you cannot scatter your force. You must concentrate every ounce of power into one direction. The man who would achieve the impossible must never drift. He must be definite. He must know what he wants, why he wants it, and be willing to give all he has in exchange for it. Drifting is the slow death of great men. It is the habit of the untrained mind, the passive soul, and the weak will. Drifting shows itself when you change your aim with the weather, when you seek the approval of the crowd, when you delay decisions and dilute your focus with 1,000 small wants. But the man with a definite chief aim is immune to these traps. No man ever climbed a mountain while looking at 10 hills. No man ever became great by pursuing 5 small aims. To do what others call impossible, you must walk a narrow path, and that path demands your complete allegiance. You must not dabble. You must not divide. You must burn every bridge behind you and walk only toward the goal that sets your soul on fire. Write down your definite chief aim. Not tomorrow, not next week. Now write it clearly. Make it specific. Let it carry emotional weight. This is not a task for the casual mind. It is a declaration of war against mediocrity. You are saying to life, this is what I demand. This is what I will become. This is what I will create. And once it is written, it must be seen. Place it where your eyes meet it every day, morning and night. Let it become the compass that corrects your direction. Let it speak to you when your energy fades. Let it cut through the fog of distraction. That aim must dominate your waking thoughts and govern your sleep. You cannot serve two masters. You cannot pursue greatness and entertain weakness. Your mind, your hands, your time, your habits, your conversations, your environments, all must bend to this one definite purpose. When you move through life with this kind of focus, the impossible begins to yield. Circumstances adjust. People respond. Resources align. Let us study Carnegie. He did not pursue 100 things. His early definite chief aim was to control the steel industry. He saw it clearly. He believed in its power. He knew the fortune it held. And because he was definite, because he burned every other option, he attracted men like Schwab and Frick, who helped build his empire. Definiteness drew resources. Carnegie's definiteness also attracted respect. Men trust those who know what they want. The world yields to the unwavering, but it ignores the uncertain. If you cannot decide, you cannot lead. If you cannot lead, you cannot build. And if you cannot build, you will never rise above the noise of the mediocre. Do not think the universe responds to confusion. The subconscious mind cannot act upon vague desires. Infinite intelligence will not assist a man who is uncertain. The law of attraction, the law of cause and effect, the law of compensation, these are precision laws, and they obey definiteness. Every day you go without declaring your chief aim is a day you lose power. Every hour you spend drifting is a seed of failure planted. The world has enough men who wish, who dabble, who entertain ideas without committing, but few dare to say, "This is what I will become, and nothing shall turn me aside." So I command you, repeat your chief aim aloud, not once, not weekly, but daily. In the morning when you rise, at night before you sleep. Say it with emotion. Say it with conviction. Say it until every cell of your being believes. Say it until the world itself begins to bend in your favor. There is no mystery in success. There is only law. And the law says, whatever you hold in your mind with clarity and emotional belief and pursue with definite action, you shall have. You are not exempt from this, but neither are you entitled without obedience. You must pay the price. I say again, no man achieves the impossible while trying to achieve 5 things at once. Choose one aim, the one that burns, the one that demands your attention, the one that causes fear and excitement at the same time. That is the aim worthy of your life. Once you choose it, you serve it. Your conversations begin to align with it. Your planning aligns with it. Your daily hours are organized in support of it. Your distractions are removed. Your excuses are killed. Your very identity is shaped by your aim. You do not drift anymore. You do not wait for signs. You do not ask for permission. You begin to move, and the world notices. Opportunities begin to emerge, not because of chance, but because your definiteness has made you a beacon. You begin to magnetize. But I must warn you, without this discipline, your aim will vanish. It will fade into fog, and the world will say they were right. You failed. They will call you crazy, then they will call you lost. Not because your aim was too high, but because your dedication was too weak. That is the great crime. Not that you aimed too high, but that you served your aim too little. If you are going to defy the world and do what they say cannot be done, you must live by one law, definiteness of purpose. And that law must show in your speech, in your actions, in your thoughts, and in your very presence. Say this aloud with me. I know my aim. I serve it only. I walk toward it daily. I do not drift. I do not doubt. I become the man worthy of impossible success. Let those words become your code. Let them shape your day, your decisions, and your destiny. You are not here to be ordinary. You are here to command results that the world called impossible. You must understand this one thing if you ever intend to defy the limits of man. No one achieves the impossible without being first called insane. The world does not believe until it sees results. And by the time results appear, faith is no longer needed. So if you are to accomplish what they say cannot be done, you must begin in the dark, with faith as your only light. Faith is not a mood. Faith is not a gift. Faith is not the privilege of the few. It is a state of mind that you build. Faith is constructed brick by brick through repetition of thought, repetition of speech, and repetition of action. It is formed when you command your subconscious again and again to believe what your eyes cannot yet see. Faith is the foundation of all transformation. It is the evidence of things unseen. It is the substance of all results that begin in the invisible. You must treat faith not as a feeling, but as a discipline. You do not wait for it to rise. You summon it. You create it. You construct it by what you say, what you see, and what you allow to take root in your mind. Let me give you an example. Henry Ford had a vision that the world laughed at. He wanted to build a motor car for the masses. He was told it was foolish. Then he demanded that his engineers build an 8-cylinder engine in one block. They said it could not be done. Ford said, "Do it anyway." They tried and failed. He said, "Try again." They failed again. He said, "Keep going until you succeed." And eventually, they did. That was not technology. It was faith. It was belief in his vision when every so-called expert said it was impossible. It was his refusal to accept defeat, and that faith became mastery. What began as madness became the future of industry, and the man who was ridiculed became one of the wealthiest and most influential men of his generation. Now you must build your faith the same way, through autosuggestion. Speak aloud what you choose to believe until belief becomes law in your subconscious mind. Speak it when you feel weak. Speak it when you feel strong. Speak it when no one is listening. Speak it when the world laughs. Say it until the very cells of your body rise up in agreement. This is why I gave you the self-confidence formula in Think and Grow Rich, not as inspiration, but as instruction. It must be memorized. It must be declared. It must be obeyed. For through repetition, your inner world changes, and once the inner world changes, the outer world cannot help but follow. Faith must become an identity. It must become the way you speak, the way you walk, the way you decide. It must show up in your tone, in your presence, in your steps. It must radiate from you so strongly that others begin to believe in what they once mocked, because you believe it with such force. But let me warn you, the minute you stop affirming, doubt will rise. And doubt, like rust, eats through every layer of power. Doubt creeps in quietly, with a whisper, a question, a delay. And if you do not answer it with faith, it will take root. And once it does, it spreads, and it kills dreams from the inside out. Look to Abraham Lincoln. He faced defeat after defeat. He was mocked. He was doubted. He failed in business. He lost elections. He buried children. But he held a belief that his life had purpose, that his voice mattered, that he would serve a great mission. And he never let go of that belief. He became president. He shaped a nation, and his faith outlived his flesh. Faith creates magnetic confidence, and that confidence bends circumstance. It changes how you move through the world, and the world responds. When you believe with clarity and emotion and act accordingly, the doors begin to open, not because the world changed, but because you did. So I give you this command. Speak faith into your soul until it becomes louder than your fear. Then act on it without apology. Let your steps be bold. Let your decisions be final. Let your aim govern your speech. Let your mind accept no argument against your dream. Say this aloud now. I believe in my aim. I believe in myself. I believe in the power of thought backed by faith. I do not wait. I decide and I do. Let those words be your weapon. Let them rise up when doubt knocks at your door. Let them silence the voices of limitation. Let them direct your hands, your hours, and your identity. For you are not a drifter. You are not a wanderer. You are not a man of maybe. You are a man of faith. And faith is the root of all mastery. You will not do the impossible if you give your attention to the ordinary. You will not rise above men while walking beside those who scoff at ambition, and you will not reach your purpose while listening to the babble of those who have none. If you desire to accomplish what others say cannot be done, then you must guard your mind like a fortress. Every word you hear, every voice you entertain, every doubt you tolerate, it enters your subconscious, and it roots. And what takes root grows. This is not theory, it is law. If you water weeds, they multiply. And if you permit doubt to speak, it will become your belief. And belief becomes your reality. You cannot climb the mountain while listening to those who never left the valley. The voices of critics are not proof. They are poison. And if you do not silence them, they will paralyze you. They will rob your belief, distort your vision, and laugh while you fall. So I say to you now, cut them off. Controlled attention is a spiritual law. The mind obeys what you give it repeatedly. It cannot hold faith and fear at the same time. One must starve, one must die. And it is your daily discipline that decides which survives. Either your purpose rules you or your distractions do. You must starve the doubters. You must refuse the company of the aimless. You must shut the door to every opinion not aligned with your purpose. Do not argue with small minds. Do not explain your vision to those who cannot see. Do not seek approval from those who fear to act. They will only infect your thinking. Whatever enters often enough will take root, even if it's a lie, even if it's poison, even if it's weakness wrapped in good manners. The subconscious accepts repeated input without judgment. It does not ask, is this true? It only asks, have I heard this enough? And when the answer is yes, it obeys. That is why the drifter listens to everyone and accomplishes nothing. Edison worked 18-hour days while others mocked his persistence. He refused distraction. He refused debate. He refused to even acknowledge the voices that said it could not be done. Why? Because he knew that if he listened to them, he would become them. And that was a price he would not pay. You must adopt the same attitude. Do not explain. Do not justify. Build your power in silence and let your results speak for you. The man of definiteness does not argue. He executes. He listens only to the voices that elevate him. He speaks only what reinforces his aim. And he walks with a stillness born of faith. If a man speaks fear to you, silence him. If a friend jokes about your ambition, distance him. If your environment pulls you away from your purpose, leave it. Nothing is neutral. Everything either builds you or breaks you. And if you do not choose your environment, it will choose you and make you like itself. You need sacred solitude. You need daily reading. You need space to reflect, to affirm, to correct. The impossible is not achieved in noise. It is forged in stillness, in focus, in discipline. You must be able to sit alone with your aim and feed it with thought, belief, and clarity, daily. Every morning before the world interrupts you, you must speak your purpose aloud. Every night before the subconscious takes over, you must feed it one last instruction. You must surround yourself with books, with voices, with messages that build you. Nothing else is permitted, not if you are serious. Let me give you this command. If it weakens your faith, it must be silenced. If it strengthens your aim, it must be repeated. If it does not align with your chief aim, it is an enemy, no matter how polite it seems. You are not just building results, you are building belief. And belief is not strengthened by theory. It is reinforced by repetition, by action, and by environment. If you surround yourself with the careless, you will become careless. If you dine with doubters, you will dine on doubt. But if you walk only with the purposeful, you will become unstoppable. Say this aloud. I reject every voice but the one that pushes me forward. I am immune to distraction. I am blind to failure. I hear only purpose. Let this affirmation become your sword. Use it to cut through the noise. Use it to reset your focus. Use it when the world pulls at you with its countless diversions. You are not here to blend in. You are here to rise above, to do what they said could not be done. And you will not do it by listening to the weak. You will not do it by arguing with fools. You will do it by focusing your entire mind, your entire day, on the only voice that matters, the voice of purpose. The impossible is not overcome by chance. It is conquered through design. A man does not rise above the ordinary by accident. He rises through organized planning, through mental blueprints laid out with intention and followed with unwavering will. The man who would do the impossible must live by a written plan and act on it daily. Faith without a plan is a fantasy. Dreams without direction are the tools of drifters. To bring into reality what others call impossible, you must know where you are going, how you intend to arrive, and what you are willing to sacrifice to get there. The mind becomes powerful only when it gives the subconscious a clear and definite pattern to obey. I tell you this, the subconscious mind is a worker. It is obedient. It is relentless. But it cannot serve two aims, and it cannot serve an unclear aim. It must be instructed daily with clarity. And it must be reinforced with organized steps that align with the aim you hold. This is why planning is not a suggestion. It is law. You must begin the habit of nightly planning. Before the day ends, take 10 minutes to review your definite purpose and write the precise actions you will take the next day. This gives your mind a target while you sleep. It impresses the desire on the subconscious while it is most open. It sends instructions to infinite intelligence to begin assembling opportunities. You do not go to sleep like the common man. You go to sleep with a mission assigned. You rise with action prepared. You begin your morning with movement, not confusion. And that single discipline alone will place you in the top 1% of men within a year. Let us look to Charles M. Schwab. He rose from the mill floor to become one of the greatest men of steel. He did not wander. He did not hope. He planned. He met daily with Carnegie. He reviewed objectives, adjusted routes, and moved with deliberate intensity. Every hour served a purpose. Every decision traced back to the definite chief aim of growth and dominance. He did not cling to rigid methods. He adapted quickly, but his aim never changed. His steps may have varied, but they always pointed in the same direction. That is organized planning. That is how power is built. That is how great men become greater than their time. Your subconscious will reward you when it sees that you are committed, but it will remain dormant if you drift, delay, or wander. So I tell you now, do not let a day pass without knowing exactly what steps bring you closer to your mountain. Do not end a night without knowing what the next day will demand of you. And do not confuse movement with progress. Activity is not achievement. Your plan must be measured. Your actions must be recorded. Your time must be tracked. For what you do not measure, you do not improve. And the man who does not improve daily will never overcome the impossible. The invisible forces of life respond to the man who moves. You do not wait for the path to be clear. You begin, you step forward, and each step makes the path appear. That is faith. That is power. That is the difference between the one who tries and the one who becomes. But I must warn you, confused plans attract confused results. The man who wakes up and decides as he goes will always serve the man who planned the day before. If you cannot discipline your schedule, you cannot command your life. And if you cannot command your life, the impossible will forever remain out of reach. Write your plan, speak your aim, review your day, adjust your steps, correct what fails, accelerate what works. Let your life become a machine of purpose, powered by belief, guided by thought, and driven by action. Say this with me now. I act while others think. I plan while others sleep. I correct while others complain. I attract results through movement. Do not write this merely on paper. Write it in your mind. Write it in your hours. Let it govern your behavior. Let it rule your thinking. Let it shape your character. You are no longer the man who hopes. You are the man who executes. Planning is not a burden. It is freedom. It gives your mind peace. It gives your hands direction. It gives your day meaning. Without it, the hours slip through your fingers, and the dream dies in delay. But with it, everything changes. Your movements begin to attract opportunity. Your thinking becomes sharp. Your results compound. And in time, what was once invisible to others becomes inevitable for you. So I say again, make planning a ritual, make action a law, make daily correction your shield. The impossible bows only to the man who moves with purpose, and that purpose must be written, reviewed, adjusted, and obeyed. No man ever accomplished the impossible by giving only a piece of himself. The man who attempts to rise above limitation, to do what has never been done, must give everything. He must live it, breathe it, walk it, speak it, dress it, and surround himself with it. There is no such thing as part-time transformation. The impossible demands your whole self. You must become the living embodiment of your definite chief aim. You must not merely think success, you must be success. You must not merely repeat faith, you must radiate faith. You must not merely plan your days, you must command your days. The man who does this becomes a force. He becomes magnetic, and the world cannot help but yield. You must understand law of cosmic habit force. It is the silent force that governs your life, the invisible hand that shapes your results. Every repeated thought becomes belief. Every repeated action becomes identity. You are not merely practicing success, you are becoming it. If you allow old habits to linger, you will remain the man they expect you to be. If you keep company with those who mock your goal, you will begin to doubt your own power. If you continue to speak the language of weakness, you will think in weakness, and the impossible will drift further away. Every act, every thought, every word, and every association must reflect the man you are becoming, not the man you were. You are not here to carry old patterns into a new future. You are here to build a new identity that can contain the magnitude of your aim. John D. Rockefeller began transforming himself long before the world saw his wealth. He changed the way he dressed, the way he carried himself, the tone of his voice, the posture of his back. He acted as the man he intended to become. And in time, life matched the image. For the world must conform to the man who refuses to conform to it. So I command you, dress for your outcome. Speak for your outcome. Think as the man who has already achieved the result. Not in fantasy, but in conviction. You are not pretending. You are becoming. And your outer world will adjust only after your inner world believes it without apology. This is not deception. This is alignment. You are instructing your mind, your environment, your relationships, and your very energy to reflect your purpose. This is how men rise. They do not wait for evidence. They live the evidence before it exists. They become the man worthy of their goal. You must master emotional control. You must speak with definiteness. You must hold yourself to a higher standard. You do not gossip. You do not complain. You do not waste hours in idle pleasure. Why? Because your aim demands more. And your time is now a sacred currency. Part-time belief will produce part-time results. Casual commitment will give you a casual life. But full allegiance, total dedication, that is what bends the impossible. That is what lifts the man from obscurity into greatness. That is what the world cannot ignore. The world does not respond to effort. It responds to identity. You must become the man who belongs at the summit. And that becoming begins today, not next week, not after the fear fades. Now, with each action, with each decision, with each word you allow or refuse. Command yourself daily, in thought, in word, in behavior, in association. If anything you do contradicts the image of the man you seek to become, it must be removed. No negotiation, no explanation, just obedience to purpose. Say this with me. I am the man my goal demands. I dress, walk, speak, and act as the finished result. I do not return to old ways. I ascend daily. Let these words ring louder than any excuse. Let them silence every lazy impulse. Let them rebuke every temptation to settle. You are not who you used to be. You are who you decide to be. And today, you decide to be unshakable, unstoppable, unbreakable. You must not let comfort seduce you. You must not let routine lower your standard. And you must not let the opinions of those who do not dream determine the course of your destiny. This is your life. This is your purpose. And you will not be denied. Not if you give all of you. Let every hour be sacred. Let every day be deliberate. Let every action become proof. You are not asking for permission. You are not seeking applause. You are building power. And that power must be felt in your walk, your voice, your focus, and your faith. You are doing what they called impossible. That means you must become a man they've never seen. Not later, now. The man who chooses the impossible must also choose the pain that comes with it. Let there be no illusions. The path to greatness is marked with hardship. You will face delay. You will meet rejection. You will walk alone. You will be tired, misunderstood, doubted, and ridiculed. But this is not punishment. It is preparation. Pain is the test. Pain is the proving ground. Pain is the fire that burns away the weak parts of you. The fear, the ego, the indecision, the noise. Without it, you remain soft. Without it, you remain ordinary. Without it, you cannot build the strength that your impossible aim requires. So I say this now, and I say it with authority. Use the pain. Do not curse it. Do not hide from it. Do not waste it. Convert it into fuel. Let it sharpen your thoughts, strengthen your aim, and harden your resolve. Let every difficulty push you deeper into discipline. Let every delay drive you further into belief. Abraham Lincoln was no stranger to loss. He failed in business. He failed in elections. He buried loved ones. He carried grief that would have crushed weaker men. But he pressed on. He refined his purpose. He refused to be broken. And through pain, he became the man that history could not forget. The man who interprets pain as failure quits. The man who interprets pain as evidence, as proof that he is in the right arena, continues. He does not collapse. He calculates. He does not beg for ease. He builds endurance. And when others fall, he still stands, because he has learned to turn pain into power. You must build this habit. You must train your mind to ask, what is this pain teaching me? Not, why is this happening to me? You must see adversity not as a signal to stop, but as an invitation to grow. Every challenge says to you, prove that you are worthy of the impossible. You will be tired. You will be betrayed. You will be tempted to turn back. But this is the cost. This is the path. There are no shortcuts. There are no exceptions. The man who has a burning desire, backed by faith and reinforced by daily discipline, he expects the pain, and he overcomes it. Let me be clear. Pain does not mean you are failing. It means you are becoming. It means the old you is dying. It means the muscles of your character are being torn so they may be rebuilt stronger. It means you are walking in alignment with a goal so high it demands transformation. Rockefeller was ridiculed. Carnegie was attacked. Edison was dismissed. Ford was sued. Every man who did the impossible bore wounds that the world never saw. And still, they moved forward. Not because they liked the pain, but because they refused to surrender to it. You must make the same decision. You must choose to suffer with purpose rather than live in safety with regret. You must choose to continue when it would be easier to complain. You must choose to rise when it would be simpler to sleep. And I will tell you the secret. Every time you push through pain, your belief grows. Every time you move forward when it hurts, your confidence expands. Every time you act with courage in the face of fatigue, you are sending a signal to your subconscious. This man does not quit. Say this aloud now. My pain is fuel. My delay is proof. My burden is training. I persist where others fold. I continue until the impossible bows to me. Let those words become your shield. Speak them when your legs are heavy. Speak them when your eyes are tired. Speak them when the world is silent. For the man who speaks belief in the furnace of pain is the man who emerges with power that cannot be taken. Do not complain. Do not explain. Do not apologize for wanting more. Use the pain. Use it to build. Use it to concentrate. Use it to affirm. Use it to remind yourself you are not ordinary. You are not drifting. You are on a mission that fear cannot understand. This is your test. And you will pass it, not because it is easy, but because you are decided, because your aim is definite, because your belief is built, because your discipline is stronger than your emotions, and because you are no longer the man who folds when fire comes. You are the man who endures it, who uses it, who conquers it. This is the hour. You have listened. You have been warned, instructed, and challenged. You have been handed the laws of achievement, the very principles by which men have turned dirt into kingdoms, visions into fortunes, and impossibility into fact. And now the time has come, not to admire the truth, not to repeat the truth, but to obey it, to act on it, to claim what they said you could not have. You must understand, the world is not going to congratulate you for dreaming. It will not cheer for you because you listened to this once. The world responds only to results, and results are the children of decision, belief, repetition, and action. You cannot stop here. You must begin here. This is not the end of a speech. It is the start of a new self. You now know more than most men ever will. You have received the blueprint. You have received the fire. You have heard the challenge. But knowledge without use is dust. You must not become another man who listens, nods, and drifts back into his old identity. You must not become another man who flirts with greatness, but marries mediocrity. Ask yourself right now, have I written down my definite chief aim? Have I repeated it morning and night, with feeling, with purpose, with persistence? Have I removed distractions, changed my environment, silenced the voices of doubt? Have I acted every day with decision? Have I planned, corrected, and moved with faith? If you have not done these things, go back. Do not move on. Go back. Listen again. Read again. Write again. Speak again. Begin again. For repetition is the builder of identity. It is the only way to install belief so deeply that no external circumstance can shake it. You must burn these principles into your consciousness through exposure, expression, and execution. This is not entertainment. This is not something to play once while distracted. This is your manual for greatness. You must revisit it. Daily, if necessary, you must rise early and fill your mind with these truths before the world fills it with noise. You must train your subconscious mind like a soldier through order, command, and repetition. If you listen only once, the world will swallow what you heard. But if you listen daily, the world will have no choice but to yield to what you become. That is the law. The mind accepts what it hears most, and what it accepts, it believes, and what it believes, it attracts, and what it attracts, it becomes. Let us return to those men who lived these laws. Elbert Hubbard wrote works that outlived him because he lived what he wrote. He was not a man of theory. He was a man of practice. His words had power because his life had decision. He believed without evidence. He acted without applause. And today his principles still move men. That is the legacy of one who did what others feared. You now have the same law, the same words, the same power. But the law is neutral. It will work for you or it will work against you, depending on how you use it. If you feed it weakness, it will reward you with failure. If you feed it belief, it will reward you with victory. The law is always at work. The only question is, what are you commanding it to bring you? So I challenge you now. Do not go back to the man you were. He did not serve you. He doubted. He delayed. He listened to the wrong voices. He drifted. Let him die. Bury him with silence. And rise up now as the man your dream demands. A man of thought. A man of faith, a man of planning, a man of action, a man of identity. This life is not a rehearsal. One day your heart will stop. One day your hands will fail to rise. One day your voice will fall silent. And when that day comes, the only question will be, did you do what you were called to do? Did you obey your purpose? Did you defy their limitations? Did you achieve what they said could not be done? Let it not be said that you almost changed. Let it not be said that you had the truth and ignored it. Let it be said that you listened, decided, and acted. Let it be said that you became one of the few who lived by law, not by chance. Let it be said that you did the impossible because you refused to accept anything less. You must say this aloud now, not as a mantra, but as a vow. I do what they called impossible. I live what others only speak. I begin now. I decide now. I command success with thought, faith, and daily motion. Let those words be the wall between your old life and the one you now build. Let them be the fire that consumes every excuse. Let them be the banner you raise as you walk into the unknown with unshakable belief. You must review this message often, not for emotion, but for installation. You must program your mind until your belief becomes instinct, until your action becomes automatic, until your identity becomes indestructible. You are the master of your fate. You are the captain of your soul. And now you must prove it, not with words, not with emotion, but with decision and discipline. Listen again and again until you no longer recognize the man you used to be. Let us now begin. Stop praying like a beggar. That's why you're broke. That's why your plans fall apart. That's why the world ignores your voice. You kneel, you whisper, you plead, you call it prayer, but it is nothing more than spiritual hesitation clothed in soft language. You speak to infinite intelligence like a pauper who hopes for scraps, and then curse your results when nothing arrives. You call it surrender. I call it disobedience. You were not made to beg. You were made to command. You were not placed on this earth to mutter wishes and wait. You were not born to collapse in crisis and then look toward the sky hoping a miracle rescues you from the results of your own indecision. That is not how wealth is born. That is not how faith works. That is not prayer. That is drift. There is a law more ancient than any ritual. A law more powerful than any institution, a law that does not care how long you've suffered, a law that does not respond to tears, apologies, or your past mistakes. It answers one thing only: spiritual authority. This law asks you every day, do you think in order? Do you speak in command? Do you pray as one who believes the universe must move when you do? Because if your answer is no, if you pray like a beggar, think like a doubter, and move like a man still seeking permission, you will attract nothing but confusion. You will build nothing but delays, and you will receive exactly what you expect: silence. But if you listen today, not casually, not with entertainment, but with the obedience of a man who is tired of circling the same mountain, then this speech will show you how to pray as a builder, speak as a king, and command your results with spiritual law. You will learn how to approach infinite intelligence not as a beggar, but as a partner. You will learn how to write your definite chief aim like a spiritual decree, how to speak it aloud until your subconscious obeys, how to visualize your prayer as already complete, and how to act in such alignment with law that the world can do nothing but respond. And if you do this, if you pray in precision, speak in faith, and act with no contradiction, you will attract wealth. Not just of money, but of clarity, of power, of identity, of unstoppable momentum. And when you receive it, you will not be surprised, because the man who commands his reality by law does not ask for miracles, he creates them. Now stop everything else. Turn off the world, still your mind, and listen, not for entertainment, but for instruction, because what comes next is not just a new way to pray. It is the end of weakness, the end of delay, and the beginning of your real life. Most men pray like they're poor. They think they're being humble, when in truth they are being weak. They kneel in desperation, not in discipline. They whisper soft wishes to the sky and call it faith, while inside they tremble with fear. That is not prayer. That is spiritual disorder. That is why so many receive nothing. They ask from weakness, not from dominion. Prayer, when it is real, does not begin in the mouth. It begins in the mind. It begins in the spirit, the inner seat of command. It is not begging a distant force to notice you. It is declaring to infinite intelligence that you already know who you are, that you expect obedience from law, not because you are arrogant, but because you are aligned. Most men have never been taught this. They were told to pray softly, to be meek, to bow forever. But the law does not respond to tone. It responds to certainty. If you speak to infinite intelligence like a stranger, it will treat you like one. If you speak like a man of purpose, law obeys. I must tell you plainly, you do not ask for riches. You do not plead for better days. You prepare to receive them by training your subconscious to expect them. And this preparation is the foundation of all true prayer. Until the subconscious accepts your words as real, no prayer is answered. Let me show you how to begin. Start every day with spiritual posture. Stand, shoulders back, eyes forward. Speak to your reflection. Speak to your Creator. Speak to the law. Say it without fear. I do not pray from fear. I pray from vision. I declare my dominion over circumstance. These are not just words. They are signals. When spoken daily, they train the subconscious to walk in certainty. They build the inner man who receives results without surprise because he expected them. Your prayer must become identity. You are not asking. You are announcing your alignment with divine law. Consider Henry Ford. He did not pray for permission. He did not sit in meditation hoping the automobile would build itself. He moved. He spoke. He declared what would be, and then began to act as though it were already done. His prayer was faith in action. His results were obedience of law. You may say, but I am not Ford. And I say that is exactly the problem. You are still identifying with limitation. You are still approaching infinite intelligence like a man hoping to be noticed, instead of one who has joined hands with the law and expects cooperation. You must burn the habit of pleading. Remove from your vocabulary every weak phrase. If it's meant to be, if I'm lucky, I just hope. These are the confessions of a mind still drifting. Instead, speak your desires aloud every morning as if they are already moving toward you. Speak them not as a question, but as law. This is the spiritual function of autosuggestion. It is not mere motivation. It is not wishful thinking. It is instruction given to your inner mind. Prayer, real prayer, is autosuggestion in spiritual form. It is thought organized by belief, spoken with clarity, and repeated until your spirit cannot contradict it. You must treat your subconscious as the altar, not the pew, not the ritual, not the repetition of words learned in childhood, but the living altar of law within you, where every spoken belief becomes a seed, and every repeated thought becomes law. What do you plant at your altar each morning? Doubt? Indecision? I hope things change? Then do not be surprised when the harvest is famine, but plant clarity, plant dominion, plant repetition of power, and your results cannot help but multiply. Your prayer must become structured. It must become muscular. No more wandering. No more vague statements. No more asking for signs. The sign is in your own speech. The miracle is in your daily instruction. The transformation is in your declaration that you are not here to wish. You are here to command. From this day forward, every time you rise from rest, you begin with dominion. You stand. You look yourself in the eyes. You speak as a man who is building his world by law. You say, I am not here to wait for better days. I create them. I speak them. I declare them. And they obey. Because infinite intelligence is not deaf. It is not distant. It is not ignoring you. It is simply waiting for you to stop contradicting your own prayer with weakness. It is waiting for clarity. It is waiting for faith. It is waiting for identity. Now write down this truth and post it above your mirror. My subconscious is the altar. My prayer is the offering. My faith is the fire. My results are the answer. Repeat that truth every day. Let it soak into your speech. Let it rise in your tone. Let it become your expectation. Because once it becomes expectation, it becomes law. And once it becomes law, wealth follows. If your prayer has no fire, it will produce no flame. If your desire is weak, your words are wasted breath. True prayer does not begin with habit or tradition. It begins with burning desire. Without it, all your petitions, your affirmations, your words to infinite intelligence are nothing but noise. Desire is the spark. It is the force that ignites spiritual law. You may repeat every phrase with perfect pronunciation, but if you do not feel it, if it does not move your blood, it will not move your results. The world responds to men who want something so deeply they cannot stop thinking, speaking, and moving toward it. This is why most prayers fail, not because infinite intelligence is absent, but because the man praying is lukewarm. His words say one thing, his desire says nothing, and the law does not obey contradiction, it obeys fire. Weak prayers are simply confirmations of weak desire. The man who prays for wealth but still speaks like a beggar, still plans like a drifter, still expects little, his prayer is hollow. It does not rise. It does not command. It simply circles around his own limitation and returns to him empty. Let me be clear, prayer is not magic. It is spiritual engineering. It is the welding of thought, belief, and emotional intensity into one dominant vibration. And that vibration only holds power when it is fueled by burning desire. Consider Edwin C. Barnes. He did not pray to work for Edison. He prayed to be Edison's partner. And he did not ask meekly. He declared it to himself so often with such faith and repetition that he became a magnet to the opportunity. It took years, but he received exactly what he prayed for. Why? Because his desire never faded. Barnes held one idea in his mind, like fire in his chest. I will work with Edison. I will become his business partner. I will not stop until it happens. He repeated this prayer with certainty, not asking when, not asking how, just holding it, feeding it, speaking it. That is how desire fuels prayer. When it becomes an obsession, not a hope, when it drives your voice, your pen, your body, your every moment of silence. If you have not felt prayer burn in your gut, you have not yet prayed with power. Now I command you, define your desire in one sentence, not 5, not 10, not vague, one sentence so clear that if I read it aloud, the world would know who you are and what you are building. Once you have that sentence, speak it daily. Speak it like law. Speak it in your mirror. Speak it while walking. Speak it before sleep. The law responds to emotional repetition, not empty echoing, but the kind that vibrates your bones. Say aloud with me, I pray with fire. I do not whisper my wants. I demand my future from infinite intelligence. Let that be your new rhythm. Let it replace your sighs and uncertainties. Every time you want to say, I don't know if I can, say instead, I declare it. I build it. I am becoming it. True prayer must consume you. It must alter your speech. It must drive your planning. It must shape your tone. Your calendar should look like your desire. Your habits should obey your prayer. And your environment should begin to reflect the identity you pray into existence. Now write your desire at the top of your daily journal. Write it each morning in the same words with the same belief, and speak it aloud with emotional force. Do not mumble it. Do not read it like a grocery list. Speak it like a builder reading blueprints. Speak it like a king giving command. If your desire is to become wealthy, do not pray, please help me make money. That is weakness. Say, I am a man who builds wealth through purpose and discipline. I earn $10,000 each month through value, clarity, and law. State your aim. State your method. State your expectation. Then ask yourself, do I speak this prayer as one who believes or as one still seeking permission? Because here is the truth. You are not asking for permission. You are declaring cooperation with law. Infinite intelligence does not need to be convinced to help you. It is already prepared. It simply needs clarity. It needs consistency. It needs repetition backed by desire. Let me warn you, if your desire fades after one hard day, you never had true desire. True desire endures. It sharpens in adversity. It repeats itself louder when results are slow. It refuses to shut up until the thing is done. And your prayer must match that. Not one day, not 1 week, every day, until it becomes who you are. Now repeat this aloud. I do not drift in prayer. I do not stutter in spirit. I do not beg for scraps. I declare my desire, and I reinforce it with speech, thought, and action until the law obeys. Because the law does obey, but only for the man whose fire never fades. Now that your desire burns, let us add the fuel that makes it unshakable, faith. Without faith, your prayer is a ship with no anchor and no sail. It is blown by circumstance, silenced by delay, and drowned by doubt. You may repeat your words, but if fear lives behind your tone, your subconscious will reject every syllable. Faith is not a feeling. Faith is not the absence of hardship. Faith is a decision, enforced by repetition. It is a mental discipline. It is the act of choosing belief even when the world gives you every excuse to shrink. When a man prays in faith, his voice has a tone of command. When he prays in fear, his tone collapses into contradiction, and the law will not follow contradiction. Fear and faith cannot share the same home. They cannot dine at the same table. One must rule. One must be cast out. Every time you choose fear, you close the door to infinite intelligence. Every time you choose faith, you swing the gates wide open and invite the impossible to obey you. Say this aloud. I pray in certainty. I speak to infinite intelligence with the calm of a man who already received. This is the voice you must use, not frantic, not desperate, not apologetic. Calm, clear, definite, like a man who has made peace with his future because he has already decided it. Let me tell you a truth that few accept. The subconscious accepts prayer only when the voice behind it is unwavering. You cannot speak one day of riches and the next day cry out in lack. You cannot declare power at dawn and then gossip in doubt by evening. That is spiritual sabotage. That is how the average man lives, and that is why his life does not change. Consider Abraham Lincoln. He did not pray for the absence of war. He did not ask for an easier path. He prayed for the strength to carry the burden he chose to bear. He believed even when his own cabinet doubted. He moved forward into battle, not because it was certain, but because his decision was. That is faith in action. And if you want your prayer to have force, you must build your faith like Lincoln. Each morning before you speak to infinite intelligence, prime your mind. Repeat your self-confidence formula aloud. Speak your identity. Calm your breath. Set your posture. Set your tone. Because the way you prepare to pray determines the power of your words. Let me be even clearer. Praying while doubting is worse than silence, because it teaches your subconscious that your words are lies. It convinces your spirit that you do not mean what you say. And the law obeys not what you wish, but what you believe. Stop saying, I wish I was rich. Say, I'm a man of wealth, and I receive abundance daily through discipline and purpose. Do not say, I hope it works out. Say, it is working because I work, and the law is on my side. Stop praying to escape fear, and start praying like a man who has already conquered it. You may not feel it yet, but faith is not about feelings. Faith is about what you repeat until your feelings surrender. It is not about waiting for confidence. It is about becoming the man who speaks with conviction, whether his knees shake or not. Let me give you the formula. Desire is the fire. Faith is the fuel. Prayer is the channel. Action is the proof. If any one of these is missing, the law remains silent. But when all are present, desire burning, faith spoken, prayer declared, and movement immediate, then reality begins to shift. Now declare with me, I do not pray and question, I pray and command. My faith is not emotion, it is law. I speak what I believe what I speak, and the law obeys. Let this be the rhythm of your morning. Let this be the chorus of your inner world. Let this tone of certainty drown every former whisper of fear, because when your prayer becomes backed by unwavering belief, it becomes unstoppable. You are not praying to the clouds. You are not speaking into empty space. When you pray, you are issuing orders to the subconscious mind, and it is the only altar that matters. It is the seat of your power, the gateway to infinite intelligence, the bridge between thought and reality. It does not judge your words, it obeys them. But not all words are heard. The subconscious responds only to what is repeated with clarity, emotion, and belief. It does not respond to weak requests, whispered hopes, or phrases you do not feel. You cannot fool it, you cannot pretend. If your tone is uncertain, the message is rejected. If your voice trembles with doubt, the order is not delivered. This is why prayer must be more than words. It must be felt. It must be lived. Every prayer is a command, but only the ones spoken from deep emotional clarity pass through to the subconscious and take root. Say aloud with me now, each time I pray, I rewire my spirit. My subconscious accepts only strength, clarity, and definite instruction. This is not philosophy. It is law. It is the reason men who speak with power shape their worlds, and those who speak in confusion drift for decades. Your subconscious is listening all day, every day. It listens to what you say about yourself. It listens to what you repeat in silence. It listens to your tone, your emotion, your self-image. Every word you say is a seed, and your subconscious is the soil. If you plant doubt, it grows confusion. If you plant faith, it grows results. But you cannot plant both and expect a harvest. You must become consistent. You must become deliberate. You must become a man who only speaks what he wants multiplied. Consider John D. Rockefeller. He never allowed panic to enter his speech, not even in economic collapse. When others shouted, he sat in silence. When others feared, he spoke in facts. His prayer was not loud, it was certain, and the subconscious obeys certainty. You must train your subconscious the same way. Create your primary prayer, the one that defines your purpose, your vision, your destiny. Write it in the present tense. Write it as law. And then repeat it 5 times daily, always with feeling. Do not say it casually. Do not mumble it as if reading from a card. Say it like a general giving orders before battle. Say it like your future depends on it, because it does. Let me be clear again. Your prayer is your spiritual blueprint. If you do not read it aloud, review it, speak it, and feel it, you are walking into battle with no map, and the subconscious does not build from guesses. It builds from exact designs. It builds from repeated certainty. Now let me issue a warning. Complaining undoes what prayer builds. The moment you speak in fear, sarcasm, or self-pity, you undo the progress made by your spoken faith. You confuse the subconscious. You halt the construction of your results. Fear spoken aloud is reverse prayer. It gives energy to the very thing you seek to avoid. Never forget this. The subconscious does not care if you're joking, doubting, or just venting. It takes your words seriously, and it acts accordingly. From this day forward, you must become a guardian of your speech. Every prayer spoken must be clear. Every affirmation declared must be exact. Every vision repeated must be laced with emotional power. This is how you train the subconscious to respond like a loyal soldier. Now say this. My words are orders. My tone is law. My belief is fire. And my subconscious moves when I speak with clarity. This is how you transform invisible belief into visible results. This is how you shape your identity. This is how you command infinite intelligence, not with noise, but with order. Now go write your primary prayer. Speak it 5 times today, and each time say it like you mean it. If a man enters a builder's workshop and says, "Make me something," the builder does not begin. He waits. Why? Because something has no structure. Something has no weight, no shape, no material. It is not a request. It is a fog. An infinite intelligence, like that builder, cannot construct from fog. It must receive clarity. This is why most men's prayers go unanswered. They are vague. They are scattered. They are emotional wishes wrapped in hopeful tones. "Help me succeed," they say. "Make things better." But what things? Better in what way? What is success? Measured how? By what deadline? Through which action? The prayer fails not because it lacks passion, but because it lacks form. You must not be like these men. Infinite intelligence does not reward vague emotion. It responds to order. It multiplies structure. It obeys law. And law is precise. Law is mathematical. Law demands blueprint, schedule, measurement, reason. The man who speaks with detail, who visualizes with structure, who acts with organization. This is the man who builds results through prayer. Say it with me now. I speak to infinite intelligence with the tongue of command. My request is precise. My vision is detailed. My will is unwavering. That is not arrogance. That is alignment with truth. You are not demanding from a deity. You are working with a law. And this law does not ask how emotional you are. It does not respond to tears. It responds to definition. Begin your prayer with gratitude, not because you must flatter the divine, but because gratitude shifts your mental state from lack to abundance. It tells the subconscious, "I already live in supply." That signal opens the channel to more. Then speak your vision, name it, shape it, detail it. And if you desire wealth, do not say, "I want to be rich." Say, "By the 1st of January, I earn $10,000 monthly through my business, serving 50 clients who pay for precision, value, and transformation. I achieve this by working 4 hours of focused time each morning, delivering excellence without exception." This is not just speech. It is spiritual structure. The subconscious understands this. The law respects it. Let me give you the model. Every clear prayer contains 4 pillars: gratitude, specific desire, definite method, and a measured outcome. That is the voice of a man who commands results. Anything less invites chaos. Andrew Carnegie did not simply wish to be rich. He structured his goals. He wrote them. He reviewed them. He allowed no fog in his desires. That is why his subconscious followed and his life obeyed. You must do the same. Write your prayer as a covenant. Post it by your mirror. Speak it every morning before motion. Speak it again before night. Speak it not to request, but to enforce. Speak it like a general reading a campaign strategy aloud to the soul. Now here is what will sharpen your spiritual edge even further. Create your prayer ledger. On one page, write the exact spiritual command you have spoken. On the other, list one act of physical preparation. If you've declared wealth, then list, "Today I speak to 10 prospects." If you've declared clarity, then list, "I write 1 page of my vision statement." If you've declared physical discipline, then write, "I train at dawn with no excuse." Each line of prayer must be matched by a line of movement. Each word of belief must be confirmed by one act of obedience. Without that, you pray into contradiction. You confuse the subconscious. You insult the law. Hear me clearly. Prayer without movement is spiritual contradiction, and contradiction halts results. Say it aloud. Each command I give is matched by movement. My ledger confirms that I believe what I speak. That ledger will become your record of power. It will show you daily whether your spirit obeys what your mouth declares. And here is the highest law of this part. Order attracts order. Vagueness attracts chaos. Specificity creates magnetism. Clarity becomes wealth. This is not my opinion. It is the rhythm of law. A house is not built with a feeling. It is built with blueprint. So is a destiny. When you speak to infinite intelligence, stop whispering clouds. Speak bricks. Speak beams. Speak blueprints. Do not say, I hope things work out. Say, by the end of this year, I will have produced a result so specific, so measurable, so real, that the world will know I prayed in law, not in fog. Let your prayer match your planner. Let your affirmation match your calendar. Let your desire match your daily steps, because the law cannot resist a man who has brought his vision into total alignment. Now repeat after me. I no longer pray in fog. I no longer speak in maybe. I give my vision in detail. I move with direction. I prepare as one who knows that what I have asked for is already forming. You are not here to hope. You are here to command. You are not here to guess. You are here to declare. Your prayer is your building tool. Your word is your scaffold. Your belief is your mortar. Your action is your proof. Let the next prayer you speak carry the weight of an oath. Let it echo with order. Let it move you to motion. Because once it does, infinite intelligence will not hesitate to move with you. Now hear me and never forget this truth. Prayer without movement is spiritual procrastination. It is the illusion of progress without the price. It is noise without direction. If you pray and wait, pray and wonder, pray and pause, you are not praying in faith. You are praying in delay. And delay is the enemy of dominion. When a man truly believes that his prayer has been heard, he moves. He does not hesitate. He does not overthink. He does not wait for a perfect sign. He acts because the command has already been issued, and he expects law to respond as he does. This is spiritual confidence. This is alignment with infinite intelligence. This is how miracles materialize. Say it aloud. I do not pray and wait. I pray and move. My belief is seen in my steps, not just my words. The man who sits idle after prayer has not prayed. He has merely fantasized. The man who continues in motion, even while nothing is visible, has prayed correctly, because action is the proof of belief. Motion is the receipt of answered prayer. And hesitation is nothing but fear disguised as logic. Let us speak of Thomas Edison. He did not pray for invention and then recline in stillness. He prayed through action. He lit his workshop with desire. He soaked his tools with belief. He worked long after others would have quit, because he knew the law must obey the man who continues. His prayer was not merely spoken. It was hammered, wired, melted, tested. His hands were the extension of his words. You must pray the same way. Every time you speak your chief aim aloud, your next move must reflect it. You say you are a man of wealth? Then how do you walk, speak, and labor today? You say you are building an enterprise? Then where are your orders, your letters, your action steps? Say aloud, my prayer ends with action. My faith moves my feet. I prove my belief with deeds. You must treat every prayer as the spark, and your next step as the flame that brings it to life. A spark alone is not fire. It must find fuel. It must find friction. It must find movement. The law responds to effort as much as it does to speech. This is not merely instruction, it is command. After every prayer, write down one act that proves your belief. Then do it. Before the sun sets, before the night steals your momentum, do not delay, do not drift. Because the longer you wait after prayer, the colder the fire becomes, the softer your tone grows, the harder it is to act, and the more likely your subconscious is to label the prayer as fantasy. Each time you pray and act, the connection between belief and motion grows stronger. You build internal trust. You begin to see yourself not just as a man who hopes, but as a man who creates. And the world responds to creators. Now consider this. The world belongs not to those who pray loud, but to those who move in quiet certainty. The loud man may be heard, but the silent mover is obeyed. His results speak what his mouth never needed to say. His life becomes his loudest prayer. Let me remind you, faith without works is not just dead. It is drift in disguise. It is a form of weakness masked as wisdom. I'm waiting for confirmation, the man says. I'm looking for a sign. But law does not need confirmation. Law is waiting on you. Say this now. Each step I take is sacred. Each act I perform is charged with purpose. My belief is not a wish. It is my command to life. This is not mere motivation. This is the pattern of every man who ever built wealth by prayer. And here is a principle very few understand. Movement itself becomes prayer. When your actions align with your words, your entire life becomes a walking affirmation. When your steps match your speech, your schedule becomes sacred. Your effort becomes evidence. And the law of infinite intelligence bends to your pattern. When you declare that you are building an enterprise, and each morning you rise early to build it, that is prayer. When you say you will earn a specific amount, and you speak to clients, refine your craft, and demand excellence, that is prayer. When you say you are transforming your health, and you eat with purpose, train with fire, and walk with posture, that is prayer. Your life becomes the proof. Your calendar becomes scripture. Your movement becomes a magnet for all that you declared. Now let us go further. Movement not only proves belief, it attracts allies. When you move, you signal to high-energy individuals that you are a man of direction. They feel your momentum. They see your structure. They recognize your rhythm, and they join it. But the man who speaks and delays, he attracts no one. He repels opportunity. He stirs nothing. Do not pray for allies while staying idle. Your movement is what summons the mastermind. Your discipline is what calls them forth. Your focus is what magnetizes those of equal energy. So write this law in your heart. I move, therefore I believe. I act, therefore I attract. I build, therefore I receive. From this day forward, there must be no prayer without proof. Each morning, speak your desire, then match it with motion. Do not sleep without having confirmed your word. And when delay tries to return, when your old habits whisper comfort, when the weaker man in you says, wait until you feel ready, speak this truth aloud. I do not wait. I command. I do not hesitate. I execute. I do not wish. I build. You are not here to admire law. You are here to enforce it. You are not here to rehearse belief. You are here to live it. Close this day with one final declaration. I have prayed, now I move, and all the power of infinite intelligence moves with me. The weak man prays for outcomes. The strong man prays to become the type of man who makes outcomes inevitable. This is the great divide. One begs for circumstances to change. The other demands that his identity evolve. The first hopes to receive. The second commands himself to become. And infinite intelligence obeys the second every time. Say aloud, I pray not just for wealth. I pray to become the man who commands wealth. This is not about more goals. It is about greater self-concept. This is not about more money, opportunity, or ease. It is about becoming the man whose habits, tone, speech, and posture are so definite. Results must follow him. You cannot receive what your identity rejects. And if your inner voice still says, I am not that man, then all the outcomes in the world will slip through your fingers. You will sabotage the very success you prayed for, because your self-image cannot hold what your soul does not yet believe. That is why prayer must first be aimed at identity. Let me say it clearly. You are not waiting for answered prayer. You are becoming the man whose life is the answer. Let us take Abraham Lincoln again. He did not pray to become lucky. He did not beg for an easy path. He prayed to become strong enough to walk the path no one else dared. He became a man whose inner frame could carry a fractured nation. He did not request relief. He built resilience. That is identity-based prayer. You must do the same. Every morning, go to the mirror. Do not leave it until you have spoken your identity aloud, not as hope, not as a wish, as a declaration of spiritual law. Say, I am a man of order. I am a man of strength. I am a man of action, clarity, and dominion. Do not say it once. Say it until the voice inside you begins to believe it, and then say it again, until that belief turns into behavior. Most men pray for events. They say, let this happen. Give me this opportunity. Send me this person. But that is a child's prayer. That is the prayer of a man who still believes that success is something that happens to him. It is not. Success happens through you. And until your identity matches the vision, you will repel the very thing you desire. Let me tell you what to stop doing. Stop praying for things you are not yet ready to hold. Instead, build the man who will hold them. Stop praying for riches while living in disorder. Stop praying for opportunity while hiding in fear. Stop praying for influence while speaking like a man unsure of his direction. First become, then receive. This is why your prayer must be a spiritual mirror. It must reflect not just what you want, but who you must become to receive it. Write this down and place it by your mirror. I pray not for outcomes. I pray to sculpt the identity that creates outcomes. Then every day ask yourself, not what do I want, but who must I become? That question changes everything. That question awakens power. If you want wealth, are you living in financial clarity? If you want to lead, do you speak with certainty and act with structure? If you want influence, do you carry yourself with the discipline of a man who cannot be ignored? If not, you are not ready. And prayer, no matter how passionate, will not override identity. Now say this. I am becoming the man my vision requires. I am no longer waiting for answered prayer. I am walking in it. Understand you are not asking for permission. You are building alignment. You are creating a vessel fit for the power you wish to hold. And when the vessel is strong enough, the answer must come. Law will not delay it. So begin a ritual today. Every morning, speak your identity prayer aloud, not what you want to have, but who you must be, not what you hope happens, but what you are building within. Say, I am a man of strength. I command my thoughts. I lead my emotions. I walk in discipline. I radiate order. I do not wait. I become. That is not poetry. That is power. That is instruction to the subconscious. That is how you build a magnet that wealth cannot ignore. Do not let a day pass without it. Now hear this final truth. The man who builds his identity through prayer becomes unstoppable. His tone changes, his posture changes, his time changes, his circle changes, because everything external must eventually conform to the internal law he has declared. That is why you must not just say it, you must live it. Your actions must echo the identity you speak. Your decisions must confirm it. Your habits must obey it. Only then does prayer become visible. Only then do you stop hoping for change and start becoming the very force that commands it. Close with this affirmation. Each time I pray, I reinforce who I am, not who I hope to be, who I choose to be. Now I say to you, not with suggestion, but with spiritual certainty, you are not merely the speaker of the prayer. You are its answer. You are its proof. You are the living extension of every command you have declared. And whether wealth, power, peace, or victory enters your life depends not on what you ask for, but on who you become. Let us cast aside forever the idea that prayer is an act separate from living, that it is confined to a corner, a moment, a ceremony. This is drift in disguise. Prayer is not merely what you whisper in stillness. It is what you build in motion. It is how you think, how you speak, how you walk, how you respond when fear returns. Your life is your prayer. Your decisions are your declarations. Your attitude, your rituals, your order. These are the verses. These are the lines. These are the proclamations that infinite intelligence reads and responds to. Say this now with full force. I am the living answer to the prayer I have spoken. No more waiting, no more wishing. You walk now as a man who is already obeyed by law, a man whose thoughts, speech, and habits confirm what he asked for. Because here is the law. Wealth does not come to the man who prays once. It comes to the man who prays daily through discipline, through clarity, through emotional control. It comes to the man who no longer separates prayer from preparation, who no longer divides belief from behavior, who no longer asks, "When will it come?" but declares, "It is already forming, and I walk toward it without hesitation." Say this aloud and etch it on your soul. I am the proof of spiritual law. I speak with power. I move with certainty. I receive with discipline. And now, if you are to truly graduate from this message, if you are to become not a listener, but a living force, then you must complete this exercise. Write your final spiritual declaration, not a request, not a poem, not a vague hope, a personal covenant, a contract between your identity and infinite intelligence. State who you are, what you are building, how you will act, and how the law must obey you. Speak it aloud every morning and night for 30 days. Let it become your mental law. Let it reprogram your spirit. Let it destroy every echo of the weaker man who used to beg and replace him with the builder who commands. Say, I no longer wait for a sign. I am the sign. I no longer beg. I prepare. I no longer hope. I act. Remember this. Every act of gratitude is prayer. Every moment of discipline is prayer. Every time you refuse fear, correct your thoughts, reject complaint, and speak only belief, you are praying. Prayer is not separate from life. Prayer is life. When you open your eyes in the morning and direct your mind toward your definite aim, that is prayer. When you review your goals, speak them aloud, and take action before emotion speaks, that is prayer. When you silence doubt with a sentence of decision and move with the calm of a man who already received, that is prayer. And when you do this day after day, without apology, without break, without contradiction, you become magnetic to wealth. Because wealth is not some mysterious reward. Wealth is the result of spiritual obedience. It is the echo of daily law. It is the byproduct of living prayer. Do not miss this. If your life is still ruled by randomness, fear, and emotional drift, it is because your prayer has remained an event, not a rhythm. But if you make prayer your rhythm, discipline your thoughts, train your speech, walk in clarity, command your focus, then nothing can stop the wealth that must follow. Because wealth is not the goal, it is the consequence. Now close with this. My thoughts are prayer. My speech is prayer. My calendar is prayer. My action is prayer. I walk as a living prayer, and all I desire is already adjusting to obey me. Let the weaker man die. Let the drifter go. Let the fog be burned. Let this new version of you walk with power. And now, here is your final command. Write the burial letter to your former self, the man who begged, the man who waited, the man who hoped while doing nothing. Write to him. Thank him for his service. Then burn it. Go to the mirror. Stand tall. Speak your identity aloud 3 times. Lock eyes with yourself. Say it like law. And let the universe adjust. You were not born to suffer through life. You were not created to scramble for pennies, to beg for attention, to walk the earth in quiet confusion, wondering why abundance always seems to belong to someone else. You were created to prosper. But let me be clear from the beginning. Not all men will, not because God made them less, but because they refuse to obey the law of increase. They reject the very principles that would make them rich, fulfilled, powerful, and useful. I have seen men cry out for miracles while breaking every law that miracles obey. I have seen men curse heaven for their poverty while spending their lives in drift, disobedience, and mental laziness. I have seen men shake their fists at God, asking why life is so unfair, while refusing to take command of the power they were given at birth. Let me ask you, will you be one of them? If you are waiting for permission to prosper, this is it. If you are waiting for a sign to step into your power, this is it. If you are searching for a reason to believe again, This message is it. But I warn you, if you ignore what follows, if you treat this as mere motivation, if you go back to your familiar excuses, fears, and comfort, you will suffer the consequences. Not by my hand, not even by the hand of God, but by the fixed, unchanging law that governs every man's increase or decline. Let me tell you the story of a man I once knew. He was intelligent, talented. Everyone believed he had a future full of greatness. But he waited, always waited, said he was preying on it, said he was waiting for the right season, said he was letting God open the door, and so he sat. 10 years passed. His fire dimmed, his health declined, his family looked elsewhere for leadership. The man who could have built empires became a whisper, not because he lacked favor, but because he lacked decision. I tell you this now, God gives potential, but it is the man who must obey. On the other hand, I once met a poor boy in Pennsylvania who believed the words of an old book that said, "Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap." And though he had no education, no inheritance, and no special advantages, he worked with intensity, studied daily, read every success principle he could get his hands on, and applied them without apology. He later became known as Andrew Carnegie. You see the difference? It was not chance. It was not accident. It was not fate. It was obedience. That is what this message is about. Not just prosperity, but divine alignment. Not just riches, but the right to riches, earned by faith, obedience, definite purpose, and useful service. If you listen, truly listen, you will leave this moment with a spiritual blueprint for prosperity that no man, no economy, and no devil can take from you. You will walk forward with command, with purpose, with law in your mind and faith in your blood. But if you ignore this, if you drift, delay, argue, or rationalize, you will fall victim to the silent curse that destroys more men than war. A life half lived, a potential never realized, a soul that looked like it was waiting on God when God was waiting on you. Say this now: I was created to prosper, and I will obey the law that makes it so. I refuse to live beneath the calling of my own design. I walk in decision, and I expect divine increase. Now sit up straight. Wipe the sleep from your soul. This is not inspiration. This is instruction. These are not ideas. These are laws. They do not care how you feel. They respond only to how you act. You were created to prosper, but the gates will not open themselves. You must now decide. Will you walk the divine path or wander into regret? The next part begins the journey. Walk with me. You were not born to struggle. You were born to prosper. That is the truth the world will never teach you, and yet it is the only truth worth building a life upon. You were created by infinite intelligence, not to beg, not to drift, not to wonder, but to create, to command, and to expand. Every soul is born with a divine imprint of abundance, but not all activate it. Not all obey the laws that unlock it. They live in lack, not because they must, but because they refuse to believe the first law of prosperity, that they were made by a creator who intends for them to increase. Most men do not live in poverty because they are lazy. They live in poverty because they are ignorant of law. They are blind to the invisible principles that govern increase. They believe in luck, in favoritism, in fate, but not in divine law. And so they drift decade after decade, never claiming what is already theirs. Say this aloud: God created me to prosper in thought, in deed, in riches, and in purpose. Say it with conviction. Say it until your blood believes it, because if you do not say it, the world will tell you otherwise. And if you do not claim it, you will never hold it. Infinite intelligence does not create accidents. There is not one tree, one star, one mountain, or one heartbeat in this universe that exists without intention. So tell me, do you think you were created to be the exception? You were made with precision for a purpose, and that purpose includes prosperity. Andrew Carnegie, one of the wealthiest men in history, did not choose men based on credentials or appearance. He sought those with definiteness of purpose. belief in their own ability, and a willingness to work under divine law. He did not ask if they were lucky. He asked if they were committed. You must now accept that prosperity is not luck, it is law. Just as gravity pulls objects downward, so does obedience to divine principle pull prosperity into your life. And just as you would not jump from a building expecting to float, you must not disobey spiritual law and expect to rise. Prosperity is God's natural order. Everywhere you look, abundance, forests that multiply, oceans that overflow, life that renews itself daily. Why would man be the only creature sentenced to poverty? He is not. He is the only creature capable of choosing it. God's plan is always one of increase, spiritually, mentally, financially, emotionally. Every law points toward expansion, but it is man's belief, or lack of belief, that either opens or closes the flow. No man receives more than he is willing to accept. To deny your calling to prosper is to resist God himself. It is to reject the hand that created you. It is to live beneath your purpose and die with your song unsung. And I tell you now, that is not humility. That is rebellion disguised as modesty. You were created with power, but that power must be activated. Power unused is power lost, and power denied is potential aborted. Say it again. I was created to prosper. And now say, and I will no longer resist what God has ordained for me. This is not a message of greed. It is a message of obedience. Obedience to the law of cause and effect. Obedience to the law of definite purpose. Obedience to the command that says, be fruitful, multiply, and take dominion. If you believe that God is glorified by your weakness, you do not understand him. God is glorified when a man walks in purpose, when a man provides for his family, when a man gives more than he receives, when a man turns talent into service and service into wealth and wealth into good. There is no spiritual virtue in lack. There is no holiness in fear. There is no divine applause for the man who hides his gift beneath the soil of indecision. The only reward for the unfaithful steward is loss. And the only reward for drift is regret. Look around you. Every structure built by man began first in the mind, and every mind was given by God. So I ask you, what will you do with yours? Will you use it to complain or to command? Will you shrink from greatness or rise into the call? Do not mistake trials for curses. Life will test you, but never to destroy you, only to prepare you, only to strengthen the vessel that must carry the treasure. The diamonds of destiny are hidden in the mines of discipline and obedience. Today begins your awakening. From this moment forward, you no longer seek prosperity. You realize it has been seeking you, but it waits for your obedience. It waits for your belief. It waits for your decision. You were created to prosper, and the only thing left standing between you and the life ordained for you is your refusal to accept that truth as law. No more, no delay, no apology, no drifting. Now say it with finality. I am the man who obeys divine law. I am the man who walks with purpose. I am the man who will prosper because I was created to do so. Poverty of the soul begins not with empty pockets, but with misalignment. The man who is poor in spirit, in belief, in discipline, and in purpose is already walking in rebellion against the very laws that would make him great. And worst of all, he often does not know it. Men assume that rebellion looks like violence or crime. No, rebellion often looks like silence, delay, excuse, avoidance. It wears the mask of playing it safe. But underneath it, the truth is visible. The man is resisting the divine will for his increase. Infinite intelligence governs all things by fixed law, not favoritism, not chaos, not coincidence. You are either in harmony with that law or in conflict with it. And the measure of your prosperity, inner and outer, tells you which one it is. You do not have to be judged by man to suffer. When you drift, you are judged by consequence. Obedience to the law brings increase. Disobedience brings decline. This is not punishment. It is precision. This is not cruelty. It is cause and effect. Say now, I bring my life into harmony with divine increase. And speak it until your habits follow. Speak it until your thoughts match it. Speak it until it becomes your daily creed. Because nothing multiplies faster than a man aligned with spiritual law. Henry Ford was not the most educated man of his time, nor the most polished, but he obeyed the law of useful service, of innovation, of persistence. And the result? The world rearranged itself around his vision. He did not wait for favor. He activated it through law. You must break this lie once and for all, that God is glorified by poverty, that he smiles upon your limitation, that he honors your fear. This belief has crippled generations. God is glorified by your obedience, your productivity, your service, and your dominion. The laws of prosperity are not hidden. They are available to every man. Desire, faith, action, planning, persistence. Ignore them, and you suffer. Obey them, and you rise. There is no middle ground. There is only decision or drift. Drift is unconscious rebellion. It is the refusal to think, to plan, to act, to believe. It is the quiet sin of passivity, dressed in polite manners and spiritual-sounding words. And it is more deadly than failure because it pretends to be safe. The man who drifts may go to work. He may attend church. He may smile at his neighbor. But inside he is wandering. He lives without vision, without urgency, without faith. And his life, however polite, is rebellion in disguise. If your days are consumed by reaction and not creation, you are not aligned. If your thoughts are filled with fear, doubt, and gossip, you are not aligned. If your actions are vague, scattered, and delayed, you are not aligned. Command this now. I return my life to order. I align my habits with the law of success. I obey God by structuring my mind, disciplining my days, and deciding with finality. Because the man who cooperates with divine law becomes a magnet. His thoughts attract provision. His actions pull results. His spirit glows with fire. He does not chase opportunity. Opportunity seeks him out. The world becomes your servant when you become a servant of law, not the law of man, the law of growth, the law of discipline, the law of faith, the law of definite purpose. These are eternal. These are divine. These are the source of all sustainable wealth. Do not wait for miracles. The laws that produce miracles are already in your possession. But laws require application. A man who owns a seed but never plants it has no right to complain of hunger. And a man who hears truth but refuses to act has no right to cry for more. You are not suffering from lack. You are suffering from misalignment. You are not cursed. You are disconnected. The signal has not changed. Your receiver is filled with noise, and now you must clean it. Now you must tune in. Return to structure. Rise early. Read with purpose. Speak your chief aim. Write your plan. Guard your tongue. Sow service, and do it daily, without fail, without flair, without permission. The man who seeks to rise without order is a man who mocks divine design. Look at nature. Every season flows in sequence. Every river follows a path. Every sunrise comes with precision. And yet man, who is given choice, refuses structure and then curses God for his confusion. You were given the gift of freedom, but freedom without obedience is destruction. Freedom is not the absence of law. It is the power to choose which law you will obey. Choose now, the law of drift or the law of destiny, the law of fear, the law of faith, the law of confusion or the law of clarity, the law of decline or the law of divine increase. Affirm it with strength. From this moment I obey divine law. I organize my days. I discipline my thoughts. I speak only what builds. I believe only what aligns. I live as one worthy of increase. The rebellious man pretends to be humble, but the obedient man proves himself by fruit, and fruit does not lie. It speaks loudly, publicly, without apology. Either your life produces it or it doesn't. You are not being punished. You are being warned. not by fear, but by truth. There is still time, but not much. You are either building alignment or drifting into regret. This message is not to shame you. It is to awaken you, to show you that prosperity is already within reach, but only if you walk in law, only if you submit your ego, only if you rise in obedience. God will not beg you to obey. The law will not bend to your emotions. The path is marked, the truth is written, and the decision is now yours. Will you walk in harmony or continue in rebellion? Choose now. Choose boldly, and the world will make room for the man who walks with God. No man ever received lasting prosperity by accident, and no man ever attracted sustained wealth while drifting. Prosperity comes to the man who is definite in purpose. It is the man who knows what he wants, who speaks it with fire, and moves toward it with discipline. He is the one God entrusts with increase. Definiteness of purpose is not just a success principle. It is a spiritual agreement. When you declare your purpose with clarity and intention, you enter into covenant with infinite intelligence. You signal to all of life that you are ready to command, ready to build, and ready to be held responsible. A man without a chief aim is like a ship without a rudder. He may drift for years and mistake movement for progress, but he arrives nowhere because he aimed nowhere. The world does not reward motion, it rewards direction. Say this now with conviction. I know what I want. I know what I will give to get it. I will persist until I possess it. Speak it until it burns. Speak it until it rewrites your subconscious mind. Because without definiteness, you are not a man. You are a shadow. God does not reward vague wishers. He rewards definite thinkers. He rewards the man who has thought through his vision, planned his steps, committed his will, and has staked his soul on fulfilling his purpose, no matter what. Charles M. Schwab was not the most technically gifted man in Andrew Carnegie's empire, but he rose higher than all the others. Why? Because he had clarity of aim, strength of conviction, and the ability to communicate vision. He was indispensable because he was definite. Prosperity begins where your vague hopes end. It begins the moment you decide, once and for all, what you will build, who you will serve, and what price you are willing to pay to manifest that decision into reality. Let us tie this to ancient instruction. Write the vision, make it plain that he may run who reads it. You are not meant to wander in confusion. You are meant to run in purpose. But the man who never writes his vision cannot walk in its power. Purpose is not a business plan. It is a sacred vow. It is a decision made between you and infinite intelligence, a line drawn in the sand of time that says, this is the life I will build, this is the service I will give, and this is the man I will become. You must choose now, and not weakly, not conditionally, not if it works. You must choose with finality. Decision sharpens the soul like steel sharpens the blade. Without it, your power leaks, your confidence shrinks, and the world ignores you. Take a blank page. Write at the top, my definite chief aim, and beneath it describe the future you are building, the wealth you will attract, the people you will serve, and the man you must become. And make it specific, vivid, measurable, emotional, divine. Then post it on your mirror. Speak it aloud every morning. Speak it again before you sleep. Speak it even when doubt whispers. Speak it when delay tempts. Speak it when nothing seems to move. Speak it until it becomes real. Your subconscious mind must be commanded, not entertained. It must be directed with certainty, not suggestions. And every day you read and speak your purpose, you are engraving it into the very soil of your destiny. To move without purpose is to delay the prosperity God already prepared for you. It is not that your blessings do not exist. It is that you have failed to give them a place to arrive. The airplane of your dream cannot land on the runway of confusion. Let me speak plainly. If you do not choose your aim, life will choose it for you. And life does not reward the man who drifts. It uses him. It tosses him between circumstances. It exhausts him. And when he is old, it leaves him wondering what could have been. But the man of purpose, he stands firm, he bends time, he multiplies energy. He makes the very air around him electric with decision. He speaks and others listen. He walks and doors open, because nature itself obeys the man who obeys his aim. This is the dividing line between failure and fulfillment. It is not talent. It is not fortune. It is not education. It is definiteness of purpose, backed by unshakable faith and daily organized effort. Say now, I choose my purpose with finality. I write it. I speak it. I obey it. And I will never return to the drifting life again. Your purpose is not small. Your purpose is not ordinary. It was assigned to you by infinite intelligence, and it is your sacred duty to fulfill it with honor. Do not compare it. Do not delay it. Do not apologize for it. Live it. Every moment you hesitate, a weaker version of you survives. But every moment you act in purpose, a greater version of you rises. Let this be the moment that divides the man you were from the man you were born to become. The world is not waiting for more drifters. It is starving for men of purpose, men who walk into a room and bring vision, men who speak and shake mountains, men who wake up knowing exactly what must be done and do it. You can be that man. You were designed to be that man, but you must now decide. Decide with finality, and then act relentlessly, because until you do, all the faith, all the law, all the opportunity in the world will sit silently by, waiting for you to speak your first command. So speak it, write it, obey it, and let your life be the loudest declaration of divine purpose the world has ever seen. Faith is not a soft thing. It is not a whisper or a wish. It is power. It is fire. It is the currency of creation, and the man who possesses it can walk through storms, tear down delay, and summon invisible forces to his aid. Faith is not a feeling. It is a spiritual command. You must now understand God does not respond to doubt. He does not reward hesitation. He does not move on behalf of a man who questions his own worth. But when he hears faith, real, unshakable, spoken as fact faith, then the heavens answer. Faith is not saying, I believe once on Sunday and hoping things will change. Faith is speaking your definite chief aim aloud daily, vividly, persistently, and with emotion. It is visualizing your desire as though it were already completed. Say this now. I speak as if it is done. I walk as if it is mine. I think as one who already has it. These are not empty affirmations. These are commands to the subconscious, written in the divine tongue of repetition and emotion. Look to Edison. When the world laughed, when science mocked, when results delayed, he pressed forward. Over 1,000 failures, and still he said, I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work. Why? Because he had faith. He saw the light before the bulb ever burned. He believed the outcome before the evidence appeared. And because of that belief, because of that persistence born from faith, he bent the world to his vision. That is the power of true faith. Let me break the illusion. Wishing is not faith. Hope is not faith. Prayer without belief is not faith. Faith is made of thought, word, decision, and action, bound together by repetition and emotional intensity. Without that, your belief has no root. Every time you speak your chief aim aloud with feeling, you are watering that root. You are planting divine instruction into the soil of your mind. And what grows in the mind will always show in your life. Always. You must now make autosuggestion your servant. Autosuggestion is the act of feeding your subconscious the words and visions of faith until they take root and become law. Repeat it daily. Repeat it emotionally. Repeat it with purpose. Say aloud, I do not beg, I declare. I do not hope, I believe. I do not wait, I prepare. Because the man who prepares before the evidence arrives is the man who knows he will soon possess it. Do you see now? Doubt is not simply human weakness, it is spiritual disobedience. To doubt the promise of your prosperity is to accuse infinite intelligence of failure. It is to say, God, I do not trust the law you built into my soul. And fear? Fear is nothing but faith in evil. It is a decision to believe in decline instead of increase, to believe in failure instead of favor. And the man who fears does not lack information. He lacks obedience to divine truth. You must choose daily. You must say, I will no longer serve fear. I will no longer obey doubt. I will no longer lend my mind to thoughts that betray my future. This is not suggestion. This is command. Faith is built by what you say and what you do. If your words are strong but your actions are weak, your faith will wither. But if your speech matches your walk, if your thoughts match your rituals, then your faith will become a mighty structure. Speak your aim aloud every morning, every night. Write it, picture it, feel it. Let the mind soak in its reality until it begins to attract its own kind, ideas, people, opportunity, favor. And when nothing seems to happen, believe harder. Because delay is not denial. The seed does not sprout because you stare at it. It sprouts because you water it in faith and give it time to rise. Tell yourself, the results are catching up to my belief. Tell yourself, every word I speak is creating a future I will soon walk into. Tell yourself, I do not require proof to believe. I require belief to create proof. When your mind believes, the universe obeys, not because you are magical, but because you are finally aligned with the law that commands results. That law is faith. It is the law that built every fortune, raised every leader, and transformed every life that once looked hopeless. Faith is the gold standard of heaven and earth, and you must earn it, not with coin, but with conviction. So I ask you now, will you repeat your aim today as if it were fact? Will you walk today as if the outcome were guaranteed? Will you speak today not as one asking for permission, but as one sent on assignment? If you will, then I say unto you, your future is already secured. Your path is already cleared, and the provision you seek has already been prepared, because you have chosen to believe. Say it one more time, slowly, with power. I am the man who gets what he believes. I see it, I speak it, I receive it. Faith is my native tongue, and I will not be silent. Then get up and live like it. You will never be blessed with lasting prosperity by the mere wishing for it, nor by the clamor of the crowd demanding it. Prosperity is earned. It is drawn to the man or woman who renders useful service above what is expected, in the spirit of faith and definiteness of purpose. Let me now show you the exact law by which prosperity obeys the hand of service. The richest men in the world were not made rich by accident, nor inheritance alone, but by the organized, persistent rendering of more service than they were paid for. That is the eternal secret. Carnegie, who began with no fortune and no friends, offered more value than he asked for, and the law of increasing returns gave him more in return than he ever expected. There is a divine law that governs compensation. The more you give with definiteness, joy, and excellence, the more will return to you multiplied. But if you wait to be paid first, if you render service with resentment or only the minimum effort, you have already written your failure. There is no escaping the law of seed and harvest. You sow poor seed, you reap a poor harvest. Henry Ford understood this law better than any of his competitors. While they raised their prices and cut wages, he reversed the system. He paid his workers more, offered the public more for less, and built a machine of service so vast it carried him to wealth and honor. Ask yourself, have you ever built your service that way? Let this be a lesson etched into your memory. Prosperity follows the man who initiates useful service, who serves not because he is forced, but because he chooses to offer the best of himself before asking anything in return. It is the attitude of the heart that magnetizes success. I ask you plainly, are you the type who says, they don't pay me enough to do that? Then I tell you, you have damned your own progress. You will stay where you are, chained by your own belief. But if you say, let me do this with excellence, and I trust that reward will find me, then success has already begun to stir beneath your feet. The world is watching always. People do not always say it aloud, but they recognize greatness when it appears. Render useful service, more and better than what is paid for, and you will begin to stand out as one who carries the mark of destiny. Let me repeat to you what Emerson taught, and I learned from personal pain and trial. If you serve an ungrateful master, serve him the more. Put God in your debt. Every stroke shall be repaid. This is the law that rules all success. If you withhold service, your compensation will be withheld. If you give abundantly, life will outgive you. There was a woman I once knew, a stenographer, earning $15 a week, but she formed the habit of doing more work than required, better than was expected. Within a few short years, she was earning over $100,000 annually from the lecture platform. What changed? Not her education, not her circumstances. It was her obedience to the law of service before reward. Let the lazy man scoff. Let the cynic mock. But the truth remains. God cannot be mocked. That which a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Sow little, reap little. Sow complaints, reap scarcity. But if you sow faith, diligence, excellence, and extra effort, the invisible gears of abundance will begin to move in your favor. I once delivered a lecture and refused the fee. The people were so moved by my willingness to give without asking that they subscribed to my magazine in such great numbers that I made 50 times more than the original sum. Why? Because the law was set into motion. Give more, expect less, and you shall receive more than you expected. What does this mean for you today? It means you must stop counting the hours, stop counting the coins, stop asking, what do I get? And begin asking, what can I give? Every man I have studied who rose from obscurity to fortune followed this pattern. He did not climb the mountain by clinging to the pay stub. He rose because he served first. You may say, but the world is unfair. Yes, it is, and that is your opportunity. Because most men are not willing to give more, your decision to do so instantly places you above them. In times of economic crisis, those who only do the minimum are the first to be discarded. But those who go the extra mile, they are irreplaceable. Every employer, whether they say it or not, is searching for one thing, a mind that will serve without excuse. You do not have to wait to be chosen. The moment you begin rendering useful service with definiteness, enthusiasm, and faith, the world begins choosing you. One by one, doors open. Invisible hands move. Coincidences become divine appointments. I have seen men move from clerk to partner, from street vendor to owner, from messenger boy to financier, not because of genius, but because they outserved everyone else. They rose by merit of performance, and God himself honored it. Do you understand what this means? It means you are the architect of your income. You determine the ceiling, not your employer, not the economy, not even the government. The quality and quantity of your service, this is your wealth thermostat. Increase it, and you must be paid more. Delay it, and life will delay your prosperity. Every morning you should awaken and say aloud, I render useful service today, willingly, abundantly, and with excellence. I give more than I am paid for, and I am paid more than I give. I rise by lifting others. I attract wealth by obedience to this law. Repeat this affirmation until it becomes part of your very soul. I render more service than I am paid for. I rise by lifting others. I am a man of action, faith, and generosity. Make these your daily bread and watch as the heavens respond. I challenge you, yes, I dare you, to test this law. For 30 days, render service that exceeds what is expected. Help someone without asking for anything. Do your work as if you already owned the company. And keep silent about your sacrifice. Do it in faith, in obedience, in quiet power. You will be amazed how swiftly results arrive. In the final accounting of all things, no act of service goes unpaid. It may not come from where you expected, but it will come, and it will be multiplied if given in faith and humility. This is God's economy. Let me show you something deeper still. When you render useful service, your mind expands, your faith deepens, your attention sharpens, and new ideas, new relationships, new opportunities, these begin to orbit around you like bees to nectar. You become a magnet for prosperity. Why? Because the world hungers for usefulness, for character, for value. And when you become the embodiment of value, wealth must obey you. Even in your darkest hour, remember this: useful service is the ladder. You can be buried in debt, crushed by loss, forgotten by friends, but if you still offer something valuable and do it faithfully, you are rising again step by step without even knowing it. Let me leave you with this. I have failed. I have lost. I have tasted the dust of bankruptcy. But I always rose again by rendering more service than I was paid for. When the world had closed its doors to me, I opened the door of my own spirit and said, "Give first, give more, give better. Do not be deceived by the illusion of quick riches. You cannot receive what you have not earned, but if you earn it with joy and persistence, you shall receive compound interest upon compound interest. That is the divine path. That is the law of prosperity. And it begins with you. You say you have faith. You say you believe in infinite intelligence. You speak of prayer and purpose and progress. But I say, where is your discipline? For discipline is the physical evidence of belief. It is the daily proof that your faith is real, not fantasy. To say you believe and yet to live without order, structure, and obedience is to lie to your own soul. Faith that does not command the body is no faith at all. You cannot drift through life and expect to receive the rewards meant for the definite. The man of true faith does not wait for inspiration to act. He acts and trusts that inspiration will meet him at the hour of action. He does not wait to feel like working. He works. He does not wait to feel confident. He decides. Discipline is not something you are born with. It is something you must construct. And I tell you, the blueprint of that construction is faith. If you believe that God has placed you on this earth for a purpose, then rise each morning and act like it. March through your day as if heaven itself had appointed your tasks. There are no idle hours in the life of a man who believes. There are no wasted moments, for every second is a divine trust. To squander your time is to spit in the face of providence. To drift is to deny the gift of your own mind. The Creator gave you a brain. Use it. The Creator gave you time. Guard it. The Creator gave you purpose. Pursue it. I have studied the men who moved nations. I have spoken with those who ruled industry. And not one of them achieved greatness without iron discipline. Andrew Carnegie made millions not through cleverness, but through precision. He scheduled his minutes. He trained his mind to obey. He mastered delay and bent procrastination underfoot. Thomas Edison, what of him? Did he build the electric light by hoping? No. He tried and failed over 10,000 times. And each time he tried again, not because he was always motivated, but because he was disciplined. Motivation comes and goes. Discipline is forever. A man cannot serve two masters. You cannot serve faith and laziness. You cannot serve purpose and comfort. You must choose. And I say this to you plainly. If your days are without structure, your belief is without strength. If your will is weak, your faith is imaginary. True faith sharpens a man's will. It makes him rise early, speak clearly, walk purposefully. It makes him willing to suffer hardship. It makes him capable of ignoring distraction. Faith does not beg for ease. It commands the spirit to endure. Now hear me well. Discipline begins where comfort ends. Every excuse you allow is a step away from your destiny. Every compromise with laziness is a denial of your future. The man who disciplines his habits controls his fate. The man who obeys his purpose commands his future. Repeat after me. I am not a slave to comfort. I am the master of my time. I obey the call of purpose. I rise when I do not feel like it. I act when I am afraid. I command my days with faith and discipline. There is no greatness in comfort. There is no transformation in ease. Think of Abraham Lincoln. Did he live a life of luxury? No, he walked through tragedy, failure, ridicule, and loss. But he obeyed the inner voice. He moved with discipline, and that is why history remembers him. Discipline is the price of freedom. Men who lack discipline must beg others to lead them. They are tossed like leaves in the wind, moved by circumstances, not by purpose. But you are not a leaf. You are the seed of God's divine plan. You were created to prosper, but you must obey the law of action. And action is not a one-time event. It is repetition. It is rhythm. It is ritual. When you rise at the same hour, think the same thoughts, speak the same affirmations, execute the same purpose, day after day, you become a force. You become unstoppable. Not because you are strong, but because you are consistent. Let others drift. Let others follow pleasure. Let others live like reeds in the wind. You shall walk like a pillar. You shall stand firm. You shall become a man of steel will and golden purpose. Because you know that faith without discipline is a dream, but faith with discipline is destiny. Let me tell you what will happen if you ignore this truth. You will continue to wake up tired. You will continue to chase whims. You will continue to start and never finish. You will fall for every temptation. You will fail in silence and blame everyone but yourself. Your mind will rot in idleness. Your body will wither in laziness. Your name will be forgotten. And worst of all, you will know deep within your soul that you were meant for more. And that knowledge will torture you. That is the hell reserved for the undisciplined. But if you choose the harder road, if you choose the disciplined life, then I promise you, the gates of prosperity will open. You will see yourself change. You will feel power course through your blood. You will rise before others and build what others only wish for. You will become a magnet for opportunity, for you will finally be worthy of it. And that is the word I give you now, worthiness. Discipline makes you worthy, worthy of wealth, worthy of leadership, worthy of trust, worthy of divine favor. You do not earn heaven's riches with empty prayers. You earn them with action. You earn them with commitment. You earn them by making your life a sermon of discipline, spoken not with your mouth, but with your behavior. So ask yourself now, do you believe? Then show it, prove it, with your morning routine, with your use of time, with your words, with your silence, with your action in the face of fear, with your perseverance in the face of delay. Discipline does not come all at once. It is forged like steel, first with fire, then with strike after strike after strike. You must become a blacksmith of your own mind. Hammer it, shape it, cool it, repeat. Do not trust feelings, trust purpose. Do not chase mood, chase mission. Feelings are like wind. Discipline is the anchor, and the man who anchors himself in daily discipline shall never be lost at sea. Now I give you this charge. Put your schedule on the wall. Declare your standards aloud. Practice your habits with reverence, for they are sacred. Read your chief aim twice daily. Let no day pass without taking action. And if you fail, rise instantly. Never excuse, never retreat. Never betray your belief by laziness again. Say this with me. My belief is made flesh in my behavior. My faith is revealed in my discipline. I was created to prosper, and I obey the laws that lead to prosperity. I do not wait, I act. I do not drift, I decide. I do not wish, I work. God rewards the diligent. Life bows to the determined. Heaven honors the disciplined. And I say again, discipline is the living proof that faith is real. Now move forward. Let your every action proclaim what you believe. Let your schedule be your testimony. Let your obedience be your sermon. Let your order be your worship. Let your discipline be your glory. For in discipline your destiny is fulfilled. You may believe your future lies in your faith, your work, or your ideas, but I tell you plainly, Your associations are the gatekeepers of your prosperity. The men you walk with, the voices you hear, the minds you permit to speak into your life, these determine whether your spirit ascends or decays. God has ordained that no man shall rise alone. Even the greatest must lean on other minds. This is not weakness, it is law. The mastermind principle is spiritual. It is the joining of two or more minds in harmony toward a definite purpose. When such unity is formed, a third, more powerful mind is created, greater than the sum of its parts. Edison did not build his inventions alone. He worked in concentrated fellowship with men of similar belief and tireless energy. Henry Ford leaned on spiritual advisors and strategists who reinforced his vision. Carnegie gathered the sharpest thinkers, men of discipline and loyalty, and together they created something no single man could build. This is not social advice, this is spiritual law. The men you associate with form a spiritual agreement. If they drift, you will drift. If they doubt, you will delay. If they mock your vision, you will shrink in silence. This is why so many with potential never rise. They are chained to mediocrity by their company. Say this now. I choose only voices that multiply my vision. I walk with those who are called to rise. I speak my future only to the faithful. This is not arrogance. It is obedience to spiritual truth. If you speak your dream to the blind, they will curse it. If you share your plans with the faithless, they will poison it. God never calls a man to purpose without calling him away from the crowd. Abraham was told to leave his father's house. Jesus separated himself from the multitudes to pray. Every man of destiny must guard his environment with vigilance. And let me be clear. You do not need many. You need the right few. One aligned friend is worth more than 50 spectators. Two minds in harmony with divine law can do more in 90 days than 1,000 men in confusion can do in a decade. Find one man, just one, who believes in your definite chief aim. Share your vision. Commit to sharpening each other daily. Read together. Speak your aims aloud. Hold each other to account. This is your mastermind, and it is sacred. Let others mock you. Let them call you obsessed, intense, or strange. The world mocks what it does not understand. But those who walk the divine path are not concerned with popularity. They are concerned with fruitfulness. You must now conduct an inventory of association. Who are the 5 minds you spend the most time with? Do they challenge your mediocrity or comfort it? Do they fuel your vision or drain it? Do they walk with purpose or wander in complaint? If you find any man in your circle who speaks against growth, mocks faith, laughs at discipline, or defends failure, cut the tie. Not with bitterness, but with clarity. Not with hatred, but with decision. Your future demands it. Say this aloud. I do not speak my vision to the blind. I do not explain myself to the drifting. I protect the fire of my purpose with silence and select fellowship. This is your sacred responsibility. You are either forming a master mind or you are submitting to the master lie. That you can rise while surrounded by voices of doubt. You cannot. That is rebellion against spiritual order. Remember this story. There was a man, brilliant and capable, but he kept company with weak-willed flatterers. Every time he began to rise, they sowed seeds of hesitation. They questioned his every move. They laughed at his plans. And though he had more skill than them all, he never escaped his circle. He died unknown, not for lack of ability, but for lack of courage to change his environment. Contrast him with another. A poor boy, surrounded by failure, left his village, found men who believed in discipline and vision. He served them, learned from them, and became one of the richest men in America. His name, Andrew Carnegie. What separated them? Not IQ, not inheritance, not luck, association. One refused to break free, the other refused to settle, and one became legend. Hear me now. If you walk with the wise, you shall become wise. But if you walk with fools, your destiny will rot in laughter and idle speech. This is not suggestion, this is law. Choose your circle as if your life depends on it, because it does. Your environment will either make your faith grow or die. Your conversations will either strengthen your belief or drown it. And your mastermind will either birth your future or bury it. Now I give you a challenge. For the next 30 days, speak only to those who are definite in purpose, disciplined in habit, and honorable in spirit. Limit conversations to those who walk with vision. Watch how your energy changes. Watch how your mind sharpens. Watch how favor begins to flow. And do not wait for perfect people. Wait for committed ones. Do not search for genius. Search for conviction. The mastermind is not about brilliance. It is about harmony and purpose and spirit. One mind sharpens another. Say this now. I am joined to minds of power, purpose, and faith. Together we rise. Together we build. Together we obey the law of increase. This affirmation will become your sword and your shield. Use it. You are no longer a casual friend. You are a covenant man. You do not entertain fools. You do not mingle with mockers. You do not laugh at small thinking. You walk with kings, even if they are not yet crowned, because your spirit recognizes purpose when it sees it. God blesses unity. God empowers partnership. God multiplies where there is agreement. But he cannot multiply the scattered, the disjointed, the confused. Find your circle. Build your altar. Speak your aim aloud in the presence of those who believe, and nothing shall be impossible for you. Now move forward. Choose your company as you would choose your name, for both are sacred, and both determine your future. If you would claim the fullness of prosperity, you must understand this one eternal fact. Your outer world is nothing but the mirrored image of your inner obedience. Obedience to what? To divine law, to infinite intelligence, to the spiritual laws that govern all material success, wealth, peace, and permanence. You cannot cheat divine law. You cannot bribe it, debate it, or defy it without cost. And no man ever escapes the law by cleverness or cunning. Every act, every thought, every motive is weighed, and the scale of justice is exact. It gives back what you give it, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. When I say you were created to prosper, I speak not from speculation, but from law. That which is in harmony with God's order must multiply, and that which is out of harmony must decay. Thus, when you think in harmony with truth, act in harmony with purpose, and live in harmony with faith, you attract all things needful for your success. Consider the law of sowing and reaping. It does not waver. It never fails. The farmer who sows wheat shall never reap thorns, and likewise the man who sows faith, decision, integrity, imagination, and perseverance cannot reap failure. The very fabric of nature is arranged to reward him. The man who fails, fails because he violated the law, either by ignorance, laziness, fear, or indifference. He may plead that the world was against him, but no man is defeated from the outside until he is conquered on the inside. He lost his power the moment he lost his alignment with eternal law. You may look upon the lives of men like Henry Ford, who took no pride in how the world doubted him, but took pride in obeying the inner command of definite purpose. His fortune was not luck, it was law. You may say Andrew Carnegie. You may call it coincidence, you may call it consequence, but the truth remains. No man rises to the heights of enduring prosperity who has not first aligned himself with the invisible, immutable laws that govern all abundance. These laws are divine. They are spiritual in origin, yet practical in application. If there is lack in your life, whether it be money, peace, or strength, it is not because God has withheld it from you, but because you have not yet learned to obey his law. You have not yet earned what you demand, for the universe does not operate on begging, but on cause and effect, and obedience is the cause of all effect. Prosperity is the visible fruit of invisible obedience. You do not pray for an oak tree and receive one without planting the seed. Likewise, you cannot receive wealth unless you plant the actions, the faith, and the service which draw it forth from the soil of spiritual law. God's system is not bribery, it is law. You do not plead with the sun to rise. It rises because it obeys law, and so must you. The golden rule, so often recited and so seldom understood, is not merely a suggestion for kindness. It is the law of return. When you do unto others as you would have them do unto you, you set into motion a boomerang of blessings which, by the law, must find their way back to you multiplied. To disobey this is to court spiritual bankruptcy. The man who cheats another has not yet understood that he cheats only himself. For the moment you deal unjustly with any soul, you place your own prosperity under arrest. You forfeit the trust of infinite intelligence, and you cut off your own source. You may gain silver for a season, but you lose gold for a lifetime. You were not created to suffer. That is not God's plan. You were created to multiply, to expand, to grow, to rise, so long as you remain faithful to the laws upon which all good is built. Every act of honesty, every hour of labor given freely, every thought of faith and definiteness is a deposit into your invisible account with infinite intelligence. And that account pays interest that no bank can match. What you give returns. What you withhold is withheld from you. If you speak the language of lack, lack will be fluent in your life. If you think in terms of fear, you will find fear waiting for you at every door. But if you speak with faith, act with purpose, and walk in obedience, life itself will kneel before you. Let me repeat this. Your prosperity is not an accident. It is the exact measurement of your alignment with divine law. You cannot plant weeds and expect wheat. You cannot idle and expect increase. You cannot deceive and expect deliverance. The world may praise cleverness, but heaven rewards obedience. There is no such thing as luck in the kingdom of success. There is only law. And once you learn that law, once you submit to its discipline, you can predict your prosperity as surely as you can predict the coming of daylight. Obedience to divine law is the highway, and the toll you pay is faith, decision, labor, and love. Consider the life of Andrew Carnegie. Was it chance that took a poor immigrant boy and made him the richest man in the world? Or was it obedience to a code of thought, a discipline of purpose, and a determination to serve others on a massive scale? He rendered service, he created value, and he acted in harmony with law. John D. Rockefeller tithed 10% of his income, long before he had an income worth $10. Why? Because he understood that giving is not a loss, but a lever. He obeyed the principle before he saw the result. That is faith. That is alignment. And that is why his cup overflowed. You must decide today to stop resisting the divine laws that are trying to prosper you. Stop resisting service. Stop resisting discipline. Stop resisting the still voice within that tells you to rise early, to go the extra mile, to clean your thoughts, to correct your speech, to write your chief aim, and to keep your promises. This is not religion. This is not philosophy. This is success science, divinely structured and spiritually sound. When you obey the law begins to obey you. It moves people, places, and opportunities in your favor. It opens doors that no man can shut. It multiplies effort into outcome. But you must begin today. You must begin now. Let not another grain fall through the glass of your life before you turn your will toward divine alignment. Say this aloud, and say it with conviction. I was created to prosper. I am the servant of God's law. I obey with joy. I rise with power. I attract all I need because I give all I am. Repeat it, feel it, live it. For your prosperity is not somewhere out there in the world. It is within. It is waiting behind the locked door of disobedience. And the key you hold is called decision. Make it now. Take one small action today that aligns with your higher calling, and keep taking them until the current of life carries you forward on the wings of divine law. You were never meant to struggle. You were never meant to be afraid of money, afraid of people, afraid of failure. Those are the lies taught by the drifters of the world, not the promises given to you by your Creator. You were meant to rise. You were meant to prosper. You were meant to expand and build and bless. The moment you recognize that prosperity is a spiritual responsibility, not merely a personal ambition, is the moment you become qualified to receive it. It is not a trophy. It is a test. And once you are trusted with it, you will never lose it again. I charge you now to go and write these words where you will see them morning and night. I am obedient to divine law. I give service daily. I think only thoughts of growth. I am here to prosper and to bless. And with that charge, begin your new life. Begin it with faith. Begin it with enthusiasm. Begin it with absolute confidence that the law will not fail you, for it never has and never will. Your reward is not somewhere in the sky nor buried in the earth. It is wrapped in your decisions, and today you decide to prosper. Today you obey. Today you rise. Let the whole world drift if it must. You will not. Let others speak of luck. You will speak of law. Let others chase shadows. You will build with light. For you know now and shall never forget, your prosperity is the proof of your obedience to divine law. Make no mistake. If you woke this morning without giving your mind clear orders about money, you've already signed the contract for poverty. Every dollar you've lost, every opportunity that's passed you by, every moment of financial pain you've endured was not chance. It was your mind obeying the command you unknowingly gave it. I am not here to comfort you. I am not here to flatter your mediocrity or to help you feel good about poverty. I am here to hand you the exact blueprint to command wealth every morning before the world has a chance to make you its slave again. Every millionaire I've known, Carnegie, Ford, Edison, Rockefeller, used this formula, and every poor man I've known ignored it. Today you have the choice. Listen closely, learn the secret ritual, and master your money, or refuse and remain a slave to someone who will. This speech will offend the weak. It will disturb the passive. It will outrage the comfortable. Good. Comfort never built an empire. Outrage is the beginning of true wealth. If you're brave enough, if you're ready to reclaim your financial power, keep listening. But I warn you, once you hear this, you can never again blame the world for your poverty. Your wealth, or lack of it, will be entirely on your shoulders. The first thought that enters your mind in the morning is not a small thing. It is the commander of the entire day. For your mind, when stirred from rest, is most open to instruction. In that sacred first hour, you either rise as a master of riches, or you kneel again to poverty and fear. If the thought is vague, the day will be wasteful. If the thought is weak, the day will submit to stronger men. But if the thought is definite, clear, and charged with a purpose toward wealth, then even before you dress or speak or walk, your riches have begun to form in the unseen. Understand this clearly. Thought is the forerunner of all wealth. Before gold appears in the hand, it appears in the mind. Before opportunity knocks at your door, it arises first in the palace of your imagination. Before the banker respects your name, your soul must respect its own worth. Therefore, what you think in the morning is not opinion, it is prophecy. A man who permits fear, frustration, or fatigue to enter the gates of his mind at dawn is already behind. Before he takes a single step, he has told his subconscious, "We are poor, weak, and uncertain." And that mind, obedient like a loyal but thoughtless servant, will carry out that command. But you are not such a man. You are a builder of thought, a governor of wealth, a commander of inner order. The first act upon waking must be the spoken repetition of your definite chief aim, especially as it relates to the riches you demand of life, not in casual mumbling, not in tired whisper, but in bold, clear tone, as if you were addressing the infinite, Stand, speak, and say aloud, I am a magnet for rightful riches. I call them by name. They obey me because I think clearly, speak boldly, and act decisively. Speak these words not because they reflect your current condition, but because they create your future reality. The subconscious mind responds not to what is seen, but to what is repeated with belief. You must think wealth before you are wealthy. You must walk in riches before you possess them. You must live in abundance before the world grants it to you. And this all begins in the morning hour, when the world is still silent and your soul is nearest to its own potential. Do not think that money responds to effort alone. It does not. Millions labor tirelessly and remain poor. Money does not serve the man who only moves. It serves the man who commands. Effort without direction is like a ship with no compass, but a mind filled with purpose, issuing clear command, becomes a harbor toward which wealth naturally flows. Recall Henry Ford. Long before he produced a single automobile, he held the entire blueprint in his mind. He meditated not upon obstacles, but upon completion. He awakened each day with a picture of success already finished. It was built in thought before it was built in iron. If you think wealth, you will walk differently. Your tone will carry weight. Your decisions will cut through confusion. Others will feel something they cannot name, the vibration of a man who knows where he is going. Let no thought of limitation enter your mind in the first hour. Let no self-pity, no anxiety, no cluttered plans spoil the day's field. You are planting seeds, and if those seeds are sown with fear, the harvest will wither before noon. Instead, declare aloud, I am the steward of all riches yet to come. I am worthy, I am able, and I am in motion. My thoughts are aligned with the law of increase. Every day you awaken and repeat this practice, your subconscious adjusts its compass. Every time you speak your definite chief aim before the sun rises, your life shifts 1 degree closer to wealth. Beware the lazy morning. It is not merely unproductive, it is dangerous. If you begin the day in drift, that drift becomes the habit. And no man who drifts ever commands money. The drifter fears bills. The man of purpose commands wealth. This is not fantasy. It is law. It is how men rise, how empires are built, how ordinary voices become legends. And it all begins with the first thought of the morning. Let others awaken to noise, to gossip, to worry. You awaken to power. Let others rise late and stumble through distraction. You rise early and walk with intention. Let others check the news or count their worries. You speak wealth into existence. And when they ask why you advance while they remain stuck, you will know. It began not with money, but with a morning thought shaped by decision. Repeat now with boldness and conviction. Today, I think only of increase. I sow only seeds of gold. I walk as one already entrusted with riches. I begin my fortune in the first breath of the morning. This is the law. This is your path. This is the first discipline. And if you obey it, wealth must respond, for thought is the root of all riches, and your first thought each day shall now be wealth. Riches do not come to the man who begs. They do not appear for the man who hopes. They obey the man who commands. And command is not a noise. It is a ritual, a system, a pattern of belief enforced through daily practice, morning after morning, until the invisible becomes visible and the unseen becomes inevitable. Every morning must begin with your wealth command ritual. Not on some mornings, not when you feel like it, but every morning, as a man attends to his duties, for wealth is your duty, and it will never surpass the standard you issue with your voice and mind before the day begins. Begin before the world begins. Rise before the noise has a chance to enter. This is your sacred hour. No interruptions, no distractions, no delays. The wealthy man is not rich in coin alone, he is rich in discipline. Your first step is to speak your definite chief aim. Loudly, clearly, with posture, with pace, with breath. It is not enough to have a goal written, it must be spoken aloud. In the same way, one would speak to a great army before battle. Then declare the sum you desire. Do not speak in vague language. Be specific. Be definite. If you desire $50,000 in 12 months, say so. If you demand $200,000 by the end of the quarter, name the figure, speak it into law, then state what you will give in return. Nothing for nothing is the law of failure. All riches are earned by rendered service. Say aloud what value you shall bring, what problem you solve, what work you shall perform, what idea you are refining. Declare your offering to the marketplace. Next, name the time and method. By the first day of January, I shall have earned amount through the rendering of service or product. The universe responds not to vague intentions, but to declared timelines and methods. Now seal the ritual with conviction. Say this: I demand riches in definite terms. I have decided the price. I have set the time. My mind obeys. My world responds. This is your daily contract, a spiritual agreement written not in ink, but in tone, not in paper, but in the subconscious. This ritual, done faithfully, reshapes the man who speaks it. And when the man changes, the money follows. Why do you think Charles M. Schwab became the highest paid steel executive in the world without formal education? Because he began each day with a command. He did not ask the day for permission. He gave it purpose. He did not approach money as a stranger. He spoke to it like a general commands his battalion. He practiced self-command in the morning before he ever spoke to Carnegie or a boardroom. He refined his inner ritual long before the $1,000,000 speech that made him legend. Now I warn you, do not perform this ritual as a lifeless routine. Do not let it become dry. Emotion is the soul of command. You must feel the truth of your declaration. You must speak it with faith. Belief must be seen in your eyes, felt in your chest, and heard in your breath. For if you repeat these words without belief, the subconscious mind will ignore them. But if you speak them with certainty, with the voice of a man who has already seen the fortune in his mind's eye, then the world must begin to move. Let me say plainly, your tone matters. You must speak as a man possessed by purpose. Speak not as one who is trying to believe, but as one who cannot be denied. Say this aloud now. I do not beg, I do not doubt, I do not wander. I speak riches into motion. I act with direction. I think in gold. This is your law, your order, your authority. No employer grants you wealth. No market grants you riches. You grant them to yourself by establishing inner order through this daily ritual. Each morning you command, your belief deepens. Each morning you declare, your focus sharpens. Each morning you name your aim. Your inner world rearranges itself to make it real. Do not skip this. Do not delay this. Do not say tomorrow. Wealth responds to the man who speaks now. The world belongs to the man who rises before others rise and decides his worth before the day begins. If you practice this ritual for 90 days, you will not recognize your income or your inner voice. Say this again. I speak my fortune into form. I tell my world who I am, what I want, and when I shall have it. I demand it now, and I pay the price in service. This is the wealth command ritual. It is not a trick. It is not chance. It is the spoken law of cause and effect. Riches come to the man who has first built the consciousness to receive them. You are building that consciousness each morning, one sentence at a time, one repetition at a time, one act of belief at a time. And the man who commands every day without fail will soon live in the results that most men call miracles, but which he knows are only the rewards of disciplined thought. Money, like thought, must be directed. It is not wise. It is not loyal. It flows where it is guided or where it is lost. The man who would grow wealthy must treat each dollar as a seed, and no seed may be sown carelessly if he expects to reap a harvest of gold. Each morning before you step into the market of men, you must answer this. Where shall my money go today? What shall it build? What shall it earn? What shall it multiply? The man who does not assign purpose to his money is no better than a farmer who tosses his grain into the wind and waits for fortune to arrange his field. He will starve in confusion and call it fate. But the man of purpose designs the season of his abundance. Write down each morning how your actions shall increase your income, not in theory, but in decision, not someday, but today. Speak aloud what you shall do with your money, and what your money shall do for you. Say this: I command my money, I give it orders, I guide it to multiply, and it obeys me because I am definite. Even the poorest man, if he commands a single dollar with wisdom, has begun the habit of wealth. Even one coin properly spent, properly invested, or properly directed is evidence of a mind that no longer drifts in financial darkness. Riches do not answer to amount, they answer to attention. If you cannot control $1, you will not command 1,000,000. The drifting spender is a man already defeated. He awakens with vague plans, moves by impulse, buys by feeling, and repents by night. He serves the coin. He does not master it. And each day he remains in this fog. His subconscious mind is programmed to believe that money is fleeting, chaotic, and unsafe. Contrast him with the man who governs his gold. He rises with clarity. He knows what must be paid, what must be saved, what must be multiplied, and what must be given. He gives every coin a duty, and the coin rewards him with order. John D. Rockefeller, who became the richest man in the world, began not by chasing money, but by mastering its direction. He recorded every transaction. He calculated each flow of income. He declared aloud each morning the purpose of his fortune, even before it was his. He was a financial general before he was a financier. That is the lesson. Do not wait until you have riches to practice control. Practice control now, and the riches will come to meet your preparation. Each morning, write down what you shall earn. Decide what value you shall produce. Then determine how much shall be saved, how much shall be invested, and how much shall be used for living, not based on desire, but based on design. Say it aloud. I am the steward of all that flows through me. I waste nothing. I direct all. I build wealth with the hands of order and the mind of decision. No man builds a fortune by chance. All wealth is arranged by law. Your morning decisions are the blueprint of your financial destiny. You must decide to be rich before you are rich. You must behave with control before you possess the treasure. You must command your thoughts, your time, your money, or you shall be ruled by them. The man who governs his financial day before the world begins to move is the man who bends the world toward his fortune. Now commit to this practice. Each morning, in the same breath as your chief aim and wealth ritual, write down, how much shall I earn today? What must I do to cause this earning? Where shall each dollar go once it arrives? Do not leave a coin without a task. Do not spend a penny without intention. Let your money become soldiers, marching in line, building a fortress, expanding your empire. Repeat this as law. Money serves me because I lead it. I command it with clarity. I do not chase it. It follows my plan. And remember, even the richest men of history began this way. They were not born with vaults of gold. They were born with minds, as you were, and they trained those minds to treat money not as a mystery, but as a material shaped by law, focus, and command. Start now, before another coin slips into waste, before another hour passes in drift. Begin your financial leadership every morning, and money will become your obedient servant, not your elusive master. A man may carry the right thought, the right aim, and the right action, but if he lives in an environment of disorder, poverty of surroundings will eventually seep into poverty of mind. Your morning setting, the room, the air, the clothes, the desk, the objects you greet, either supports or destroys your belief in wealth. You cannot build a fortune in a space that whispers lack. The law of cosmic habit force governs this truth. Whatever surrounds you presses upon your subconscious. Repeated exposure becomes belief. Belief becomes identity. Identity becomes habit. Habit becomes wealth or misery. Therefore, every morning you must walk into a room that reflects your inner command. You must rise and enter a space that looks, smells, and feels like prosperity, not opulence, not luxury, but order, strength, vision. The wealthy man keeps his surroundings clean because they mirror the order of his thoughts. He removes clutter because clutter is stagnation. He places symbols of power on his walls because symbols speak to the subconscious in the language of belief. Say this aloud. I live in the tone of wealth. My environment reflects the riches I demand. I dress, speak, and move as a commander of fortune. Look around. What in your room affirms your financial rise? What calls your belief higher? And what drags it backward into the mud of yesterday's mediocrity? Remove all signs of weakness. Eliminate the broken, the unused, the neglected. Burn what no longer matches your purpose. Do not tolerate disorder, for every object that remains is a silent teacher, and your mind is always in class. Andrew Carnegie, before his name was known, insisted on wearing clean collars, pressed garments, and walking with the manner of a man already entrusted with riches. He would not permit himself to inhabit places of mental decay. He understood that the outer world must conform to the inner image, or it would distort it. You must review your vision each morning, not only in speech, but in scene. Place your written chief aim where your eye will see it upon waking. Pin your financial targets where your gaze will rest while dressing. Let every wall, every shelf, every corner affirm the message, I am a man of wealth. This is not fantasy, it is programming, a poster of your future office, a figure of gold on the bookshelf, a photograph of Ford or Edison or Rockefeller, a mirror clean enough to reflect the posture of confidence. These are not decorations. They are environmental commands to your subconscious. Say aloud, every object in my presence is either a partner in my wealth or a thief of my belief. I choose what remains. I arrange for victory. Do not let others mock your environment of purpose. Do not let the cynical tell you it is theatrical. The world is shaped by men who prepare their stage long before the curtain lifts. Even the scent of the air matters, the color of your notebook, the sound of your waking room. Every repeated exposure becomes a part of your character. Do not leave this to chance. As you dress each morning, ask, does this suit reflect the man I am becoming or the man I once was? Do not wear poverty, even if your purse is light. Wear intention, wear clarity, wear rise. This morning environment must also be free of noise. Do not begin your day with gossip, with news of ruin, with idle talk of other men's errors. Let your first hour be sacred and sovereign. Let only 3 voices speak in your room at dawn. Your chief aim, your affirmations, your declaration of what today shall earn and build. Say this as law. I surround myself with evidence of my purpose. I allow only thoughts, images, and words that multiply my wealth. Remember, a man may believe, but if he returns each day to disorder, disrepair, and defeat in his surroundings, that belief will be eroded by what his eyes absorb. The subconscious does not argue, it obeys. And if it sees poverty, it assumes it is truth. But if it sees discipline, cleanliness, strength, power, it believes wealth is natural and acts accordingly. Do not let your environment contradict your purpose. A man of wealth has a room of readiness, a desk of direction, a mirror of mastery, a floor clear of confusion, a wall that preaches belief. And when the world visits his office, they do not wonder who he is. They feel it before a word is spoken. Begin this tomorrow. No delay. Before another thought is spoken, before another coin is earned, reshape the space where you declare your wealth, for it shall either be your temple or your cage. This is the 4th pillar. This is the unspoken partner in your morning wealth ritual. Your words are not idle. Your sentences are not mere sound. They are instructions, laws issued to the subconscious, which then governs every cell of your body and every reaction of your world. If you speak of wealth, you are programming fortune. If you speak of poverty, you are commanding failure. This is law. Therefore, each morning you must guard your mouth with discipline and intent. You must speak only of wealth, progress, increase, and success. You must not, even in jest, utter a word that betrays your purpose. For the mind knows no difference between joke and truth. It obeys only repetition and tone. Let me make this plain. If the first words of your day are complaint, sarcasm, or defeat, you have already poisoned your mind's soil. No matter how powerful your chief aim, your lips can cancel its power. The subconscious listens more to tone than to logic. Declare this aloud. I speak wealth into existence. I do not discuss poverty. I do not rehearse failure. My words create my gold. Every sentence is either a seed of growth or a stone upon your own path. There is no neutral speech. There is no harmless negativity. All speech is creation or destruction. Choose wisely. Let this become your law. No negative talk before noon. From the moment you rise until midday, not a single complaint shall pass your lips. Not about the weather, the bills, the world, or yourself. Why? Because the subconscious is most open in the early hours, and your tongue is its teacher. Let your morning conversations be only of what you are building, earning, solving, creating. Speak of deals you are closing, clients you are helping, wealth you are constructing, not what others have failed to do. The man who discusses another man's failure is preparing for his own. He does not know it. He thinks he is clever. But the subconscious takes note and begins to believe that failure is normal, inevitable, and near. Thomas Edison, even in the face of thousands of so-called failures, never permitted his team to speak of failure as final. He would correct them. This is not failure, he said. We have simply discovered what will not work. And thus his mind and theirs remained fertile. Words are spells. Say the same thought enough times, and you shall begin to move and breathe in agreement with it. Even your bank account shall listen. If you say, I'm always broke, you are creating chains. If you say money comes easily and rightly to me, you are crafting wings. Make this your morning vow. I shall not speak lack. I shall not utter limitation. I shall not rehearse weakness. My voice is the trumpet of prosperity. Do not allow others into your space who speak against your wealth. If they mock, let them go. If they jest, dismiss them. Their voices are anchors. Your ship was not built for their harbor. Instruct those closest to you. We do not speak as paupers in this house. We speak as men of purpose. We speak as builders. We speak as commanders. Train them in your law, and their voices shall begin to strengthen your own. And if you must walk alone, walk with strength. Speak aloud your affirmations until they echo louder than the opinions of lesser men. Remember this, what you say in the morning, you believe by noon, and what you believe by noon, you live by evening. Your tongue is the chisel, your life is the sculpture. Say again now with force, my words are wealth. I do not speak weakness. I do not prophesy lack. My voice builds what I have chosen to receive. This is not theory. This is the method by which empires are built. Every king first called himself king. Every captain first declared his course. Every wealthy man first spoke of riches even when his pocket was bare. Speak as the man you are becoming, not the man you were handed. Let your lips declare what your eyes do not yet see. This is faith. This is power. This is law. Your morning voice must carry certainty. It must ring with command. It must leave no room for doubt shall find its home in the empty spaces between your sentences. If you stumble, begin again. If a weak word escapes, replace it with strength. If you hear another utter defeat, silently replace it in your mind. Do not permit falsehood to enter your mental garden. You are the gatekeeper of your fortune. Your voice is the key. Speak now. Speak always. Speak only in the direction of wealth. You are not shaped by what you know once. You are shaped by what you review, what you repeat, what you rehearse. Repetition is the soul of belief, the hammer that forges identity, and the rhythm by which riches are formed. He who repeats truth becomes it. He who forgets truth drifts. Each morning must not only begin with declaration, but with repetition of the eternal principles that govern wealth. You cannot build prosperity without reviewing its blueprint. A man cannot retain what he does not revisit. I command you to read aloud every morning your written definite chief aim. The 6 steps for riches as laid forth in my doctrine. A brief review of the service you render in exchange for the wealth you demand. A story of a man who rose by definite purpose. Carnegie, Ford, Edison, Rockefeller. Say aloud, I begin my day in truth. I rehearse the laws of wealth. I train my mind with the language of riches. This is not for comfort. This is for construction. Each sentence, when repeated, lays another brick. Each principle, when recited, sharpens the mind. Each example, when remembered, engraves possibility into your soul. Repetition teaches faster than experience. Experience punishes. Repetition instructs. One man learns by loss. Another man learns by review. Choose the latter. Let your reading not be mechanical. Let it be alive. Read with your full voice. Let your body feel the message. Let your spine rise. Let your eyes burn with clarity. This is not poetry. This is programming. One young man I once trained increased his income 5-fold in 90 days, not by changing his trade, but by reading his definite chief aim and wealth statements aloud each morning without fail. His tone changed. His belief deepened. His decision sharpened. The world responded. Your mind is not stubborn, it is obedient. It listens to what is repeated. If it hears truth daily, it believes it. If it hears chaos daily, it mimics it. Do not let your belief depend on circumstances. Let it depend on rhythm. Repeat these now. I believe in riches because I repeat the laws of riches. I rehearse my fortune aloud. I engrave wealth into my being. This is the law of autosuggestion. Your subconscious is your most loyal servant. It does not think for itself. It absorbs. And what it absorbs most often, it obeys. If you wish to multiply your income, multiply the repetition of the principles that cause income to grow. One cannot speak of gold once and expect mountains. He must chant it, command it, live it. Have a list. Keep it beside your bed. Upon rising, open your mouth before you open your door. Before the day begins to instruct you, you must instruct yourself. Read these aloud. I am the man who earns amount. I render service with excellence. I receive riches in increasing measure. My thoughts, tone, and actions reflect a man of wealth. Let the body memorize this rhythm. Let the breath of your mornings be filled with gold. Let no day begin with silence. Silence is where doubt lives, but repetition is the sword that cuts doubt in half. Say aloud now. Every day I repeat my destiny. Every day I teach my mind wealth. Every day I move toward gold because I have engraved it into my soul. Do not tire of repetition. The man who tires of it shall remain in lack. The man who honors it shall soon walk in riches. Repetition builds rhythm. Rhythm builds habit. Habit builds belief. Belief builds behavior. Behavior builds income. There is no greater tool for transformation than daily review of wealth truths. He who repeats them becomes them. He who recites them walks in them, and he who walks in them shall soon be followed by the sound of coins. Wealth is not merely a condition of the purse, it is a condition of posture. You cannot wait for gold to straighten your spine. You must walk as if your fortune were already earned. Before you possess the riches, you must possess the bearing of the man who commands them. Each morning, the first steps you take must carry the energy of dominion. Let your walk declare your chief aim. Let your shoulders speak of order. Let your eyes tell the world that you are not here to wonder, but to decide. Posture is belief made flesh. The man who slumps, who drags, who hesitates, tells his subconscious that he is uncertain. The world agrees. Opportunities slip away. Voices speak over his own. Doors remain shut. But the man who walks in rhythm with purpose is obeyed, even before he speaks. Declare this now. I carry wealth in my posture. I move with dignity. I reflect the fortune I am building in every gesture. Every motion is instruction. Every pace is programming. The subconscious mind watches the way you move and says, "This is the man we are becoming." Therefore, move like one who already reigns. Upon rising, dress not for comfort, but for command. Even if no man shall see you that day, your mind will. Even if you work in solitude, the mirror will reflect your belief. Put on your best not for others, but for your becoming self. Abraham Lincoln, long before the nation knew him as president, walked with calm, deliberate dignity. He spoke few words, but the tone of his gait, the gravity in his movements, made others lean forward when he entered. That was not by birth, that was by decision. Say this aloud. I dress, walk, and breathe as the man I have declared myself to be. My body follows my aim. My world follows my energy. Poverty begins in the body before it touches the bank. Weakness shows itself in the slump of a shoulder, the pace of a shuffle, the tone of a sigh. But so does wealth, seen in the raised chin, the steady stride, the silence that does not need to beg for attention. When you walk into a room, let no one wonder what kind of man has entered. Let them feel your direction, your rhythm, your intensity, though you speak not a word. That is wealth energy. That is the unseen signal that causes men to listen and doors to open. You do not wait until you have riches to act like a man of wealth. You act like a man of wealth so that riches must appear to match you. This is the secret behind every self-made man. He lived into his fortune before the gold arrived. Even if your pockets are empty, your presence must be full. Even if your purse is light, your tone must be heavy with belief. Even if your task today is small, your manner must be vast. You are not rehearsing for wealth. You are commanding it with every breath. Now repeat. I rise like a man of fortune. I walk like one who cannot be denied. I move through the world with purpose, and the world answers. Let this become your morning test. Does your posture command attention? Do your eyes speak of focus? Do your movements speak of royalty or of rebellion against success? Adjust nothing in the world until you have adjusted your frame. Let no task begin until you walk like it already succeeded. Let no conversation begin until your body has already announced that it is not here to drift, but to decide. The great builders of wealth all moved with a pattern. They did not fidget. They did not panic. They did not sway between moods. They walked with rhythm. They breathed with control. They carried the world, not with volume, but with gravity. You must now become such a man, and you begin by choosing to carry wealth in your energy. Say again boldly, I walk as if I own the day. I breathe as one already in possession of his goal. I carry in my being the weight of a man chosen for riches. Let the poor of spirit laugh. Let the small of mind call it performance. You know the law. Thought controls the body, and the body shapes belief. Act as if, and you become. Each step you take after rising must be a step into fortune, not just by labor, but by tone, by carriage, by choice. This is how wealth is magnetized, not with desperate chase, not with frantic grasping, but with poise, with certainty, with the manner of a man who knows that what he seeks is already seeking him. Every fortune begins with a decision, not with labor, not with luck, but with the inward decree, this day I shall prosper. A man who rises without decision has already lost. For indecision is drift. Drift is weakness. Weakness is poverty. But decision is riches in seed form. Each morning you must sit silent, deliberate, and declare your intent for the day. This is not a wish. It is a sentence spoken in stone. What shall you earn? What shall you accomplish? What shall you plant toward future wealth? You do not begin your day until these are known. Say aloud, I decide to prosper today. I move forward in belief. I act with power. I receive with gratitude. This is not superstition. This is spiritual arithmetic. Clarity creates energy. Energy becomes action. Action becomes results. But it begins with decision. A drifting man does not prosper because he has told his world, take me anywhere. And the world, being indifferent, obliges. Decision is the mother of direction. Without it, you shall be pulled into the plans of other men, most of whom do not know where they are going. Decide now. Today I act. Today I earn. Today I advance. Do not delay the decision until breakfast. Do not wait until others speak. Before you dress, before you read, before you walk, decide. The mind that decides early builds with clarity all day. The mind that delays becomes a battlefield of options. Declare in detail, I will write and send this proposal. I will complete this service to the highest degree. I will earn amount through the value I deliver. I will save amount, invest amount, and use amount with wisdom. Speak it, write it, own it. Henry Ford did not build his empire by accident. He decided to create a car that every man could afford, and he made that decision before he had the means, before he had the machinery, before the world believed it could be done, but he decided, and the world obeyed. When I began my assignment from Andrew Carnegie, no agreement was signed. No funds were guaranteed. But I made the decision to write the philosophy of success, and I acted as if it were already complete. The decision came before the reward. That is always the case. Let this be your morning vow. I do not wait, I do not hesitate, I do not guess, I decide, and the universe aligns. For even infinite intelligence cannot support an undecided man. Decision is the signal that you are ready. Without it, opportunity walks past you and into the hands of the one who had the courage to commit. A man cannot be divided and wealthy. He cannot serve both doubt and desire. The first hour of your day must prove to your own mind that you are no longer confused. You are no longer seeking direction. You are creating direction. And the man who creates direction is obeyed by money, by men, by conditions, by circumstance, not at once, not by miracle, but by law. So speak it. Today I am the cause. I act with boldness. I claim what is mine. I multiply because I have chosen to move. Then move. Begin immediately. Do not read further. Do not drift or analyze. Once the decision is made, act upon it within minutes, or risk it being lost in the fog of lesser voices. Do this every morning, without fail, even when tired, even when discouraged, especially then, for decision in fatigue is strength. Decision in darkness is leadership, and wealth follows the man who decides regardless of weather. No vagueness ever multiplied a dollar. No hesitation ever attracted gold. The man who speaks, believes, and moves owns the room, the day, and his fortune. Rise tomorrow with this final charge in your heart. I command my wealth in the morning. I speak, decide, and act before the world begins. My fortune follows my decision. My results reflect my will. I move early. I move first. I move with faith. That is why I multiply. This is the 8th principle. This is the crown of the morning wealth ritual. You must no longer drift through the dawn. You must dominate it, and the man who does this without exception shall soon find his name whispered among the fortunate. He will not be surprised. He will smile, for he knows. He decided it long ago. Do not drift. Do not let another distraction steal from your destiny. I am about to reveal a law that governs your life, whether you know it or not. It is the law of attraction. And the way you are using it right now may be building your defeat or shaping your fortune. You must listen. I did not say hear, I said listen, because hearing passes through the ears. But listening, true listening, imprints upon the subconscious and commands your belief. And belief shapes your world. This law is not new, it is eternal. It is the reason some men rise from nothing and command empires, while others, with the same tools, rot in mediocrity. Listen now, and you will understand how Andrew Carnegie attracted steel, how Thomas Edison attracted invention, how Henry Ford attracted power, and how every great man who has ever lived pulled success into his life by the magnet of thought, backed by faith, decision, and action. Listen, and you will understand why your own results have been what they are. But if you do not listen, if you skip, if you wander, if you promise yourself you'll come back later, understand this. You have already heard this law before, not in words perhaps, but in experience. Every time you feared and your fears came true, every time you hesitated and the opportunity vanished, every time you said, that always happens to me, that was the law working, and you did not know it. You have already attracted the life you live. You are already magnetizing people, events, conditions, and results every day. The only question is, are you doing it on purpose? Are you doing it with power? Are you doing it by decision or by default? Listen to me now, and I will give you the structure. Ignore me, and you will continue to live by accident. This law responds to your dominant thought. It obeys emotion. It answers repetition. It cannot be bribed. It cannot be tricked. And it cannot be silenced. And if you listen to this entire instruction, if you give me your full mind, I will teach you how to use it deliberately, how to aim it like a rifle, and how to gain everything you truly want. You may never hear this truth again, not with this clarity, not with this force, not with this conviction, and one day you will remember this moment, and you will either say, that was the hour I began to live, or that was the hour I walked away from everything I could have had. And the difference will be whether you listened or not. So listen. Listen as if your freedom depends on it, because it does. Listen as if your fortune depends on it, because it does. Listen as if your time is running out, because it is. Listen with urgency, with stillness, with full obedience, and I promise you, this law, once understood and applied, will bring into your life everything you truly desire. Whatever you hold in your mind consistently and with emotion, you will attract into your life. This is not theory, this is law. Thought, held long enough and felt deeply enough, will move the forces of the unseen to shape your reality. It will attract the people, circumstances, conditions, and results that match its tone. What you think about, you move toward. Thought is the seed of all achievement, not merely a passing notion, but thought backed by faith, obsession, and repetition. The man who rules his thought rules his life. The man who drifts in thought drifts in life. Thoughts are not illusions. Thoughts are things. They are spiritual forces wrapped in vibration, and they carry the same power that builds empires or ruins them. If you wish to control your results, you must first command your thinking. You must not think casually. You must not entertain thoughts of defeat and expect success. You must not think fear and expect courage. Whatever you dwell upon internally, you will see externally. The world you live in is the mirror of your inner dialogue. Every material success began with thought. Every invention, every fortune, every movement, every towering life achievement first existed in the invisible form of an idea, magnified by belief and confirmed by decisive action. The thought came first, and it did not pass quickly. It was held, repeated, obsessed over, until it materialized. But I warn you now, idle thoughts produce idle lives. Vague desires attract nothing. Scattered attention is like scattering seed in a storm. It will never take root. If your mind is undisciplined, your results will reflect it. If you think on lack, poverty, limitation, and fear, you are attracting their presence with every repetition. Controlled attention is the key. This is the hidden discipline of the successful, the ability to hold one thought, one desire, one image with absolute focus, to refuse all contrary impressions, to speak of it, think of it, write of it, until it becomes fixed in the subconscious. Then, and only then, does the world begin to respond. Let us not mistake this for fantasy. The law of attraction is not a whim. It is not daydreaming. It is not idle wishing. It is definite thought backed by definite purpose. It is mental obedience, emotional focus, thought that burns, desire that does not leave, and belief that walks forward even when the path is invisible. Thomas Edison did not hope for the electric light. He saw it in his mind. He thought of it day and night. He visualized it. He believed it was possible even when the world called him foolish. He held that thought like a man holding fire. And after 10,000 attempts, he drew the result into his hands. That is the power of held thought. Thought alone is not enough, but thought is the beginning. It is the spark, the foundation, the architect's plan, the blueprint of destiny. Without it, nothing begins. And so I ask you now, what are you holding in your mind? What picture dominates your thought? Is it vague or definite? Fearful or empowered? Passive or fiery with purpose? You must choose your dominant thought. You must write it. You must speak it. You must see it in your imagination each morning and each night. It must become so familiar to you that it is as real as the chair you sit on. And once it is that real in your mind, it begins to take shape in your world. Do not allow contrary thoughts to enter. The mind, once planted, must be guarded like a garden. Remove weeds quickly, reject doubt, starve fear. When they appear, and they will, you must answer them aloud. This thought is not of my aim. I do not accept it. I think only on what I have chosen. You may say, that is difficult. But I say no, it is discipline. It is what every great man must do. No empire was built by weak thought. No success was drawn into the life of the scattered. You are not weak. You are not here to drift. You are here to think on purpose and to attract by law what you have chosen by thought. Let me give you your first instruction. Today, write your dominant thought. Write it clearly. Speak it aloud 5 times this morning and 5 times before you sleep. And tomorrow, do the same, and the day after. And when doubt comes, return to your thought. Repeat it, declare it, until it becomes who you are. This is the first principle of the law of attraction as I teach it. It is not magic, it is law. And law does not care for your feelings. It obeys your repetition. It moves in the direction of your focus. And it begins with thought. Not once, not twice, but daily, hourly, relentlessly. I will ask you now, what are you attracting? Not what you say you want, but what you think about most. The answer is in your life already. Look at your results. They reflect your inner conversation. If you desire change, begin where all power begins, with thought, and not casual thought, but controlled attention backed by burning desire. Repeat after me. I am the master of my thoughts. I choose what I attract. I think only what supports my aim. I hold my desire with discipline. I do not drift. I do not fear. I think on purpose, and I attract what I have chosen. Say it aloud now, again, until it takes root. You must speak it into your subconscious. The mind is not changed through listening. It is changed through repetition, through command, through instruction. And you are the only one who can give it. Thought is the seed. Guard the seed. Water it daily. Shield it from doubt. Repeat it aloud. Act upon it. And watch what begins to grow. It is not enough to think. You must feel what you think. You must repeat what you feel. For it is not thought alone that attracts. It is emotion-charged, repeated thought that becomes magnetic. The law of attraction does not respond to cold intellect. It responds to burning faith, to emotion, to belief that is spoken, lived, and held with intensity. The subconscious mind does not speak the language of logic. It does not reason. It accepts what is repeated and what is felt. This is why men say, "I always fail," and find it to be true. Not because the world has conspired against them, but because they repeated the feeling of failure until their own mind believed it and summoned it. You must understand, fear, doubt, worry, these are not harmless thoughts. They are commands. They are seeds. They are repeated prayers in reverse, and they carry weight when you dwell on them with emotion. Just as desire attracts success, fear attracts defeat. You cannot hold both and expect greatness. So what must you do? You must use autosuggestion. You must speak aloud what you intend to believe. You must say it clearly, with conviction, again and again, until your mind accepts it as reality. You do not wait to believe, you repeat to believe. That is the method of all transformation. Do not say, "I hope to succeed." Say, "I am a man of success. I attract strength. I attract opportunity. I attract belief. I am becoming everything I have decided to become." Speak it with energy. Speak it when you rise and before you sleep. Speak it when you feel fear. Speak it when you feel weak. That is when it matters most. Repeat this now. I attract success by thinking success. I become wealth by thinking wealth. I draw strength by thinking strength. My thoughts, felt with emotion, shape my reality. This is not mere inspiration. This is scientific law. The subconscious mind responds to the tone of your repetition. That tone is emotion. You must not only speak, it must matter to you. Your declaration must stir your soul. It must sound like a man who believes, not a man who hopes. Let me show you this law in action. Henry Ford, when told his vision for the V8 engine was impossible, did not accept defeat. He held the belief. He repeated the command. He felt the truth of it in advance. His engineers said it could not be done. He said, "Do it anyway." And they did. That is the law at work. Why did it work? Because Ford's repetition was felt. He did not say, "Maybe." He said, "I will." He believed with emotion. And that belief shaped the thinking of his men, which shaped their action, which shaped their result. That is the chain of command in the invisible world. Thought, feeling, belief, attraction, action, result. Now consider your own words. What do you repeat daily? Are your words drenched in belief or soaked in fear? Do you repeat what you want or what you dread? Do you say, "It's possible" or "It's hopeless"? Every phrase is planting. Every repetition is construction. And you are the builder. This is why you must watch your speech. You must remove from your language every phrase that undermines your belief. Do not say, "It never works out for me." Do not say, "I always fail." Do not say, "This is too hard." You are cursing your own field with those words. And the law of attraction does not judge. It obeys. Replace such speech with declarations of power. Everything is working for me. I attract the people and ideas I need. I move forward every day. My belief grows with repetition. The mind, when trained in this way, becomes your ally. It begins to bring to your attention the right opportunities, the right actions, the right solutions. You will say, "Things are lining up." But they are not lining up by chance. They are obeying the magnetic force you are generating through repetition and emotion. If you want your belief to be strong, you must rehearse it daily. Think of it like a muscle. The man who lifts daily becomes strong. The man who repeats belief aloud daily becomes unshakable. This is not arrogance. It is conditioning. You are not boasting. You are commanding your subconscious. Here is your exercise. Every morning, repeat your definite chief aim aloud, not softly, not passively, but with strength. See the image, feel the success. Let your words carry the emotion of certainty. Speak as if it is already yours. That feeling, that inner conviction, is what begins to attract it to you. Throughout the day, when negative feelings rise, stop and repeat your affirmation out loud, not in your head. The spoken word, felt deeply, is the builder of belief. It pierces the old conditioning and begins to rewire your attraction. Speak with fire, speak with truth. Speak with the voice of the man you are becoming. Most men drift because they let emotion control them. But you will control your emotion with decision, and then use that emotion to fuel belief. You will no longer feed your mind with fear. You will no longer use repetition to attract confusion. You will discipline your focus and master your inner state. Understand this clearly. The law of attraction is activated by repetition, but it is amplified by emotion. Say the right words. Feel them deeply. Say them often. That is the path. That is the formula. And that is why most fail. They do not repeat, or they repeat the wrong thing. Now I ask you, what words are you willing to rehearse for the next 90 days? What emotion are you willing to call forth daily until it burns in you like fire? Are you willing to discipline your thought, to guard your speech, to choose your vibration? If not, you will remain a servant of circumstance. But if yes, you become a commander of destiny. Say this again. I do not drift. I do not fear. I think and feel on purpose. I repeat belief daily. I attract exactly what I decide to become. This is the force that shapes nations. This is the law that builds fortunes. This is the discipline that separates the dreamer from the doer. Most will not do this. Most will listen once and forget. But you will rehearse until you believe. You will believe until you act. You will act until you become. That is the cycle. And you now know how to run it. Without a definite aim, the law of attraction has no clear target. It is like fire without direction, dangerous, unfocused, and ineffective. But with a definite purpose, a burning desire, and a clearly written aim, your mind becomes a magnet for opportunity, power, people, and events. What you want must be clear, fixed, and demanded of life, not vaguely wished for. You must write your desire in the form of a definite chief aim. It must be so specific that your subconscious can see it, hold it, and begin working on it immediately. If you cannot state in one clear sentence what you want to become, what you want to earn, and what you are willing to give, then you are still drifting, and drifting attracts only more of itself. The law of attraction is not random. It is precise. It reflects the frequency of your belief. The more definite your aim, the more power you possess. The vaguer your aim, the weaker your attraction. Think of it. No architect ever built a structure from an unclear sketch. No general ever won a war without a clear target. No man ever built wealth by vague desire. Your mind is a broadcasting station. It sends out vibrations constantly, and what you send, you attract. When you hold one clear thought with emotion and persistence, the entire universe begins arranging itself to match your message. This is not fantasy. This is law. The clearer your message, the more accurate your results. Let us look at a man who used this law with precision, Andrew Carnegie. Before he earned his first great fortune, he decided upon his purpose. He wrote that his mission was to distribute wealth for the benefit of mankind. That decision attracted to him the opportunities, resources, and people necessary to amass the fortune first. He did not wait to be wealthy to choose his purpose. He chose first, then attracted what he needed. Your chief aim must dominate your mind. It must be the first thought in the morning and the last thought at night. You must write it, repeat it, speak it aloud until it is written in your subconscious with fire. It must become who you are, not what you hope for, but what you claim. Here is your instruction. Take out paper. Write your chief aim. It must state exactly what you desire, when you desire it by, and what you will give in return. This is your covenant. This is your law. Speak it aloud morning and night. Post it on your wall. Carry it in your pocket. Think of it until the very cells of your being vibrate with it. Say this with me now. I know exactly what I want. I have a definite chief aim. I speak it. I act upon it. I attract it through faith and repetition. This aim is not a decoration. It is not a poem. It is your command to the universe. It is your declaration of identity. When you write it, Speak it and believe it. You begin the process of attraction. When you ignore it, doubt it, or postpone it, you halt the law, and your life reflects disorder. I have studied thousands of successful men, and I tell you plainly, not one of them lacked a definite purpose. Not one drifted into greatness. Not one became wealthy by accident. They all began with a mental blueprint, written, spoken, affirmed, and burned into their minds. You must do the same. You may say, but I have many desires. Then I say to you, choose one. The mind cannot magnetize multiple aims with the same force. You must focus. You must discipline your attention. Choose one burning desire, one definite outcome, and you will attract what is necessary to bring it into form. A confused mind attracts confusion. A distracted mind attracts delays. But a definite mind, focused, believing, and committed, becomes an irresistible force. That is the secret. That is what every great man understood. And that is what you must now obey. Let your definite chief aim become your obsession. Let it replace doubt. Let it silence fear. Let it command your hours. Let it inform your reading, your speaking, your associations. When others speak of problems, you will speak only of your aim. When others drift, you will walk with direction. Repeat this. Without a definite aim, I am nothing. With one, I am powerful. I claim my aim. I focus on it daily. I attract every means to fulfill it. This is the magnet. This is the tool. This is the anchor of all attraction. Do not proceed with anything else in this instruction until your chief aim is written, visible, and repeated with feeling. This is not a step you complete. This is a principle you live. Do not let a day pass without reading it aloud. Do not end a day without measuring your actions against it. Every time you speak your aim with belief, you are aligning your thought, feeling, and action. That alignment, repeated, becomes power, and power attracts results. If you skip this, you will fall into mental wandering, and wandering attracts nothing but distraction and exhaustion. Your energy must be fixed. Your goal must be known. Your mind must be pointed. And when it is, watch how fast life begins to rearrange itself around you. Now let me ask you, what is your aim? Is it written? Is it definite? Do you see it daily? Do you speak it aloud? Do you feel it with emotion? If not, go back. Do not move forward until it is done. This is the foundation. Without it, the rest of the instruction has no root. Do not say, I'll do it later. That is the voice of the drifter. That is the whisper of failure. Say instead, I claim my purpose now. I write it now. I repeat it now. I become it now. That is how the law is activated. That is how belief is born. That is how attraction begins. Nothing is attracted to doubt. No success, no fortune, no opportunity, no power is drawn to a man who hesitates. All success is attracted to faith, to the man who believes without visible proof, who acts in the face of uncertainty, who walks forward before the path appears. Faith is not a feeling. Faith is a decision. Faith is mental discipline backed by repetition. Let us be clear. Faith is not inherited. Faith is not found. Faith is built. It is created. It is manufactured through a deliberate system of thought, word, and action. You will not wake up one day and find faith lying in your pocket. You will develop it the same way you develop muscle, through repetition and demand. Faith is the only antidote to fear. And where there is no faith, there is fear. Where there is fear, attraction is reversed. You may desire wealth, but if you fear loss more than you believe in gain, you are attracting poverty. The law does not judge your intentions. It obeys your dominant belief. And faith, true, burning faith, is your only tool to override that fear. Let me give you the method. It is not a secret. I gave it in Think and Grow Rich. It is the self-confidence formula. Repeat this daily. I know that I have the ability to achieve the object of my definite chief aim in life. Therefore, I demand of myself persistent, aggressive, continuous action toward its attainment, and I here and now promise to render such action. Speak that aloud until you believe it, not once, not twice, but daily. With feeling, with commitment, with energy, your subconscious must hear your voice filled with belief. That is how it learns. That is how it obeys. That is how it builds faith. Faith is the medium of all attraction. It is the bridge between the invisible and the visible. It is what turns desire into demand. It is what gives substance to your image. You must not merely see what you want. You must believe in it so deeply that you act as though it were already real. Let me give you an example. A man I have spoken of many times, Abraham Lincoln. He faced years of defeat, humiliation, mockery, and setback. But deep within, he held a belief, a knowing that he was destined to serve a great mission. That belief did not come from his environment. It came from his own inner command. That faith became his armor. You too must wear that armor. You too must walk into your life with belief that transcends sight. If your environment does not yet match your desire, you must not let it sway your faith. The law does not respond to your current reality. It responds to your internal command. Your subconscious does not know the difference between real and imagined. Give it the picture you choose and back it with faith. But beware. Fear is also magnetic. If you dwell on what you fear, you draw it to you. If you obsess over what might go wrong, you are magnetizing those very conditions. You must starve fear. You must drown it with words of belief. You must burn it out with repetition of truth. So here is your daily practice. Read your definite chief aim aloud, twice a day. Feel it. Visualize it. Speak it with confidence. Follow it with affirmations like, "Through faith and decision, I attract all that I need. My belief is stronger than my environment. I do not fear delay. I do not fear failure. I only see my outcome, and it is already mine." Every time you do this, you are feeding your subconscious the food of faith. You are watering the seed of desire. You are strengthening the magnet of attraction. And every time you skip it, you are weakening the structure. This is not optional. This is the system. This is the discipline of attraction. You must decide now, will you believe? Will you act in spite of fear? Will you speak faith, even when your world has not yet changed? The man who waits for evidence before he believes is a slave to circumstances. But the man who commands belief creates the circumstances he desires. Faith is not a mystery. It is a habit. It is the result of speaking what you want, feeling it as real, and walking in alignment with it again and again and again, until your mind cannot help but accept it. And once accepted, it becomes law in your subconscious. That is when attraction begins to move swiftly. Do not let others' disbelief infect you. Their fears are not your responsibility. Your faith must be sacred. Guard it, speak it, build it, live it. And understand this, the moment you begin to walk in faith, the world will test you. That is not punishment. That is preparation. That is the law asking, do you truly believe, or are you playing with words? So I ask you again, what do you believe? Do you believe in your aim? Do you believe in your worth? Do you believe in the law? If yes, show it, speak it, declare it, walk in it, think in it. Let no fear enter your mind without being expelled by repetition of truth. Repeat this with me now. My belief is stronger than my environment. My faith is built daily. I attract what I believe. I magnetize success. I command power. I walk in the unseen until it becomes the seen. Say it again and again until it becomes part of you. You are not drifting anymore. You are building a magnetic field of belief, and that field, once saturated, will pull to you everything you require. No amount of thought will attract success unless it is backed by organized, persistent planning. You may possess the clearest desire, the strongest faith, the most powerful affirmations, but unless you transform these into definite plans of action, you will draw nothing but frustration. Attraction does not reward thought alone. It rewards thought that moves. The law of attraction obeys precision. It magnifies clarity. A vague plan attracts vague results. An idle dream attracts idle circumstances. But a definite aim, backed by an organized, intelligent plan, becomes unstoppable. The plan is what turns belief into blueprint and blueprint into building. This is how thought becomes reality. Let us state it plainly. Attraction without action is fantasy, but attraction with organized, directed action is inevitable success. This law does not respond to lazy faith. It responds to committed execution. It answers the man who rises early, who writes his day's purpose, who orders his mind and movements around his aim. Your mind must not only hold the image of what you want, it must hold the structure, the steps, the sequence, the system. When you impress your subconscious with a clear plan, it goes to work. It begins to see opportunities where none appeared. It begins to alert you to people, conversations, and events that match your structure. Consider Charles M. Schwab. He did not attract millions by guessing. He created plans, he reviewed them, he adapted them, he measured his progress, he acted daily, he worked in harmony with the plan and in obedience to his aim. That is why Carnegie trusted him. That is why results followed him. Attraction followed order. So I give you now the formula. Every night review your chief aim. Then plan the following day in direct service of that aim. List the actions, prioritize them, write them with pen and paper. When you rise, review the list again. Let your day be lived in execution, not reaction. Let your hours serve your plan, not your habits. Understand this. Each small plan, executed daily, compounds into a life of definiteness. Each hour planned and fulfilled becomes a brick in your temple of success. Attraction multiplies when you multiply your obedience to structure. The man who lives by written plan attracts results with increasing speed. Here is your command. Never again end a day without planning the next. Never again rise without reviewing your purpose. If your day is unplanned, your life is uncommanded. If your hours are wasted, your thoughts are wasted. And if your thoughts are wasted, attraction cannot respond. Repeat after me. I plan my day in service of my purpose. I act with precision. I do not drift. I attract order because I live by order. My plan is my path. Most men will never do this. They will dream. They will wish. They will affirm, but they will not plan. And so their power fades. But you will rise above them by doing what they neglect. You will make written planning a ritual. And that ritual will unlock forces most men never touch. Let me give you a warning. Chaos in the mind attracts chaos in life. If your goals are scattered, your time is uncontrolled, your thoughts undirected, then what comes to you will reflect that condition. Life will not reward disorder. The law of attraction will not bless confusion. It demands a clear signal. And that signal is structure. Now you may ask, but what if my plan fails? Then revise it. The plan is not your master, it is your servant, but you must have one. You must begin with structure and adapt with experience. The man who fails forward is still far ahead of the man who waits for perfect certainty. You may start with a simple plan. 1 page, 5 actions, 3 priorities. That is enough, but it must be written. It must be visible. It must be reviewed. It must be obeyed. This is the rhythm that builds belief, and belief attracts power. If you act only when inspired, you will fail. If you act only when you feel ready, you will delay forever. But if you act because it is written, you create movement. And movement breeds belief. Belief feeds attraction. That is the cycle. That is the machinery of success. Repeat this again. I write my plans. I live by structure. I obey my purpose. I attract success by organizing my thought into action. Let this become your law. Let your schedule reflect your desire. Let your calendar reveal your identity. Do not let another day be wasted in indecision. Do not let another hour slip away in vague activity. Life belongs to the man who orders it. So now ask yourself, have I written today's plan? Does it serve my chief aim? Did I execute yesterday's? If not, return. Begin again. This discipline is not optional. It is the foundation of attraction. It is the wheel by which thought moves forward. One final truth. No man can attract what he refuses to plan for, and no man can hold what he did not prepare for. The man who prepares, who organizes, who directs his effort, he attracts not only the outcome, but the power to sustain it. Your environment is either reinforcing your attraction or interrupting it. You may believe, you may speak your chief aim, you may plan and act. But if the voices around you are filled with fear, doubt, complaint, gossip, or sarcasm, then your belief is under attack. And if belief is under attack, attraction becomes unstable. The subconscious is always listening, always. It listens to the words you speak. It listens to the tone of your company. It listens to the music, the gossip, the talk around the table, and the books on your shelf. And what it hears repeatedly, with emotion, it begins to accept. Your mind becomes what it is surrounded by. Therefore, your inner circle is not casual. It is not neutral. It is not a coincidence. It is the field of influence that feeds or poisons your mental magnet. If you are surrounded by the aimless, you will think aimlessly. If you associate with the mediocre, you will begin to feel that mediocrity is acceptable. If your ears hear doubt, they begin to echo it. The man who attracts greatness does not tolerate the company of the weak-minded. He does not subject himself to conversations that contradict his purpose. He does not seek comfort from those who pity, excuse, or soften his pursuit. He surrounds himself with the definite, men and women who believe, decide, and act with intensity. This is the mastermind principle. It is not mere friendship. It is the deliberate alliance of focused minds, harmonized in purpose, held together by confidence and clarity. It is the welding of faith and decision in multiple minds, amplifying belief and accelerating attraction. Let us take example from Edison, Ford, and Firestone. These men did not meet to complain. They did not gather to waste time. They met to think, to speak of vision, to strengthen one another's belief. Their minds, unified by purpose, created a field of power that attracted fortune, ideas, and execution. Now ask yourself, who do I meet with? Who do I speak with daily? Do their words build me or blur me? Do they sharpen my belief or weaken it? Every voice in your ear is planting a seed, and your subconscious does not know the difference between what is said in jest and what is said in truth. If the seed is repeated, it begins to grow. You must now decide, whose words do I allow into my garden? Whose beliefs do I borrow? Whose vibration do I carry? The answer to these questions will predict your results, for the law of attraction works best in harmony, and it shuts down when surrounded by noise, contradiction, and internal conflict. Here is your command. Cut ties with doubt. That does not mean you hate others. That does not mean you judge, but it means you are loyal to your purpose first. It means you choose your input with the same discipline as you choose your food. You would not eat poison. Why allow it into your thoughts? You must now limit all intake that weakens belief. Whether it comes from a friend, a family member, a book, a letter, or a voice in your own mind, it must be silenced. You are building a magnetic force, and that field must be pure. It must be fueled by faith, repetition, planning, and decision, not by chatter and confusion. Now replace your surroundings. Surround yourself with definite voices, with writings that reinforce purpose, with speech that uplifts, commands, affirms, with music that energizes, with faces that challenge you to rise higher. That is the new soil in which attraction grows. Repeat after me. I choose only influences that increase my power. I surround myself with minds of purpose. I attract only what is aligned with my aim. I am loyal to my vision. I reject all voices that weaken it. Let that be your oath. Say it every morning, every time you feel the pull of old company, of draining conversation, of trivial speech. Repeat that oath. Guard your subconscious. You are the gatekeeper. You are the watchman. What enters must be permitted by your decision. Understand this. You may walk alone for a season, and that is noble. Better to walk alone with purpose than in company without it. The man who walks with the mob attracts the results of the mob. The man who walks alone in direction attracts the path prepared for him by his vision. But do not stay alone. Build your mastermind. Seek 1 or 2 or 3 minds who believe. Share your aim. Unite in harmony. Affirm one another. Plan together. Speak as if success were already won. That vibration, when held in unity, attracts with a power no single mind can equal. This is not a suggestion. It is a law. The mind is shaped by the minds around it. If you want to attract new results, surround yourself with new voices. Create an environment that is holy ground for belief. Let no weeds grow there. Let no enemy speak there. Let no doubt be entertained. Now look around. Who must be removed? What must be silenced? What voices must be answered with silence? Who must be honored but distanced? That is your work now. Remove the hidden thieves of belief. Cut the cords. Purify the circle. Strengthen the field. Then watch what happens. Your energy will rise. Your belief will harden. Your action will sharpen. Your results will appear faster. And you will begin to attract not only what you want, but who you must become to hold it. Nothing is attracted to inaction. Belief without movement is deception. Thought without action is hallucination. The law of attraction is activated through thought, yes, but it is sealed through action. It is your action that proves to your subconscious you are serious. It is your action that sets the spiritual machinery in motion. Every act you take, however small, is a declaration to the universe. I believe. Every time you move forward, even without evidence, you are confirming to infinite intelligence that you trust the law. And that trust is what multiplies momentum. The man who acts in spite of fear attracts courage. The man who waits to feel ready attracts delay. Hesitation is the signal of doubt, and doubt reverses the current of attraction. If you think with belief, speak with conviction, plan with precision, but hesitate to act, then all your mental magnetism is lost. Attraction obeys decisiveness. It responds to obedience. It does not wait for you to be perfect. It waits for you to begin. Action generates momentum, and momentum generates faith. When you act, you confirm your desire to yourself. When you act, you silence the voices of fear. When you act, you build the confidence that no affirmation can fully provide. Action proves belief, and that proof becomes a command to your subconscious. John D. Rockefeller began as a humble clerk. He did not wait for wealth to find him. He studied. He saved. He calculated. He took risks. He acted. Each decision reinforced his belief. Each movement confirmed his aim. And through decades of relentless action, he built a fortune, not by magic, but by motion. Your mind is waiting for confirmation. You have declared your chief aim. You have spoken your affirmations. You have visualized your future. But until you move your feet, the mind does not fully accept the command. The moment you act, the belief sinks deeper. The attraction becomes stronger. The results become visible. Here is your daily practice. Every day, take one action in service of your aim, large or small. Make the call, write the letter, study the page, make the sale. Refuse the distraction. The size of the act is not what matters. It is the consistency that builds power. That rhythm becomes identity, and identity magnetizes destiny. Repeat after me. I act boldly, I move in faith, I attract by doing, my results multiply because I move daily toward my purpose. You must silence the desire for perfection. The man who waits to act perfectly will never act. The path becomes clear only after you begin walking. The universe reveals its steps only to the man in motion. Start now. Start small. Start clumsy, but start. For the law blesses the obedient, not the hesitant. Do not wait for signs. You are the sign. You are the one who decides. You are the one who initiates. You are the one who tells your mind, your body, and the world, this is who I am, this is what I demand, and this is what I am building, step by step, day by day, hour by hour. Action also sharpens your plan. It reveals what works. It exposes what doesn't. It brings feedback. It forces growth. And it keeps you too occupied to entertain the voices of doubt. A man in motion is immune to drifting, and drifting is the destroyer of attraction. Now take inventory. What have you done today to move closer to your aim? Not what you thought, not what you wished, but what you did. If the answer is nothing, then begin now. Do not wait. You know what must be done. You know what the next step is. Take it, no matter how small. Take it now. The man who acts builds identity. Each act adds another layer, and identity becomes destiny. If you act like a leader, you become one. If you act like a disciplined man, you become one. If you act in alignment with your aim, you draw it faster into your life. That is the path. That is the method. Repeat this. I do not hesitate. I do not wait. I act now. I act daily. I act in faith. My action is my proof. My movement is my magnet. Let this affirmation be written on your wall. Say it aloud each morning before your work begins. Do not think first. Move first. Action clears the fog. It breaks the fear. It builds the foundation. And it trains your subconscious that you are serious. That is when the law obeys. Now understand this final truth. The law of attraction does not reward the man who listens. It rewards the man who listens and applies. It rewards the man who obeys his plan, who writes his actions, who executes daily, who takes the invisible and makes it visible through labor, through motion, through obedience to purpose. You must never forget, this law is always working. It never stops. It never sleeps. It never waits for your permission. You are either using it deliberately or allowing it to operate by accident. The law of attraction responds to your dominant thought, your dominant belief, your dominant emotion, whether those were chosen by you or by your environment. This is the great danger of drifting. The drifter does not attract what he desires. He attracts what is loudest in his surroundings. He attracts what others believe. He attracts what he fears. His results are not his own. They are inherited from his conditions. And so his life becomes a mirror of everything he did not choose. You must never drift again. Now that you know the law, you can no longer pretend not to. Now that you understand the process, every hesitation becomes sabotage. Every lazy hour becomes a crack in the structure. Every day without belief, without repetition, without action is a day that weakens your magnet. Let me ask you, have you taken notes? Have you written your chief aim? Have you read it aloud today? Have you spoken your affirmations with emotion? Have you visualized your goal clearly? Have you moved your feet, taken action, refused distraction? If the answer is no to any of these, go back, listen again, begin again. Do not waste this knowledge. The man who listens once and moves on is a fool. The man who listens daily, who repeats, who affirms, who studies, he becomes dangerous. He installs belief like brick into the subconscious, and those bricks become the structure of attraction. You must repeat. You must drill. You must program your mind for power. I do not say this for inspiration. I say it for instruction. The mind must be conditioned. Just as the body becomes strong through physical training, the mind becomes magnetic through mental training. You must listen to power daily. You must read your purpose daily. You must speak your vision daily. Not once, not when you feel like it, but daily. Every single day. What you repeat with belief, you become. What you repeat with emotion, you attract. What you repeat with action, you manifest. Repetition is the gateway. Repetition is the bridge. Repetition is the means by which belief is transferred from the conscious mind to the subconscious. And the subconscious, once convinced, begins to rearrange the universe around you. This is not poetry. This is law. It is what built Carnegie's empire. It is what carried Edison through 10,000 failures. It is what gave Ford the courage to attempt the impossible. They repeated belief until belief became identity. Identity became action. Action became habit. Habit became circumstance. And that is how they rose. I give you now your final daily instruction. Write your definite chief aim. Post it where your eyes must see it. Read it aloud in the morning and again before sleep. Visualize the outcome with detail and emotion. Say your affirmations as if they were commands. Move your feet. Track your time. Control your input. Guard your environment. Do this not once, not for a week, but until it is who you are, until it is second nature, until it requires no effort, until your very presence radiates power, until your results reflect everything you have written, spoken, and built internally. Say this now. I attract what I think. I magnetize what I believe. I act on what I decide. I repeat what I want. I command what I become. Let it burn into you. Let it echo throughout your hours. Let it silence every doubt. Let it answer every excuse. Let it carry you when your mood fades, when your energy dips, when your fear speaks. Let your repetition be stronger than your circumstances. And now a final question. Will you live this once, or will you live this daily? If you live it once, you may be inspired. If you live it daily, you will be transformed. Choose now. Choose every morning. Choose every night. Choose when you rise and when you rest. The repetition is the transformation. Many will hear these words and forget them, but not you. You will remember. You will rehearse. You will review. You will re-listen, not for entertainment, but for identity, for belief, for power, for dominion over your thought and command over your results. This is why I say, return to this message daily. Return to your notes. Return to your plan. Do not listen once. Listen until it lives in you. Let it replace your weakness. Let it rebuild your thoughts. Let it form your new pattern of living. That is the path. That is the secret. That is the law. You now know the truth. And the truth, once known, removes all excuses. You can no longer say, I don't understand. You can no longer say, I didn't know how. The method has been given. The blueprint has been laid. The law has been revealed. It is now your responsibility. It is now your command. It is now your life. The law is working. The only question is, what are you commanding it to bring you?